Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 151: Distributing the Harvest and Visiting the Wang family. After defeating the attacking bandits, Zhou Chun and his companion flew back to Nine Peaks Ridge without stopping for a moment, disregarding the depletion of their magical energy. Only after entering the clan's mountain gate did they finally relax and breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Chun didn't return to his own Flying Stone Peak, but went directly with Zhou Chun to Pagoda Peak to meet the clan leader, Zhou, and report the attack. I know about this matter. It's good that you're both safe. As for whether those two bandits were instigated by Master Zhang, we can investigate that later. The truth will come out eventually, Zhou nodded, showing no shock. In the cultivation world, such things were not uncommon. Not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators, even Purple Mansion stage cultivators risk being ambushed when trading valuable items while traveling. In situations like this, unless you can capture the bandit cultivator alive and force them to testify, or find something in their belongings that can serve as evidence, you can only keep the grudge in your heart and seek revenge later. Without evidence, and without the power to completely control everything, your family or sect certainly can't openly help you get revenge. As for retaliating in kind, asking family elders or friendly cultivators to help with a covert attack is certainly possible. But the problem is, with such a great distance between you, how can you know their exact whereabouts? They might even find out as soon as you enter their territory through various channels. You might end up being ambushed and killed, mistaken for a bandit, making your death pointless. Therefore, in such situations, usually only powerful and close elders are truly determined to avenge you, disregarding their own safety and the disruption to their cultivation, and will stake out a bandit's place of cultivation for 3 to 5 years without hesitation. Either they could only wait until 10 or 8 years had passed and the other side had lowered their guard, then seek an opportunity to retaliate. Neither of these options was feasible now. Even if Elder Zhou Ming held Zhou Chun in high regard, he wouldn't personally help him assassinate a late-stage Foundation establishment alchemy master based on such baseless accusations. Zhou Chun had analyzed this for Zhou Chun on the way, and Zhou Chun himself understood. Therefore, he didn't expect to rely on his family to avenge this, he was just casually explaining the situation. After explaining the situation, he and Zhou Chun began distributing Wei Tong's belongings. Perhaps because he was homeless and abandoned cultivator, Wei Tong's storage bag was quite clean. Yes, clean. Besides some pills for restoring mana and healing detoxifying, some talismans, his storage bag contained only a pile of books, jade slips, and spirit coins. However, clean didn't mean it was devoid of valuable items. First of all, there were over 5,400 spirit coins. Then there were the healing and detoxifying pills, all highly effective, likely from Master Zhang himself. Furthermore, he still had 2 second-tier magic talismans left in his storage bag, both identical wind travel talismans. Wei Tong probably bought these talismans for easy pursuit and escape. Unfortunately, various reasons prevented him from using them. As for the books and scriptures, Zhou Chun had high hopes, hoping to find evidence of collusion between Master Zhang and Wei Tong. Unfortunately, Wei Tong hadn't left any such obvious evidence for his revenge. These books and scriptures only recorded cultivation methods and secret techniques. While these items seemed valuable, Zhou Chun, after Zhou's initial instruction, was no longer too trusting of such things and decided to entrust them to Elder Zhou Ming for research to determine their authenticity. Finally, there were the several magical artifacts left behind by Wei Tong, his most valuable possessions. First, there was the pair of Mandarin duck swords, a set of mid-grade second-tier magic weapons, possessing considerable power. Although they sustained some damage from the clash with Zhou Chun's crimson gold flying claw, the damage was minor and repairable, not significantly affecting their value. Next was the snake-shaped flying knife magic weapon, also a mid-grade second-tier weapon, capable of triggering powerful explosive damage upon impact, making it ideal for surprise attacks. Then came the black orb magic weapon Wei Tong had used. This was only a low-grade second-tier weapon, but the poisonous smoke it emitted was extremely useful, especially against certain demonic beasts, and could also serve as cover for escape. The protective golden light Wei Tong had activated was a jade pendant magic weapon. However, whether due to its inherent fragility or some inherent flaw, it was broken and unusable when Zhou Chun retrieved it. As for the most precious magic weapon on Wei Tong's person, it would undoubtedly be the Cyan flying boat magic weapon. Judging by its grade, this item is only a low-grade second-tier magic weapon, but its flight speed is extremely fast, allowing Wei Tong and his companion to catch up with their target at a speed exceeding that of ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. It is an excellent tool for chasing enemies and escaping. Calculated this way, the total value of the 4 magic weapons obtained from Wei Tong alone already exceeds 10,000 spirit coins. Looking at this pile of items, Zhou Chun was momentarily troubled about how to distribute them. He wanted the Cyan flying boat magic weapon, but he knew that it was also very useful to Zhou Daoquan. So he didn't know how to ask. But at this moment, Zhou Daoquan took the initiative to say, "Zheng Chun, you killed the person, so I won't take credit. Give me the pair of Mandarin Duck double sword magic weapons and 2,000 spirit coins, and that will be enough." He voluntarily gave up the Cyan flying boat magic weapon and even only took 1 magic weapon. How can that be? If it weren't for Elder holding back that strongest bandit cultivator, I'm afraid I would have been dead long ago. Moreover, if it weren't for Elder's earth armor bear sacrificing itself to protect him and block that person's attack, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Furthermore, this matter was entirely caused by me. Elder, you were completely implicated by me. Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, finding it difficult to agree to Zhou Daoquan's suggestion. However, since Zhou Daoquan was willing to give up the Azure flying boat magic weapon, he had nothing to hesitate about. He immediately said, "How about this, Elder? You take the Mandarin Duck twin blades magic weapon and that flying knife magic weapon, plus 3,000 spirit coins, and we'll divide the rest of the pills and talismans equally." "That won't do. If we divide it like that, I'll end up taking the lion's share." "How can that be?" Zhou Daoquan also waved his hands repeatedly, unable to agree to Zhou Chun's suggestion. Both of them were the kind of people who didn't like to take advantage of others. What seemed like a great advantage to ordinary people, neither of them would stoop to. Of course, this was also related to their close relationship and their reluctance to tarnish their image. After much back and forth, they finally reached an agreement. Zhou Daoquan took the Mandarin Duck twin blades magic weapon and the snake-shaped flying knife magic weapon, along with 1,400 spirit coins, and the rest was divided equally. This meant Zhou Chun received roughly 60% of the spoils, while Zhou Daoquan received 40%. After dividing the spoils, the two went home to recuperate, and the matter was not mentioned again. Several more days passed. Zhou Chun, having finished recuperating and refining his newly acquired magic weapon, personally went to the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley to express his gratitude. This time, he traveled alone, using his newly acquired flying magic weapon, and arrived at the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley in less than half a day. This was Zhou Chun's second visit to the Wang family. After presenting his visiting card and learning that it was the Zhou family's vice patriarch who had come in person, the Wang family patriarch, Wang Zhixian, also gave him face by personally greeting him at the mountain gate. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhou, please come in, please come in." The portly Wang Zhixian greeted Zhou Chun with a hearty laugh as he emerged, warmly welcoming him into the mountain gate. In truth, over the years, Zhou Chun had been handling the Zhou family's affairs, and the two had exchanged letters many times. Therefore, although they didn't meet often, they were considered old acquaintances. Zhou Chun's visit to the Wang family this time was not only to thank them for their help, but also to strengthen their relationship and discuss potential collaborations. Therefore, after Wang Zhixian entered the Wang family's mountain gate and they took their seats, Zhou Chun, without much preamble, immediately cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Thanks to fellow Taoist Wang and the Wang family's information, I was able to obtain 2 kinds of needed spiritual pills. Today, I've come to express my gratitude." Hearing this, Wang Zhixian waved his hands repeatedly and said, "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Zhou. With a friendship between our two families, this kind of information exchange is nothing. There's no need to come all the way here to thank me for such a small matter. If it were for family matters, it wouldn't be a big deal, but since I use the family's channels to do things for myself, I had to come and thank you in person to feel at ease. Zhou Chun continued, I know that if I offered any expensive gifts, fellow Taoist Wang probably wouldn't accept them. Fortunately, during the heavenly spirit trial last time, I obtained some rare spiritual herb seeds. The Wang family has been skilled in cultivating spiritual herbs for generations, so this should be the most suitable gift of thanks. After speaking, he reached into his storage pouch and took out several jade boxes containing spirit herb seeds. Sure enough, upon hearing that the gift was spirit herb seeds, Wang Zixin's eyes immediately lit up with surprise and excitement. He immediately smiled and replied, Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Zhou. I won't stand on ceremony. He then took the jade boxes and examined them in front of Zhou Chun. While examining them, he offered his opinions, seeking Zhou Chun's confirmation. This allowed Zhou Chun to immediately witness Wang Zixin's profound knowledge of spirit herbs. He had originally taken out these spirit herb seeds, whose origins were unknown, to test Wang Zixin's abilities. Unexpectedly, out of the 5 spirit herbs, the other party had recognized 4 based solely on the seeds, only slightly mistaking one. He immediately exclaimed sincerely, Fellow Taoist Wang, you truly live up to your family's profound learning. I am deeply impressed. Hearing this, Wang Zixin, who had just received several rare medicinal herb seeds, chuckled in high spirits, Hey, Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. Since my Wang family has established itself on the art of cultivating medicinal herbs, wouldn't it be laughable if we didn't even have this much skill? Haha, I'm glad fellow Taoist Wang likes this gift. Zhou Chun smiled ingratiatingly, then his expression suddenly turned serious as he looked solemnly at Wang Zixin and said, Besides thanking fellow Taoist Wang and the Wang family for their help in sending this message, I've come today to ask you some questions and offer some advice. Seeing this change in his demeanor, Wang Zixin was slightly taken aback, then his smile faded, and he replied seriously, Please speak, fellow Taoist Zhou. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun said, A few days ago, after completing the transaction of the Nourishing Meridian Pill with Master Zhang at Dongling Market for the second time, I was followed as soon as I left the market and subsequently attacked by 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Fortunately, I had the 3rd elder with me, and together we managed to repel the attackers and kill one of them. Although I didn't find any evidence related to Master Zhang on the slain enemy, the coincidences and strangeness of this matter clearly suggest a connection. If the Wang family intends to cooperate with them in the future, they should be very careful. He then described to Wang Zixin the magical artifacts and supernatural abilities used by Wei Tong and the other man. Compared to facial features, a cultivator's magical artifacts and supernatural abilities are more recognizable and attract more attention. This is especially true for a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like Su Qiang who cultivates combat techniques. Wang Zixin was also startled after hearing Zhou Chun's words. He exclaimed in surprise, There's such a thing. Then he quickly said, Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are wise. My Wang family doesn't have much cooperation with Master Zhang. It's just that one of his disciples often comes to our Wang family to buy spiritual herbs. Fellow Taoist Wang, there's no need for that. Of course, I know this matter has nothing to do with the Wang family. I just wanted to remind the Wang family to be careful of that Master Zhang. Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating that he had no other intentions. Upon hearing this, Wang Zixin felt relieved and immediately replied solemnly, I understand. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou, I will contact some cooperative forces in Lingzhou later to help you find out the identities of the 2 attackers. Seeing this, Zhou Chun thanked him repeatedly. Then thank you very much, fellow Taoist Wang. After settling this matter, Zhou Chun immediately changed the subject and brought up another matter. Fellow Taoist Wang, you are wise. The reason I've come to the Wang family is to discuss a potential collaboration. Our Zhou family's jade spirit bees, to maintain the high quality of our spirit honey, need to collect pollen from a significant amount of spirit flowers. The Wang family cultivates a large number of spirit herbs and medicinal plants, many of which flower and pollinate. My Zhou family and I would like to cooperate with the Wang family. When the flowering season arrives for certain types of spirit herbs, could the Wang family please inform the Zhou family so that our cultivators can bring the spirit bees to collect pollen? If this arrangement is successful, the Zhou family will also send a portion of the produced spirit honey to the Wang family as a return gift. This is actually the second update for today. Chapter 152 The Monkey King's Battle, New King vs. Old King. The Zhou family's jade spirit bees would pollinate the Wang family's medicinal herbs, and the Wang family would receive a share of the spirit honey afterward. Wang Zixin, of course, wouldn't refuse such a good deal. He didn't even haggle with Zhou Chun about the amount of spirit honey in return, quickly agreeing to the arrangement. With this settled, Zhou Chun returned to his family, his mission accomplished. At this point, he had already obtained the pulse protection pill and the pulse nourishing pill, leaving only the golden spirit key regulating powder unfinished. However, the formula for the golden spirit key regulating powder was recorded in the golden cauldron profound technique, so Zhou Chun wasn't in a particular hurry. He simply had someone acquire the necessary materials, and if necessary, he could find someone to help refine it. Therefore, upon returning to his family, Zhou Chun focused on preparing for the various matters decided at the elders' meeting that day. First was the formation of the security team. After discussing with the individual, Zhou Chun decided to appoint Zhou Jiapen, a newly promoted Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family, as the captain of the security team. 6 members were then selected from the family's late-stage key refining cultivators to form the initial security team. The team would patrol a 100-mile radius around Nine Peaks Ridge daily, cracking down on any fighting or brawling among cultivators within that area. A notice was posted outside the Zhou family's mountain gate to inform passing rogue cultivators, and a batch of specially made communication smoke tubes from the Zhou family were distributed free of charge. Any rogue cultivator within a 100-mile radius of the Zhou family's mountain gate could activate the communication smoke tube to attract the security team's attention and prompt them to provide assistance. Once the security team began patrolling, rogue cultivators would see the Zhou family's security team riding 8-horned water-splitting deer, galloping through the mountains and forests, patrolling the surrounding areas. With the 8-horned water-splitting deer's stamina and speed, they could cover hundreds of miles in a single lap without needing to rest. Rogue cultivators living near the Zhou family's mountain gate felt much more at ease upon seeing this and greatly praised the Zhou family's actions. These legitimate independent cultivators weren't worried that the Zhou family would covet their meager wealth or tarnish their reputation for a pittance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to live so close to the Zhou family. The fact that the Zhou family was willing to form a security team to patrol their residences greatly enhanced their safety. Once the security team was operational, Zhou Chun took charge of the orphanage and family school. The family school was relatively easy to set up. Zhou Chun hired an elderly elder of the family generation to oversee it. This elder only needed to teach the young members of the family who hadn't yet entered the cultivation world various aspects of the cultivation realm, explaining things through storytelling. Zhou Chun deeply understood the importance of educating and guiding young people. Therefore, although he only assigned one cultivator teacher to the family school due to manpower and the number of students, he did a lot of other work as well. For example, they would gather material from elders within the family, who would then fabricate and embellish the stories, creating over 20 tales of family cultivators uniting and cooperating to overcome dangers, thus cultivating a sense of family among the young clansmen from a young age. They would also arrange for family cultivators to bring wild beasts to fight against the young clansmen, forcing several young members to work together against beasts far stronger than themselves. This method aimed to cultivate their fighting spirit and sense of unity. Because the orphanage was for the direct descendants of the family cultivators, it had to be built inside the mountain gate for safety reasons. After Zhou Chun conducted on-site investigations and selected a location, it was built in a secluded spot within the mountain gate, constructed entirely in the style of a high-walled compound. Models of streets and shops were even built inside to help the future children familiarize themselves with mortal life. Young mothers and middle-aged women selected from the Zhou family's mortal members served as teachers, responsible for caring for and nurturing the children sent to the orphanage. When the children reach 6 or 7 years old, they will be taught literature and martial arts by specialized teachers until they turn 16, at which point they will be sent to the mortal world to start families and establish careers. This is because many cultivators in the Zhou family already had children and raised them. Once the orphanage was built and operational, it immediately housed 20 or 30 children of varying ages. After witnessing the children's living conditions in the orphanage, some Zhou family cultivators who initially had reservations quickly put aside their concerns and proactively expressed their desire to take concubines and have children to Zhou Chun, the vice-patriarch. Within just 6 months, 5 Zhou family cultivators had taken concubines, each selecting several at once. On this day, Zhou Chun went to the beast garden to inspect the situation. It turned out that one of the 8-horned water-repelling deer raised in the beast garden had recently given birth to a calf, and 2 others were pregnant. These beasts in the Zhou family's beast garden, aside from having less freedom than in the wild, enjoyed much better food and drink than before. The Zhou family possesses extensive experience in animal breeding. They had previously sought out and selected several nutrient-rich spiritual herbs specifically for cultivating these herbivorous demonic beasts. These herbs, simply sown in areas rich in spiritual energy, would mature into spiritual herbs within 2 to 3 years, requiring minimal care. The Zhou family had established dedicated pastures in various parts of Nine Peaks Ridge for cultivating these herbs. Because of their high regard for these 8-horned water-repelling deer, they provided them with 3 abundant meals of spiritual herbs each month. Thanks to this generous lifestyle, these 8-horned water-repelling deer were quickly domesticated and grew exceptionally well. Our deer park is currently searching for superior deer breeds, preparing to find a group of female wild deer whose size is compatible with a male 8-horned water-slaying deer to mate with them, striving to expand the population in this way. If this is successful, it will also prevent the next generation of 8-horned water-slaying deer from having deformed offspring due to inbreeding, thus avoiding affecting the development of the population. In the deer park, as Zhou Chun looked at the female deer with her calf in the distance, Zhou Zhengxin, the deer park manager, took the opportunity to report his thoughts to him. Since Zhou Chun reformed the Zhou family, he has also issued a new commendation system for each hall. As long as they can make outstanding achievements in their positions, they can receive a considerable amount of merit rewards, and even be directly promoted in rank. For example, in the Beast Garden managed by the Beast Hall, the managers of each garden can be defined as having outstanding achievements as long as they can significantly increase the number of demon beasts. Such incentive systems naturally existed before, but this time Zhou Chun has made them more specific and increased the rewards. Therefore, the enthusiasm of many Zhou family cultivators has also been stimulated, and they want to make a difference. Upon hearing Zhou Zhengxin's idea, Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, fifth brother, I fully support your idea. You can draft a plan outlining all the requirements for the deer breed in your deer park, and then submit it to me for approval before sending it to the External Affairs Hall. Let the other clansmen work together to make this happen." Hearing this, Zhou Zhengxin was overjoyed and quickly bowed in thanks. "Thank you for your support, Vice Clan Chief." Zhou Chun waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me. As long as it's for the clan and beneficial to the clan, you can raise any suggestions with me in the future, fifth brother, and I will approve them as appropriate." After inspecting the deer park, he went to the monkey park. Although Zhou Zhenggaiong was now a steward of the 100 Beasts Hall, since the affairs of the 100 Beasts Hall were handled in the Beast Garden, he still concurrently managed the monkey park. Moreover, the breeding of the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey in the monkey park was a major issue discussed at the Zhou family elders meeting, and it was both a matter of duty and obligation for him, as a steward of the 100 Beasts Hall, to keep a close eye on it. It was quite a coincidence. Zhou Chun arrived at the monkey enclosure intending to inquire about the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey from Zhou Zhenggaiong. However, upon reaching the enclosure, he heard the roars of the monkeys and sensed fluctuations in magical energy. A sweep of his divine sense revealed the situation deep within the forest. In a clearing where the monkeys usually rested, the old king, Vajra monkey, who had ruled the troop for over a decade, was fiercely battling his son, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, who was challenging his position. When the old king fought Zhou Chun and his group, he was equivalent to a first-tier high-grade demon beast at the 12th level of key refining. Now, over a decade later, although he hadn't evolved into a second-tier demon beast, his strength had increased considerably. Moreover, his true bone age was only in his 50s, meaning he was in his prime, not an aging demon beast weakened by the hopelessness of advancement. Even some of the Zhou family's 12th level key refining cultivators wouldn't dare claim a guaranteed victory against him. However, his challenger was also exceptionally powerful. Under the Zhou family's generous nurturing, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, though not yet 10 years old, had already reached a cultivation level nearly on par with the old Monkey King. Furthermore, as a hybrid demon beast, it not only possessed the same robust physique and magical abilities as the old Monkey King, but also mastered several fire-based spells. Aside from lacking the old Monkey King's combat experience, its theoretical strength already surpassed his. The two apes, each several feet tall, were shimmering with golden light, baring their teeth and wildly pounding their fists against each other. They were incredibly agile. Though unable to fly, they could leap several feet high, sometimes exchanging blows in midair, sometimes jumping onto trees to compete in spells. Zhou Zhenggaiong, the steward of the 100 Beasts Hall, was watching this battle for the Monkey King with his spirit pet, the crimson-tailed monkey, and the demon monkeys from the monkey enclosure. Perhaps they were all too engrossed in watching, for even when Zhou Chun approached, no one noticed. Zhou Chun didn't disturb them, quietly observing the battle with his own restraint. After an unknown amount of time, the old Monkey King seemed to realize that he might not be a match for his challenger if the fight dragged on, so he roared and launched a final attack. Suddenly, the golden light on its body reached its peak, the golden light swirling around its right claw, as if it were wearing a claw gauntlet. Then, it roared and swung its right claw, lunging at the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey. The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, who hadn't lost a single move to the old Monkey King, naturally wouldn't back down. It immediately roared and charged back. Boom! Like two giant rocks colliding, a violent crash resounded as both beasts' hands slammed into each other's heads. But this time, the result was completely different. The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey's claws still failed to break through the old Monkey King's defenses, inflicting no obvious external injury. However, the old Monkey King's claws successfully tore through its defenses, leaving a deep, bloody claw mark on its left cheek, almost shattering half of its face. This scene, witnessed by the spectating monkeys, caused many of them to close their eyes in shock, too terrified to watch. Many of them had favored the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, but at this moment, they dared not utter a single word in his defense. Old foxes are indeed shrewd, Zhou Chun sighed softly, also quite amazed by the Vajra monkey's performance. He could naturally see that the previous move was another application of the Vajra monkey's innate spell. The reason why innate spells of demonic beasts are called innate spells is because they are innate, they don't need to learn them to master them, and it's difficult for them to learn other spells through study. However, innate spells also have much untapped potential. Some demonic beasts whose cultivation has stagnated, over the years, either through chance encounters or a flash of inspiration, will unearth the potential of their innate spells, developing alternative uses for their magical power. This method of application is somewhat similar to the fire control technique used by the hunchbacked old man Zhou Chun had seen in the Heavenly Spirit trial. Through the manipulation of this technique, the old man could successfully fuse the originally weak fireball technique into a spell even more powerful than a regular high-grade first-tier spell. The Vajra monkey hasn't reached that level yet, but it has already taken the most important step. Given time, if it continues its research, it's hard to say it won't reach that level. It seems this Vajra monkey is a promising talent. If I encounter a suitable spiritual object for its breakthrough in the future, I might consider helping it. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he looked at the Vajra monkey, a sense of appreciation for its potential stirring within him. With the example of the azure wood spirit ape, Zhou Chun had no aversion to cultivating such a beast without a master. As long as it could truly be used for his purposes, he wouldn't mind cultivating such a beast. Of course, the prerequisite was that it could demonstrate potential worthy of cultivation. Just when Zhou Chun thought the battle for the Monkey King was about to end with the challenger's defeat, an unexpected event occurred. The fallen, injured Crimson Flame Vajra monkey suddenly burst into flames. No, not just its fur, but a flame of magical power erupted from its body. Awoo! A furious howl erupted from the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey's mouth, and it suddenly spat out a fiery red ball of flame at the Vajra monkey. Boom! The violent explosion blasted the Vajra monkey away, scattering its golden light. The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, engulfed in flames, didn't wait for the Vajra monkey to get up before catching up and raising its paw to strike down on its head. It clearly intended to kill the Vajra monkey. No! Stop! Zhou Zhengang, who had been watching, suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly shouted to stop the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey. But the enraged Crimson Flame Vajra monkey wouldn't listen to him. The claws slammed down on the Vajra monkey with unwavering resolve, without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was present. In the critical moment, Zhou Chun quickly flew in front of the Vajra monkey, erecting a protective shield of magical power. Bang! After a loud explosion, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey was thrown back several steps by the immense recoil. Although Zhou Chun was only a Foundation Establishment cultivator and hadn't switched to any powerful techniques, the difference in their cultivation levels was undeniable. The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey's physical strength hadn't even broken through the previous Vajra monkey's defenses, so how could it possibly injure him? Having repelled the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, he immediately released his oppressive aura to subdue it, then had Zhou Zhengang, who had rushed forward in surprise, pull it away to heal its wounds. He then turned his gaze to the Vajra monkey on the ground. A heads up, I'm going to participate in a hiking activity today, so I won't be able to write during the day. I probably won't be able to update at 8 p.m. tonight, maybe until 11 p.m., and then tomorrow morning's update will likely be delayed until noon. Chapter 153 The Old Monkey King's Gratitude. In the animal enclosure, the monkey garden, with the arrival of the new king, the monkey troop followed him away from the forest clearing where his blood had just flowed. Even the old monkeys who had served the old king for over a decade did not defy the troop's survival rules. The old king, abandoned by all his subjects, though his eyes were filled with desolation and resentment, simply watched the monkeys depart silently. It was your child too. Your child has replaced you as king of the monkey troop. What is there to be resentful about? Can't you survive without the monkey troop? Have you forgotten how you lived before you became king? Zhou Chun looked at the defeated and dejected King Kong monkey on the ground, voicing a series of questions in a low voice. He used ape language, so the King Kong monkey wouldn't misunderstand. Upon hearing his words, the King Kong monkey reacted quickly. Its eyes flickered, a hazy recollection appearing, as if Zhou Chun's words had awakened some long-forgotten memories. Then it looked at the human before it. Although more than a decade had passed, Zhou Chun's face had become much younger after he reached Foundation Establishment, and he looked almost exactly the same as when it first met the Golden Monkey. Therefore, the Golden Monkey recognized him immediately through its memories. Of course, it also recognized Zhou's Hengaiong. Recognizing Zhou Chun now, and remembering how Zhou Chun had saved it from its son's clutches, a look of gratitude welled up in the Golden Monkey's eyes. It suddenly stood up and knelt down before Zhou Chun, respectfully kowtowing. At the same time, it said, "Thank you for saving me. I owe you my life. Please let me follow you to repay your kindness." "Oh, you're willing to become my spirit pet?" Zhou Chun looked at the Golden Monkey with surprise, finding it hard to believe that this free-spirited monkey would willingly end such a bondage. "Not a spirit pet, but to follow you and fight for you." The Golden Monkey shook its head slightly, correcting Zhou Chun's statement. Having led the monkey troop in the Zhou family's animal enclosure for so many years, and having witnessed many newborn monkeys being taken away by Zhou's Hengaiong, it naturally understood what a spirit pet meant. And just as Zhou Chun had suspected, accustomed to its freedom, how could it possibly willingly become a human spirit pet? Then forget it. With your current strength, following you will only be a burden. Zhou Chun waved his hand, instantly losing interest. In truth, even if the Golden Monkey were willing to become his spirit pet, he would have to consider whether to accept. After all, he was now a Foundation Establishment cultivator and the vice patriarch of the Zhou family. His third spirit pet could easily be a mid-level or even high-level demonic beast. Choosing a low-level demonic beast like the Golden Monkey would mean he would have to spend extra effort finding a spiritual object for its breakthrough and evolution. Seemingly surprised by his reason for rejection, the Golden Monkey was momentarily stunned. Then, an extremely gloomy look appeared in its eyes. Sure enough, once it lost its position as Monkey King, not only would the monkey troop abandon it, but even these humans would consider it a loser and look down on it. Thinking this to itself, it felt its monkey life had lost all meaning, and there was nothing left to cherish. This emotional shift, of course, did not escape Zhou Chun's notice. Seeing this, Zhou Chun thought for a moment, then looked at it and said, "Although you can't provide me with any combat assistance, if you're willing, you can guard my cave in the future, and I will give you some help." "What do you mean by guarding the cave?" The Golden Monkey looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression, not understanding. "You can think of it as helping me guard my territory," Zhou Chun explained softly. Upon hearing this, the Golden Monkey immediately nodded in understanding and said, "Okay, then I'll guard your cave from now on." After the man and monkey reached an agreement, Zhou Chun first sent the Golden Monkey to Flying Stone Peak to ask the Azure Wood Spirit Ape to train it. After it was trained, he would take the Golden Monkey back to Pagoda Peak to guard the Zhongping Hall, which could be considered finding it another job with room and board. When Zhou Chun descended from Flying Stone Peak and returned to the monkey enclosure, the new king, Crimson Flame Vajra Monkey, was already celebrating his victory with the troop. His left cheek was still bandaged, but this did not dampen his spirits. He was surrounded by the monkeys, with two gleaming female monkeys grooming him and catching insects for him on either side, while the other monkeys gathered berries and other food to offer to their new king. This revealed the hierarchy within the troop. Those monkeys whose food was devoured by Crimson Flame Vajra Monkey could sit near him and enjoy the leftovers. Those whose food was only tasted and discarded could only sadly pick up the discarded food and sit on the edge. And those monkeys whose food was offered but not even tasted by Crimson Flame Vajra monkey knelt on the ground in terror, begging for mercy. These demon monkeys were either enemies of the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey or loyal subordinates of the old Monkey King, whom the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey disliked. In the wild, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey would either kill them or drive them away from the troop. However, since these demon monkeys were Zhou family property, Zhou's Hengaiong naturally wouldn't let them suffer unnecessary losses. Therefore, with Zhou's Hengaiong's intervention, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey ultimately didn't drive them away, but merely lowered their status to the lowest level, requiring them to perform the most labor within the troop and denying them mating rights. Brother Yuang, when do you think this Crimson Flame Vajra monkey will be able to mate with a female monkey after becoming the Monkey King? In the distance, Zhou Chun, while observing the victory banquet held by the monkey troop for their new king, casually asked Zhou's Hengaiong about the important matter of monkey reproduction. Upon hearing this, Zhou's Hengaiong immediately replied, "It should be soon. Look, it's letting the female monkey sit beside it, grooming itself and catching insects. That means it's already interested in her." He then added, "I'll observe it for a few more days. If it still doesn't act, I'll try using some drugs. It's best to let it mate with a female monkey on its own. We've waited so many years, a little more time won't make a difference?" Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, indicating that drugs weren't necessary. Using drugs to induce estrus in demonic beasts is generally only used on mature beasts that aren't in their estrus cycle. No one knows whether the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey has reached maturity yet. If drugs are used to force it into estrus and mate with a female monkey, even if the female becomes pregnant, the fetus might have certain bloodline defects. If that happens, it will be a loss for the clan. "Okay, I understand," Zhou's Hengaiong replied, noting the matter down. At this moment, Zhou Chun seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "By the way, nephew Zinlin should have started cultivating now, right? Brother Yuang, you should pay more attention to this matter. It would be best if your sister-in-law could give him some guidance so that he can enter the Dao as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zhou's Hengaiong immediately laughed and said, "You don't need to tell me, 13th brother. His mother cares more than anyone else." Then he looked at Zhou Chun with some curiosity and asked, "But 13th brother, you have so many things to worry about every day. Why did you suddenly bring this up? If the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey can really breed a population, and nephew Zinlin can enter the Dao and cultivate before the second Crimson Flame Vajra monkey is born, Brother Yuang, as long as you contribute some family merit, I am confident that I can help you contract it as your first spirit pet." Zhou Chun didn't hide anything and directly stated his plan. 13th brother, you? Zhou's Hengaiong looked at Zhou Chun with his mouth slightly open, his eyes full of emotion. He, as a father and the manager of the monkey park, had never dared to think of this matter. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun would take the initiative to worry about this matter for him, which moved him deeply. "Brother Yuang, you don't need to say much. Although my actions are partly due to our friendship, it's also because my nephew Zinlin has excellent aptitude and conditions, perfectly meeting the requirements for contracting the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey." Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating that Zhou's Hengaiong didn't need to express his gratitude and directly stated the reason. Then he waved his hand again and said, "In short, whether this matter can succeed depends on two things. First, whether the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey can successfully breed a population, and second, whether my nephew Zinlin himself can live up to expectations and quickly enter the Dao. I understand. I will do my best to supervise both matters and will definitely not let your efforts be in vain." 13th brother, Zhou's Hengaiong nodded solemnly, keeping this gratitude in his heart. After parting ways with Zhou's Hengaiong, Zhou Chun made a special trip to see the fragrant spirit musk deer he had brought back. As the most precious free-range demon beast in the beast garden and even the Zhou family, the fragrant spirit musk deer had a separate habitat and was assigned a special person to guard it. Its habitat not only teems with snakes and insects, but also houses over a dozen common female musk deer captured by the Zhou family from various regions. Although drugs were used to induce mating between the fragrant spirit musk deer and these common musk deer, none of the females have yet conceived. However, mating between demonic beasts and ordinary wild animals is inherently a matter of luck, and they can only keep trying. What is certain is that there is no reproductive isolation between demonic beasts and wild animals of the same species. After inspecting the area and finding the fragrant spirit musk deer's living conditions satisfactory, Zhou Chun left with peace of mind. A few days later, Zhou Chun received a message from Zhou Zhengyang that the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey had begun mating with a female monkey, and the 100 Beasts Hall was also monitoring the situation and would report relevant information promptly. The plan to capture female wild deer from the deer park was also quickly submitted. After reviewing it and finding no issues, Zhou Chun forwarded it to the External Affairs Hall for Zhou family members or some authorized independent cultivators to undertake. Indeed, the Zhou family has now begun allowing some trusted independent cultivators to take on tasks from the External Affairs Hall. This mainly involved low-paying missions that Zhou family cultivators might not want to take, and forcibly assigning them could easily cause complaints from clansmen. Therefore, Zhou Chun created a whitelist of independent cultivators. Any independent cultivator on the whitelist could accept some missions from the Zhou family's External Affairs Hall. For these independent cultivators, as long as they could earn spirit coins without much danger, a little hardship was nothing. Tasks like capturing ordinary wild beasts, which required a lot of time but yielded low rewards, were looked down upon by Zhou family cultivators, but were highly desirable to them. Time was worthless to them. Cultivation, on the other hand, cost money. Therefore, they were most willing to do these extremely easy tasks that earned them spirit coins. After the various reforms within the Zhou family were proceeding smoothly, Zhou Chun began working on another important matter, the secret transaction with Lin Hongyu, the Crimson Dragon protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect. This matter required extreme secrecy, preventing ordinary clansmen from participating. Many aspects had to be handled by Zhou Chun himself. For example, finding and confirming the transaction location, determining the approximate time of the transaction, and identifying the target, etc. For about a month or two, Zhou Chun was busy with this matter. After a period of busy work, feeling that it was about time, he personally sent the transaction time and location to the other party according to the contact information Lin Hongyu had left. Then, when the time was about right, Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family, secretly led the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, and left Jifang Ridge, Hongyan Mountain Range. On a mountain peak more than 100 miles northwest of Hongyifang City, 3 bandit cultivators hid in the treetops and bushes, waiting for a destined person to pass by. Bandit cultivators are very patient with loneliness. Sometimes they can lie in wait in the wild for 10 days or half a month. 3 years without business, then 3 years of food when they do. This is the most typical description of the bandit cultivator's life. Sometimes, if they do a good job, they can really cultivate in peace for 1 or 2 years without having to go out. At this time, the 3 bandit cultivators on the mountain peak had been waiting for 4 or 5 days, but they had not encountered anyone passing by the area around the mountain. But they were all quite patient, and none of them complained. But while they patiently waited for their prey to appear, they didn't realize they had become prey themselves. Suddenly, one of the bandits in the tree seemed to notice something and quickly looked towards the source of the noise. He soon saw a giant ape with blue fur walking up the mountain. Seeing it was a demonic beast, a hint of disappointment flashed in the bandit's eyes, but he still warned his companions lying in wait nearby to be vigilant. Just as the bandits hesitated about whether to attack the demonic beast, several beams of blue light suddenly shot from not far away, quickly transforming into thorny vines that bound them. "It's a second-tier demonic beast," one of the bandits exclaimed in disbelief. Before they could struggle, the thorns poison, piercing their skin, made them dizzy and they began to fall asleep. Before they closed their eyes, they only saw a giant ape with blue fur coldly walk up to them and lift them up. Thus, Zhou Daoquan, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, scouted and located the area, then marked it for the Azure Wood Spirit Ape to capture the people. All 10 bandit cultivators were captured in less than 3 days and transferred to a special place for imprisonment. For safety reasons, the final transaction would be personally handled by Zhou Ming, the supreme elder of the Zhou family. This is the second chapter today. Due to the current special circumstances, comments cannot be posted. If you have anything to say, you can join the reader group. Chapter 154 Breakthrough Period, Monkey King gives birth. In the southeastern part of Lanzhou, at Bayan Marsh, 10 bandit cultivators captured by the Zhou family from outside Hongyang Market, along with 3 ordinary people with spiritual root potential secretly recruited from rogue cultivators, were all sent to a small island deep within the marsh. This island was extremely remote, lacking resources, and rarely visited by cultivators. Moreover, Even if cultivators did come, unless they were Foundation Establishment cultivators, they would be deterred by the island's Azure Wood Spirit Ape. On this day, Zhou Ming, the supreme elder of the Zhou family, quietly left Jifang Ridge and secretly arrived at the island. He first scanned the captured bandit cultivators with his divine sense. These bandit cultivators had been drugged and kept under constant guard by the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, so they were completely unaware of their own location. The other 3 ordinary people with dreams of cultivation were placed in a cave, also forbidden from leaving. The Zhou family hadn't intentionally deceived these mortals. They had made it clear beforehand that if they wanted to cultivate immortality, they would have to go to a very far place and might never return to see their families. Since these mortals had voluntarily chosen this path, they couldn't blame the Zhou family for harming them after they arrived at the Dragon Transformation Sect. After exchanging a few words with the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, Zhou Ming hid in the shadows and waited for the arrival of the Dragon Transformation Sect members. After waiting for about half a day, a giant black tortoise suddenly emerged from the lake outside the island, with a middle-aged woman in a red robe standing on its back. This commotion, of course, did not escape Zhou Ming's notice on the island. When he discovered that the woman in red was not Lin Hongyu, but a Dragon Transformation Sect missionary with a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation, he breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, outside the Zhou family, he was still somewhat worried about meeting a ruthless character like Lin Hongyu alone. Fortunately, Lin Hongyu had kept her word and hadn't come in person. Immediately, he concealed his face with magic and appeared before the man. Junior Lin Yan greets Senior. Upon seeing Zhou Ming emerge, the woman in red, who had dismounted from the tortoise's back, hurriedly bowed to him. "Oh, you also have the surname Lin. Are you from the same family as fellow Taoist Lin?" Zhou Ming scrutinized the woman in red, asking in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the woman in red quickly shook her head in denial, saying, "No, Senior, you misunderstand. I just happen to share the same surname as the protector." "I see," Zhou Ming nodded, not dwelling on the matter any further. He then looked at her and said, "Then fellow Taoist Lin must have told you everything, right? Did you bring the items?" "Yes, the protector has explained everything to me, and I brought the items for the exchange." As the beautiful woman in red spoke, she proactively patted her storage pouch at her waist, took out 3 jade boxes, and handed them to Zhou Ming. Seeing this, Zhou Ming cautiously opened the jade box remotely using his magic, without touching it himself. Inside the opened jade box were 3 different rare treasures. One jade box contained a dark red ginseng of excellent quality, likely a red blood ginseng. Another jade box contained a 3-finger-wide, half-foot-long piece of crimson jade. The last jade box contained a reddish-brown egg. A dragon blood ginseng over 300 years old, a piece of crimson dragon jade, and this last egg is the egg of the dragon-descended demon beast, the crimson flame dragon python. As Zhou Ming examined the treasures in the jade boxes, the woman in red, Lin Yan, had already explained the origins of the 3 items to him. Undoubtedly, these 3 items were all special spiritual objects of the Dragon Transformation Sect. As a force possibly guarded by a 5th-tier dragon, the Dragon Transformation Sect had no shortage of such dragon blood spiritual objects. As a protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, Lin Hongyu might not be able to obtain high-level dragon blood spiritual items, but obtaining lower-level ones would certainly be easy. After all, the Dragon Transformation Sect's Dragon Transformation secret technique requires various dragon blood spiritual items for cultivation. However, Zhou Ming simply nodded slightly and said, "The items are all acceptable, but next time I hope we can exchange them for something our Zhou family needs more. Here is a list, please give it to fellow Taoist Lin when you return." "Yes, this junior will definitely convey Senior's words and the items," the woman in red, Lin Yan, respectfully agreed and put the jade slip given by Zhou Ming into her storage bag. At this moment, Zhou Ming also flicked his sleeve, closed the lids of the 3 jade boxes again, and put them into his storage bag. Then he pointed in a certain direction and said, "The person is in there. Go and take them yourself. This old man will take his leave first." After saying that, he directly took off and returned to the Zhou family. Upon seeing him leave, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the woman in red, Lin Yan. She then quickly rushed towards the direction Zhou Ming had indicated. Only after discovering the 10 unconscious rogue cultivators and 3 mortals imprisoned in the cave did she breathe a sigh of relief. A short while later, The woman in red had carried the 10 rogue cultivators and 3 mortals onto the back of the giant black tortoise in the water. Then, as if appearing suddenly, she rode the tortoise back into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. Meanwhile, after returning to his family, Zhou Ming summoned Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun to his cave dwelling and discussed the transaction. So far, the other party seems to be keeping their word, and we can continue to proceed according to plan. However, for the safety of the family, Daoyi, you still need to step up your efforts. It all depends on you now. As he said this, Zhou Ming looked intently at Zhou Daoyi. Rest assured, Elder, I am well aware of the heavy responsibility I bear and dare not slacken in the slightest. Zhou Daoyi nodded emphatically and said in a deep voice, if all goes well, I should be able to break through within 3 to 5 years. Good. Then let's play along for a few more years, Zhou Ming exclaimed, quite satisfied with this answer. Then he reached into his storage pouch and took out 3 jade boxes. These 3 items are useless to me. You can take them and dispose of them carefully. Be careful not to let them cause any leaks. He then handed the items to Zhou Daoyi. Yes, we will handle them well. Elder, please rest assured, Zhou Daoyi replied and accepted the items. The two then stayed in Zhou Ming's cave for a while before returning to this Hongping Hall. This 300-year-old dragon blood ginseng has arrived at just the right time. Zhou Chun, keep it safe. Once your silver lightning python has accumulated enough, you can use it to advance to the 2nd tier. As for this crimson flame dragon python egg, let the elder see who's willing to cultivate it. Although it's just a low-level demon beast, with enough dragon blood spiritual materials, the chances of it advancing to the 2nd tier are quite high. This dragon blood jade, our family doesn't have a craftsman who can utilize its potential. Let's keep it for now and see if we can use it to exchange for anything we need later. Inside this Hongping Hall, after Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun returned, they immediately began arranging the ownership of the 3 treasures they had acquired through the trade. Things obtained through illegitimate means should be kept in the fewest possible sources. Therefore, it was impossible to allow ordinary family members to exchange for them. 4 family elders like Zhou Chun, who usually had more merit points than they could use, exchanging them for these items was a perfect way to offset that. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate and generously accepted the dragon blood ginseng. Following Zhou Daoyi's instructions, he summoned several elders to discuss the ownership of the crimson flame dragon python egg. After some discussion, the egg was ultimately acquired by the 4th elder, Zhou Jiaru. With the exchange settled, the Zhou family returned to peace. Learning that clan chief Zhou Daoyi would successfully break through to the late foundation establishment stage in 3 to 5 years, Zhou Chun began preparing for a change in his cultivation method. Through his continuous self-funded efforts to issue golden key collection tasks, he had already accumulated a considerable amount of golden key. Therefore, he could boldly use some of it as a consumable for a simulated experiment. Just like when he first cultivated the Xinjin sword key secret technique, those cultivating the golden cauldron profound technique must first ensure their meridians could withstand the invasion of golden key. As long as the final step of forging the cauldron is not performed, this absorption of golden key will at most cause slight damage to the meridians, but will not be life-threatening. Inside the quiet room, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged. He lifted the lid of the gourd-shaped magical artifact in front of him, which collected golden energy, and suddenly performed a hand seal. Instantly, an invisible stream of golden energy was drawn out, entering his body through his nostrils and reaching his lungs. Among the 5 internal organs, the lungs belong to metal, so it was most suitable to spread the golden energy throughout the body via the meridians in the lungs. However, golden energy is, after all, an extremely destructive external evil energy. Even though Zhou Chun's meridians had been greatly strengthened after foundation establishment, the sudden invasion of a large amount of golden energy still caused him to sweat profusely and clench his teeth in pain. Fortunately, he had experienced this before, and although he was in excruciating pain, he did not panic. He simply focused his mind and guided his magical power to slowly circulate the golden energy within his body, preventing it from wandering into vital areas such as the heart meridian. After staying in the quiet room for half a day, Zhou Chun emerged, his face pale, and went to the courtyard. Ugh! He opened his mouth and vomited, leaving a large pool of blood on the ground. This was all caused by internal bleeding when the metal energy circulated within his body. After vomiting out the accumulated blood, Zhou Chun felt much better and immediately returned to his room to recuperate. In the following months, Zhou Chun would absorb metal energy every 1 or 2 months to temper his meridians, allowing them to adapt to this external evil energy. That day, Zhou Chun received good news from Zhou Zhenggaiong. A female monkey, often favored by the new Monkey King, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, had been found to be pregnant. Upon learning this, he took it very seriously and went to Flying Stone Peak. Currently, we can't tell anything from the pregnancy signs, but according to Zhenggaiong, it's almost certain that the mother monkey is carrying the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey's offspring. I firmly believe that this time we will definitely be able to establish a proper population of the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey within the Zhou family. On Flying Stone Peak, Zhou Daoquan confidently stated his judgment to Zhou Chun, who had come to inquire about the situation. Clearly, he had never doubted his own words. Seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled and said, "Elder, I'm relieved. I'll await good news then." He then bid farewell to Zhou Daoquan and went to the library. Entering the library, he saw the golden monkey learning to write from the azure wood spirit ape. Upon seeing him enter, the golden monkey tried to put down its pen to greet him. But the azure wood giant ape slapped it on the head without hesitation. It whimpered pitifully, scratched its head, and continued writing. Seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled and watched from the side. After the golden monkey finished writing, he looked at the green-haired giant ape and asked, "How is it? Elder ape, do you think this old monkey is up to the task?" The green-haired giant ape immediately replied, "Although it's a bit clumsy and has a restless nature, it should be fine for guarding the house. The rest depends on its own destiny." Zhou Chun naturally understood what the latter destiny meant. He didn't offer any opinion, but simply smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble Elder Ape to teach it manners, lest it cause me any trouble in the future." "That's easy. As long as you send more spiritual fruits and wine, I, the old ape, will definitely make it obedient and praised by everyone." The green-haired giant ape patted its chest and immediately made a guarantee. Therefore, only after obtaining something will one want more. Previously, the green-haired giant ape was used to a simple diet and had no desires. However, after enjoying the spirit fruits and spirit wine that Zhou Chun bought with spirit coins from outside a few times, it found ordinary wild fruits and plain water bland and tasteless, and felt uncomfortable no matter what. Now it even knew to dilute the wine with water and savor it slowly. "No problem, I'll take care of this." Zhou Chun smiled and agreed, then exchanged a few words with the Vajra monkey before returning to Pagoda Peak. 2 more months passed, and good news came from the deer park. Several of the ordinary female deer that had been captured and paired off had become pregnant with the offspring of male 8-horned water-splitting deer. Although the offspring of such a combination of demon beast and wild beast might not all become demon beasts, if 2 or 3 out of 10 could become demon beasts, it would already be a great deal. Moreover, wild beasts containing demon beast bloodlines are much stronger than ordinary wild beasts, making them excellent mounts as well. And with good news coming from both families' main demon beasts, it was undoubtedly a very good omen for a beast-taming family like the Zhou family. Many older Zhou family cultivators viewed this as a sign of the family's resurgence and were genuinely happy for it. However, the distribution of these newly born demonic beasts immediately became a headache for Zhou Chun, the vice-patriarch. Both the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey and the 8-horned water-splitting deer were excellent contract partners for key refining stage cultivators. Therefore, even before the beast cubs were born, some Zhou family cultivators came to him wanting to reserve them. This is over 500,000 words. I plan to check the previous chapters, proofread the subsequent outline, and organize my thoughts in the next couple of days, so the update schedule might not be very consistent, but I will try my best to ensure 2 updates per day. Chapter 155 Family Matters, Silver Lightning Python's Advancement. Pagoda Peak, Zhongping Hall. Vice Clan Chief, the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey is far too rare. I know my contributions to the clan are less than many of my fellow clansmen, so I dare not presume to ask for one, but since the 8-horned water-splitting deer can now be bred in large numbers, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to request one for my son as a contracted spirit pet, would it? Although my son's spiritual root aptitude is somewhat lacking, he is still a legitimate member of the clan's bloodline, and has always been loyal to the clan, getting along well with everyone. These are all things that the clansmen have witnessed, and I'm not just boasting. Inside the hall, a Zhou family cultivator with raying hair was excitedly making his request to Zhou Chun. This Zhou family cultivator's cultivation level wasn't high, only at the 9th level of key refining. At his age, This level of cultivation indicated that his status in the Zhou family wasn't particularly high. He had risen through the ranks entirely by age. This old man was named Zhou Jiaqui, ranked 23rd among his peers, and currently an elite member of the Zhou family. He came to Zhou Chun today to ask for an 8-horned water-splitting deer as a contracted spirit pet for his son, Zhou Zhenghuan. His words were persuasive and reasonable, and Zhou Chun should have considered the elder's request. However, recalling his son Zhou Zhenghuan's background, Zhou Chun couldn't help but shake his head. He could only say kindly, "Uncle, it's not that I'm unreasonable, but my 18th brother is simply not suited to raising such a delicate spirit pet as an 8-horned water-splitting deer. He almost killed even an easy-to-care-for spirit pet like a rock-armored boar. Please give up on this idea. The Zhou family is a beast-taming family, but not every Zhou family cultivator is skilled in beast-taming. Like Zhou Jiaqui's son, Zhou Zhenghuan, who is naturally dissolute and unruly, always wandering around, drinking and boasting, lacking any ambition or sense of responsibility. He had even once put his rock-armored boar in a spirit beast pouch, then left the pouch in a corner of his residence, forgetting to open it or feed it for a long time. The rock-armored boar had been confined in the spirit beast pouch for too long, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, it disregarded its master's orders and forcibly broke open the pouch to find food. How could Zhou Chun possibly trust someone like that to raise the 8-horned water-repelling deer, which needs fresh grass every day? Moreover, Zhou Chun knew without even thinking that the prodigal son wanted to contract the 8-horned water-repelling deer because he planned to take it away from the family and roam freely once it reached adulthood. But Zhou Jiaqui, as a father, naturally had a biased view of his son. He immediately defended his son, saying, "That incident was just my son being careless." Who hasn't been careless? Vice Clan Chief, you can't negate my son's abilities because of this one incident. 23rd Uncle, Zhou Chun suddenly raised his voice, looking at him seriously, and said, "I respect you as an elder, so I don't want to say anything too harsh, but you must also have some self-respect. If there are many 8-horned water deer, you can exchange them however you like, as long as you are willing to contribute the clan's good deeds. However, given the limited number, the clan will definitely prioritize finding suitable people to contract with them. Our clan rules have always been like this. Do you want me to make an exception for you?" By the end, Zhou Chun's tone was quite stern. He was indeed always very polite and courteous to his elders, but as the vice clan chief in charge of clan affairs, he had more than just politeness, he also had a temper. Generally, he would politely respond to the requests of his elders, regardless of whether he could grant them or not. But if someone like Zhou Jiaqui were to use his politeness as bargaining chips, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Seeing Zhou Chun's stern face, Zhou Jiaqui trembled and dared not say anything more. He could only sigh softly. "Yes, Vice Clan Chief, you're right. I offended you with my words just now. I apologize." He then bowed to Zhou Chun. "Uncle 23, please go back. If you can find a way to change 18th brother's temperament, and he comes to me again in the future, I will definitely help you with this matter." Zhou Chun waved his hand, directly seeing him off. Hearing this, Zhou Jiaqui's face darkened even more. He left Zhongping Hall dejectedly. Thus, some refused, some agreed. Zhou Chun had essentially achieved fairness and impartiality, assigning masters to all the unborn demon beast cubs. This included the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey cubs. Zhou Zhengyang's son, Zhou Xinlan, was quite promising, having successfully entered the Dao realm and attained the first level of key refining. Once one enters the Dao, they gain the ability to contract with demonic beasts. As the most talented direct descendant of the Xin generation of the family, and with his father being a core member who had rendered great service to the family, choosing a Crimson Flame Vajra monkey cub as his first spirit pet was a way for the family to support and cultivate its younger generation. This alone was enough for Zhou Chun to rightfully refuse anyone else's request. Time flew by, and 2 years quickly passed. During this time, the Zhou family conducted 2 more clandestine transactions with a dragon transformation sect, acquiring many rare items. Meanwhile, the Zhou family's second and third Crimson Flame Vajra monkeys were born, completely marking the perfect success of this hybrid demonic beast population. Furthermore, several new 8-horned water-splitting deer had appeared in the deer park, their reproduction rate accelerating rapidly. Even the fragrant spirit musk deer that Zhou Chun brought back successfully impregnated 2 ordinary female musk deer. The remaining beast populations in the beast gardens also showed positive growth, with an increase in the number of newborn beast cubs each year. Meanwhile, under the protection of the Zhou family's security team, the number of rogue cultivators coming to the Zhou family to cultivate has increased compared to a few years ago, significantly increasing the Zhou family's rental income. These happy events greatly pleased Zhou Chun and other high-ranking members of the Zhou family, easing many of their worries. For Zhou Chun personally, the past 2 years have also been quite fruitful. Not only have he mastered the 2 secret techniques he had previously cultivated, but through more than 10 tempering sessions, he has also refined his meridians to the point where they can withstand small amounts of metal energy without injury. This cleared a major obstacle for him to formally switch to cultivating the Golden Cauldron profound art. At the same time, under his tireless nurturing, the Silver Lightning Python, through slowly consuming century-old spiritual herbs, has finally accumulated its cultivation to the peak of a first-tier beast. Having reached this point, it would normally take at least several more years to break through using the slow accumulation method. However, the 300-year-old dragon blood ginseng that Zhou Chun had previously obtained was enough to save it this hard work. That day, Zhou Chun summoned the Silver Lightning Python, which was cultivating on the mountain, to the courtyard. Bye-bye, this time you must do your best and successfully break through. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun gently stroked the Silver Lightning Python's forehead, and under its expectant gaze, fed it the dragon blood ginseng. After swallowing the dragon blood ginseng, it immediately coiled up on the dragon-shaped stake that Zhou Chun had specially built for it in the courtyard, slowly falling asleep to digest the powerful medicinal properties contained within the dragon blood ginseng. The rock-earth turtle, also lying in the courtyard, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel envious. It had actually reached the first-tier limit much earlier than the Silver Lightning Python. However, due to its bloodline, it couldn't break through and advance by consuming powerful medicinal herbs like the Silver Lightning Python. Bye-bye. Or rather, it needed to consume certain medicinal herbs containing special powers to break through and advance. Zhou Chun currently doesn't have time to find the spiritual items needed for its breakthrough and advancement, so it can only follow Zhou Chun's teachings and try to develop new applications of its innate magic, exploring its potential in this area. Stone, you don't need to be envious. After Bye-Bye successfully breaks through, we'll be stronger and able to better find the spiritual items needed for your breakthrough and advancement. Don't worry, no matter what, I will never give up on you. Seemingly noticing the envy in the rock tortoise's eyes, Zhou Chun turned back and comforted his spirit pet. Zhou Chun, wasn't one to easily tire of the old and crave the new. Besides, the rock tortoise had saved his life many times since following him, helping him immensely. It was a true veteran. He naturally wouldn't mistreat this old companion and would do everything in his power to help it advance successfully. Because he anticipated that the Silver Lightning Python would need a considerable amount of time to advance, Zhou Chun instructed the rock tortoise to take good care of the house before leaving his residence to go to this Hongping palace to work. Upon entering this Hongping hall, the Vajra monkey, who had already assumed its post as the hall's guardian spirit beast, immediately bowed and greeted him. After more than 2 years of training by the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, the old monkey's old habits had been significantly altered. It had now become enlightened and understood the importance of pleasing humans. Zhou Chun would also occasionally guide it, helping it better develop its innate magical power. Of course, the Azure Wood Spirit Ape provided more guidance in this area, being the true master. Giving the old monkey a slight nod, Zhou Chun began to review the documents compiled and presented by the scribe. Recently, the Wang family had sent a letter proposing a new round of joint martial arts competition among the 5 major cultivation families, seemingly intending for the Zhou family to host it. This was originally a great thing, an acknowledgement of the Zhou family's strength. However, the Zhou family's current situation was somewhat awkward. In the youth group under 30, there were almost no capable individuals. The highest ranking member was only at the 8th level of the key refining stage. In the elite group under 60, many cultivators from the Zhou family could compete for a top 10 spot. However, due to the Zhou family's outstanding performance last time, the He and Sun families, among others, expressed their intention to restrict the participation of Zhou family cultivators' spirit pets in the competition, otherwise they would not participate in the martial arts contest. However, if the participation of spirit pets were truly restricted, it would be very difficult for Zhou family cultivators to achieve any good results. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not agree to the proposal for the time being and planned to hold a martial arts contest within the clan first to assess the abilities of these clansmen. Those first-tier magic artifacts I discarded are of little use anyway, so I'll take out a few as prizes." Zhou Chun stroked his chin and thought for a moment, quickly coming up with an idea for the prizes for the martial arts contest. Now that the clan leader, Zhou Daoi, was focused on cultivation and no longer concerned with clan affairs, he could not be disturbed unless it was something particularly important. Naturally, there was no need to bother him with something like a martial arts contest within the clan. So, after Zhou Chun prepared the prizes, he notified all the clansmen who met the participation requirements to prepare. Several days later, on the day of the event, Zhou Chun and several elders arrived at the scene. Before the contestants officially took to the stage to compete, Zhou Chun, the vice-patriarch, gave a speech. "Fellow clansmen, the purpose of this martial arts competition is to test your cultivation results and let the clans higher up see your abilities. Therefore, you must not hold back and must do your utmost. Those who perform exceptionally well today will be rewarded by the clan." After a brief speech, at Zhou Chun's signal, the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru, who was serving as the referee, went up to the stage and began calling out names. Among those participating in today's martial arts competition were many acquaintances of Zhou Chun. His third sister, Zhou Zhengjing, eighth brother, Zhou Zhentao, and 10th brother, Zhou Zhengang, were all participants in the elite group. The weakest among them was at least at the 10th level of key refining, and they had all cultivated first-tier high-grade demonic beasts, making them relatively strong among cultivators of the same realm. Some cultivators of the family generation have also reached the 10th or 11th level of key refining before the age of 60. Judging from this situation, if a joint martial arts competition is really held, our Zhou family can only focus on the elite group. If even one person from the youth group can get into the top 10, that would be enough to save face. In the audience, Zhou Jiapeng, the newly appointed sixth elder of the Zhou family, shook his head repeatedly. Not optimistic about the Zhou family cultivators participating in this competition. He had also participated in the elite group martial arts competition last time and even made it into the top 10, so he undoubtedly had a lot to say on this matter. Actually, this is normal. According to the rules of these families in the past, almost no family can perform well twice in a row in the martial arts competition held every 10 years or so. Zhou Chun said his opinion calmly, without any regrets. A cultivation family might be able to produce purple mansion cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators in every generation. But it is undoubtedly unrealistic to expect a batch of outstanding family members under the age of 60 and under the age of 30 to emerge every 10 years or so. This is why several cultivation families jointly organize such martial arts competitions. Since no single family can consistently excel, everyone has a chance to stand out, making participation meaningful. However, despite this, the elders still felt uneasy about their family potentially finishing last. The third elder, Zhou Daoquan, couldn't help but interject, "Actually, it's just that our Zhou family happened to be unlucky. If it were a few decades earlier, before arriving in Jing Kingdom, it wouldn't have been difficult for a few cultivators under 30 years old to reach the 10th level of key refining every 10 years or so. If it were 20 years later, by the time the younger generation of the family matured, they would be able to shoulder responsibilities and take on important duties. This was essentially meaningless. A few decades earlier, the Zhou family wouldn't have even considered small families like the Wang and He families. They were on completely different levels. Therefore, the other Zhou family elders, including Zhou Chun, could only smile wryly and remain silent. The last few chapters have been a bit scattered, I know, but after all, this is a family-themed cultivation novel. Without these elements, it's like a soup without scallions. It always feels like something's missing. As for the concerns some readers have about including other family geniuses, that's definitely going to happen. However, this book is still in its early stages, and the protagonist has only recently taken power. I need to ensure you're familiar with him enough to maintain his presence. Once he's established enough that you can tolerate him not appearing for 2 or 3 chapters, then we can introduce the supporting family characters. This is a necessary hierarchy. After all, few authors can handle a multitude of characters without a super powerful figure. Also, tomorrow's chapter will be really exciting. The clan leader will break through, the Azure Cloud Python will transform into dragon, and the protagonist will successfully switch cultivation techniques. These are all things to look forward to. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Thunder Python Turns into Dragon. The results of the Zhou family's internal martial arts competition were quickly announced. There was little to say about the cultivators under 30, but several over 30 stood out. These were all people Zhou Chun knew well. One was Zhou Zhengang, whose life-or-death battles in Yunzhou had not only transformed his mindset but also greatly enriched his combat experience, significantly increasing his fighting ability. Coupled with his current 11th level key refining cultivation and several high-grade first-tier magic weapons, he performed exceptionally well in this competition, directly winning first place. Another was Zhou Zhengtao, who had been among the top 10 in the youth group. Now, having reached the 11th level of key refining, his strength was equally remarkable, almost defeating Zhou Zhengang. The third was Zhou Jian, the 35th generation cultivator of the Jia generation, who also secured third place thanks to the power of his contracted spirit pet, the three-tailed fox. Zhou Chun believed that if these three participated in the joint martial arts competition of the 5 major cultivation families, they would have a good chance of making it into the top 10. The magical artifacts he awarded to the participants after the competition would further increase their chances of winning. Alright, this family martial arts competition is now over. The family will continue to hold similar events periodically in the future. We hope to see more family members participate next time, and we hope to see even more outstanding members emerge. With Zhou Chun's closing remarks, the gathered Zhou family cultivators quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, after discussing with the elders, Zhou Chun decided to accept the Wang family's proposal to host the new joint martial arts competition of the 5 major cultivation families. However, Zhou Chun still needed to negotiate the rules of the competition with the other 4 families. He couldn't simply follow their wishes completely. Next, Zhou Chun focused on organizing this matter. After much negotiation, Zhou Chun finally reached an agreement with the families. All participating cultivators had 2 options. 1. Bring a spirit pet to the competition but cannot use any magical talismans. 2. Do not bring a spirit pet and follow the old rules. These 2 competition options were primarily for Zhou family cultivators, but the restrictions weren't as strict as they had been initially. Zhou Chun considered these restrictions acceptable. The event date was quickly set for 7 months later. That day, while Zhou Chun was handling clan affairs in this Hongping Hall, Zhou Zingyan, the steward of the Zhou family's 100 Medicines Hall, suddenly came to find him. "Sixth brother, you rarely leave 100 Medicines Peak. What brings you here today? Is there something you need my help with?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zingyan, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This best alchemist in the Zhou family usually cultivated on 100 Medicines Peak and rarely descended the mountain. He was arguably the most mysterious Zhang generation cultivator in the Zhou family. Facing Zhou Chun's surprised gaze, Zhou Zingyan's dark, reddish face revealed a very serious expression. He bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun, speaking solemnly, "I've come to see the vice clan chief today because I have an important matter to report to the clan." Seeing this, Zhou Chun's surprise deepened. Then, his expression hardened. And he said in a deep voice, "Sixth brother, please speak. I recently tried to refine another batch of demon spirit pills, but I failed again. However, this failure made me realize that it wasn't my alchemy skills that were lacking, but rather my cultivation level. If I had the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, I dare to guarantee with my life that I could definitely succeed in refining the demon spirit pills. Therefore, I've come to see the vice clan chief to request the clan's support in my foundation establishment." Zhou Zingyan met Zhou Chun's gaze with a serious expression, stating his purpose with utmost earnestness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why Zhou Zingyan had voluntarily left 100 Medicine Peak to find him. To be honest, if any other family cultivator had made this request, Zhou Chun would have thought they were out of their mind, daring to make such a demand to the family's higher-ups. However, Zhou Zingyan was straightforward by nature, and as the Zhou family's most skilled alchemist, he certainly had the right to make such a request. Although he didn't actually need to be so direct and could have expressed his needs more tactfully, Zhou Chun couldn't let him change his approach now that he had made it clear. He could only nod solemnly and reply, "I understand. I will report this to the clan chief and the supreme elder. If there are any results, I will inform you, sixth brother, as soon as possible. Thank you, vice clan chief. I'll go back and wait for news then." After saying this, Zhou Chun cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Zhou Chun and left without any further ado. This style of behavior made Zhou Chun shake his head. Luckily, he wasn't a petty person, otherwise, with such an attitude, he might have given him a hard time or made things difficult for him. Perhaps it was precisely because he focused all his energy on alchemy and cultivation that he was able to stand out among the other alchemists. Thinking this, Zhou Chun considered the feasibility of Zhou Chun's request. Actually, with 7 foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family, Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Chun, and other core members of the Zhou family had no plans to continue supporting newcomers to foundation establishment. This was mainly due to the Zhou family's precarious financial situation, making it difficult to support such a plan in the short term. However, if Zhou Chun wasn't lying, the benefits of supporting him to successfully establish his foundation would be considerable. Spirit pills like the demon spirit pill were extremely important to the Zhou family's foundation establishment cultivators. Especially for Zhou Chun himself, once his 2 spirit pets broke through to the 2nd tier, his demand for these pills would be enormous. Therefore, supporting Zhou Chun's foundation establishment would be extremely beneficial to these Zhou family leaders. Zhou Chun probably also considered this, which was why he dared to directly ask the family's higher-ups for support. Then let's help him out. It'll be helping ourselves too. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he immediately set off for the cave dwelling of Elder Zhou Ming at the mountaintop to report the matter. Not long after, Zhou Chun descended the mountain and returned to Zhongping Hall. Zhou Ming also agreed to support Zhou Chun's foundation establishment. But not now. The Zhou family needed to bide their time for a while. Only after the patriarch Zhou Daoyi broke through to the late foundation establishment stage and his spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python, transformed into a dragon could they resume their high-profile activities without any worries. Therefore, Zhou Chun could only wait for now. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the silver lightning python Bai had been asleep for more than 3 months after consuming the dragon blood ginseng. On this day, Zhou Chun was working in Zhongping Hall. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and realized something. He hurriedly gave an instruction to the scribe inside and then rushed out of Zhongping Hall to return to his residence. When he entered his courtyard, he saw that the silver lightning python Bai had already woken up and was molting its scales. Since advancing to first-tier high-grade demonic beast and growing dragon-like scales, the silver lightning python hadn't shed its skin. However, this advancement to the 2nd tier meant it had officially reached adulthood, making molting inevitable. Its body rubbed against a metal stake, and its once incredibly hard dragon scales began to fall off piece by piece. These shed scales were dull in color and devoid of spiritual energy. Their essence had been absorbed by the newly formed scales before the molting process. Therefore, these scales and snakeskins, naturally shed during molting, had little value. The entire molting process lasted about an hour. Once the old skin and scales had fallen off, a completely new, silver-white silver lightning python appeared before Zhou Chun. At this moment, due to its recent breakthrough, wisps of silver-white lightning still danced across its body, resulting from its uncontrollable overflow of power. Zhou Chun knew from this that the silver lightning python still needed time to adapt to and control the power of a 2nd-tier demonic beast. After praising it a few times, he brought it a large amount of food to eat. Unlike human cultivators, demonic beasts grow larger with each breakthrough, so their food requirements are very high. Zhou Chun had already prepared food reserves for Bai's breakthrough. After it ate over 1,000 caddies of demonic beast meat in one go, filling its belly to around and full, Zhou Chun smiled and patted its head, letting it slowly adapt to its changing strength, before turning back to the Zhongping Hall to continue his work. 2 more months passed, and the silver lightning python Bai's condition finally stabilized. At this time, the silver lightning python was nearly 7 zang long, and in terms of size, it was no less than the Azure Cloud Python, which was a 2nd-tier mid-grade demonic beast. And its growth had not stopped, it would definitely grow even more. Along with its size, its strength naturally increased as well. Perhaps it was due to its powerful bloodline, or perhaps the 300-year-old dragon blood ginseng was particularly effective. This time, as soon as it broke through to the 2nd tier, the silver lightning python Bai had 3 of its original innate spells enhanced and advanced. One is Lightning Bolt, a talent spell that, after its enhancement, now grants each bolt of lightning spewed by the silver lightning serpent the destructive power of a 2nd-tier spell, and also incorporates the previously mastered Chain Lightning Bolt. Another is Heavenly Thunder Strike, a second-tier lightning spell enhanced from Lightning Strike, which can directly summon Heavenly Thunder to bombard powerful enemies. Its power is greater than Lightning Strike and requires no prior charging. A third is Floating Light Thunder Blast, a second-tier lightning spell enhanced from Thunderstorm. This spell is particularly powerful. The Silver Lightning Serpent can condense numerous lightning orbs that float around its body beforehand, then freely command one or more orbs to strike enemies. The exact number of lightning orbs it can condense depends on its control over the spell. Each additional orb requires it to expend mental energy to maintain its existence. Besides the 3 second-tier spells that were upgraded from the original innate spells, the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye also awakened a new second-tier innate spell, Lightning Flash, after this breakthrough. This is a stealth spell that allows the Silver Lightning Python to approach enemies at extremely high speeds or escape. The upgraded spell of this is the famous Thunder Escape technique. It can be said that after the upgrade, the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye's actual combat power has completely surpassed its master, Zhou Chun. Not to mention Zhou Chun, even the other early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family who have switched to other cultivation methods would be no match for the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye. It is likely that only those early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators who have cultivated combat techniques could barely fight the Silver Lightning Python one-on-one. This is the power of some powerful bloodline beasts. Once they reach a certain rank, they can become the strongest within that rank. However, their strength is also their weakness. While their bloodline grants them great power, it also limits their potential for advancement. After a mid-level demonic beast grows into a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, the difficulty of advancing to the third tier and becoming a high-grade demonic beast is many times greater than that of a low-level demonic beast evolving into a mid-level demonic beast. In the more than 1,700 years of the Zhou family's history, there are fewer than 20 demonic beasts that have truly evolved from mid-level to high-grade demonic beasts, making them extremely rare. Wow, Bye-Bye is strong. From now on, Master's safety will depend on you. On the training ground reserved for Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family, Zhou Chun, after personally testing the current strength of the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye, praised this spirit pet with a face full of surprise. Not only is its attack power powerful and its speed astonishing, but its defense is also extremely strong. At least the second-tier low-grade magic weapon used by Zhou Chun has difficulty penetrating the dragon-scale defense on its body. If the Silver Lightning Python were not still just a python with no dragon claws or horns, Zhou Chun would have suspected that it was a dragon. However, thinking of dragons, Zhou Chun couldn't help but look at the top of the Silver Lightning Python's head. At this moment, a slight bulge appeared on the top of the Silver Lightning Python's head, as if something was being nurtured within. So, should he try that secret technique now? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, somewhat eager to try. Several years had passed, and he had already successfully cultivated the ancestral revival secret technique he had chosen to practice. The Silver Lightning Python, Bye-Bye, had been personally hatched and raised by him, so naturally it wouldn't resist him using this technique. However, while the ancestral revival secret technique was incredibly powerful, its side effects were equally severe. A beast affected by the technique would struggle to recover to its full strength for at least 6 months, during which time its cultivation would essentially stagnate. Therefore, Zhou Chun was now somewhat undecided about whether to try it. Bye-Bye, do you want to try transforming into a dragon? Ultimately, Zhou Chun gave the choice to the Silver Lightning Python, Bye-Bye, asking for its opinion and informing it of the side effects. Hiss hiss. The Silver Lightning Python, Bye-Bye, nodded its head slightly, its eyes filled with excitement as it agreed, clearly not caring about the so-called side effects at all. As expected, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Seeing this, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated. Alright, let's give it a try. He nodded and immediately began casting a spell, using the secret technique Ancestral Revival, first update of the day. Striving to resume a stable update schedule tomorrow. Chapter 157 The Powerful Thunder Flood Dragon, a major face-slapping and car crash. A clear and resonant dragon's roar suddenly echoed within the Zhou family's mountain gate, instantly startling countless people and beasts. In the beast enclosure, many previously leisurely demonic beasts, upon hearing the roar, instantly cowered, trembling and collapsing to the ground, filled with genuine awe and fear. It was a fear originating from the depths of their blood, the fear of prey towards its hunter. These low-level demonic beasts were simply prey on the menus of higher-level demonic beasts. Many Zhou family cultivators, upon hearing the dragon's roar, also looked in astonishment towards the location of the family's foundation establishment cultivator's demonstration area. Could this dragon's roar be from the patriarch's azure cloud python? It could also be the vice patriarch's silver lightning python. Didn't it also advance to the second tier? That's not right. If it's a dragon's roar, how could it be produced by two demonic snakes? The Zhou family cultivators discussed this amongst themselves, feeling utterly astonished. Some cultivators without missions even prepared to go and investigate. The Zhou family elders, startled by the commotion, were also surprised and rushed out of their residences to the demonstration field to see what was happening. They were all in the know and understood the dragon's roar. However, this only fueled their curiosity about the immense power the silver lightning python, enhanced by the ancestral revival secret technique, could unleash. Even the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming at the top of Pagoda Peak secretly released his divine sense to observe the situation at the demonstration field. Zhou Chun, however, hadn't realized that his experiment with the ancestral revival technique within the family would cause such a stir. He was also stunned by the transformation of the silver lightning python. Bye-bye, whose dragon bloodline had been activated, now had silver dragon horns crackling with silver lightning, silver claws sprouting from its belly, and crackling silver lightning bolts all over its body, each bolt enough to easily kill a cultivator at the 12th level of the key refining stage. Its cultivation was still that of a second-tier low-grade demon beast, but its aura and actual power were far beyond what they had been before. Zhou Chun didn't even dare to test his skills against it himself as before, fearing he might be injured by his spirit pet if he wasn't careful. However, without a sparring partner, simply having Bye-Bye, now transformed into a thunder dragon, bombard the ground with spells wouldn't be enough to fully assess its true strength. So, he immediately decided to ride Bye-Bye to Flying Stone Peak to test his skills with a third elder, Zhou Chun. After all, the opportunity to use the ancestral revival secret technique was rare, and he didn't want to waste it. Fortunately, just as he reached the sky, he saw the third elder, Zhou Chun, and several other Zhou family elders rushing towards him. This delighted him, and he hurriedly called out to the fastest arriving third elder, Zhou Chun, "Third elder, you've come at the perfect time. I was just worried about not finding a sparring partner. You must help me." "Alright, that's exactly what I was thinking too," Zhou Chun, his eyes fixed on the thunder dragon in the sky, readily agreed. He made hand seals and cast a spell, first casting a protective spell on himself. Then summoning a ruler-shaped magic weapon and a bronze chime-shaped magic weapon that surrounded him. Then he nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "I'm ready. Let it attack." Boom. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Bye-Bye immediately raised its claw and swung it, lightning gathering within, instantly transforming into a ball of lightning that slammed towards Zhou Chun. Seeing that this was just a casual attack from Bye-Bye, Zhou Chun didn't take it too seriously and simply withstood it with his protective spell. The result, however, greatly surprised him. In the midst of the explosion, the yellow shield around him shook violently, as if it had been attacked by a cultivator of the same level. Impressive. This single attack is far stronger than the attack of an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He channeled his magic power, calming the shaking of the yellow shield, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he said to Zhou Chun, "Let it unleash some truly powerful moves. Go all out. I can handle it." "Alright, then third elder, please be careful." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately gave Bye-Bye the order not to hold back. Upon receiving this order, Bye-Bye indeed showed no mercy. With a roar, lightning flashed above Zhou Chun's head, and 3 silver lightning bolts as thick as an arm struck down instantly. This triple strike of heavenly thunder immediately caused Zhou Chun's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly activated a yellow glowing ruler magic weapon to strike the heavenly thunder, while simultaneously activating the power of the bronze chime bells, releasing rings of yellow light waves that rushed towards the lightning. However, the ruler magic weapon only dispersed the first bolt of heavenly thunder before being blasted away by the second. Although the subsequent yellow light waves dispersed the second bolt of heavenly thunder, the third bolt was too late to be weakened. Thus, Zhou Chun took a solid hit from the lightning. A burst of lightning erupted, instantly cracking the yellow light shield surrounding Zhou Chun, which seemed on the verge of shattering. Startled, He hastily channeled his magical power to stabilize it, ultimately only managing to prevent the shield from breaking thanks to his profound magical strength. Impressive. Truly impressive. This move is almost as powerful as a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator's killing move, Zhou Chun exclaimed again, marveling at the strength Bai Bai was displaying. He then said, use whatever other moves you have, as the elder wishes, Zhou Chun said, and Bai Bai immediately made its move. Lightning gathered on its single horn, and soon a lightning dragon composed entirely of silver lightning shot out, hurtling towards Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, Bai Bai's claws danced, condensing silver lightning orbs that swirled around its body. In a short while, 5 lightning orbs floated around it. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was still desperately resisting the lightning dragon's attack. Just as he barely weathered the impact of the lightning dragon's self-destruction, he saw Bai Bai, its body crackling with lightning, suddenly pounce on him with 5 lightning orbs, moving with lightning speed. Boom! With a series of deafening explosions, Zhou Chun was sent flying by Bai Bai's tail, coughing up blood. And this was only because Bai Bai had held back, otherwise, he would likely be dead beyond recognition. Cough cough, I was careless, on the ground, after Zhou Chun landed and regained his footing, looking at the bloodstains on his clothes, his face flushed red, and he could only utter careless to cover his embarrassment. Not only was he embarrassed, but Zhou Chun was also extremely awkward. This trial move seemed to have gone wrong. Zhou Chun's injuries were minor, the loss of face was the real issue. He had just been shouting I can handle it, but now he had been humiliated on the spot. Zhou Chun could easily imagine how embarrassed Zhou Chun was. Thankfully, no other clansmen witnessed this. Looking at the training ground where only a few elders were present, Zhou Chun could only feel fortunate amidst the misfortune. After a brief exchange of emotions, he hurriedly scolded Bai Bai, you're so disrespectful. How could you hit the 3rd elder so hard? Get down here and apologize to him. No need to apologize. What's the point? It didn't do anything wrong. I was just careless. Let's try again. Zhou Chun waved his hands frantically, his face flushed, clearly getting impatient. Compared to polite apology to save face, he obviously wanted to save face with his strength. Yes, he had been careless. He still had his trump card, his magical artifact, unused, and 2 spirit pets yet to be summoned. That wasn't his true strength, absolutely not. But Zhou Chun dared not continue. Zhou Chun hadn't used his full power, and neither had Bai Bai. Moreover, if the fight continued, neither side would be able to control their power, and if anyone got injured, it would be a disaster. Therefore, he decisively ordered Bai Bai to end his transformation prematurely. Then he exclaimed, oh dear, I'm afraid it's too late. Bai Bai's transformation time is almost up. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon horns and claws on Bai Bai's head vanished, and his aura plummeted, leaving him weak and listless. How are you? Seeing this, Zhou Jiak, and the others present all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, seeing someone get humiliated was certainly satisfying. However, the consequences couldn't be ignored. Zhou Chun was, after all, the 3rd elder of the family, ranking 3rd in both seniority and cultivation. He was known for his excellent character and had shown Zhou Chun great kindness. If such a respected elder were to lose face in front of them, even if he was magnanimous and didn't hold it against Zhou Chun, it would likely leave a lingering resentment, which would be extremely detrimental to his future cultivation. They certainly didn't want to see that happen. So this situation was undoubtedly the most suitable. Zhou Chun didn't need to ask the Silver Lightning Python to hold back, and Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't have any fighting spirit against the already weakened and listless Silver Lightning Python. It seems that the attack of that level just now also consumed a lot of its energy. This kind of secret technique that stimulates potential doesn't come without a price. The 2nd elder, Zhou Chun, suddenly spoke up, also helping Zhou Chun, who was still blushing and didn't know how to end the situation, to smooth things over and giving him a way out. That's true. The ancestral revival secret technique can only stimulate the bloodline potential of demonic beasts. The kind of indiscriminate bombardment it just did was extremely powerful, but it also consumed a lot of magic power. After all, it's still young and doesn't know how to restrain itself. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, his expression softening a bit, and also offered his comments. Then, waving to Zhou Chun, he said, alright, since the test has been done, take it back to rest. Don't let the child get hurt, Zhou Chun nodded quickly. Third elder is right. That concludes today's test. This junior will take bye-bye and leave. He then fled the scene with the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. That brat. Watching Zhou Chun's departing figure, Zhou Daoquan's beard twitched, his teeth itching. No matter what, he had completely lost face today. Thinking that he had been injured by a demonic snake that was only a dozen years old, Zhou Daoquan, who was renowned for his beast-taming skills, felt extremely frustrated. Where could he complain? He was truly suffering in silence. I'll go back to rest too. In the end, he had no desire to stay any longer and returned to Flying Stone Peak with a sullen face. Seeing that both parties had left, Zhou Chongshan suddenly turned to the other two elders and said, "This matter must be kept strictly confidential. No one else should know." "Yes, we understand." Zhou Jiaoru and Zhou Jiao hurriedly nodded in response, indicating they understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun returned to his residence and first carefully examined the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. After confirming that its weakness was indeed due to the after effects of the secret technique, he felt relieved and fed bye-bye some demon beast meat, then told it to rest and recover at home. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't truly blame his spirit pet for today's accident. After all, even bye-bye itself didn't know its own strength at the time. Of course, he couldn't blame Zhou Daoquan for being too weak either, as Zhou Daoquan had only meant well by looking after the younger generation and hadn't gone all out. It was simply that the accident happened too suddenly, and no one could react in time. The powerful strength displayed by the silver lightning python, bye-bye, after transforming into a thunder dragon through the ancestral revival technique, both surprised and delighted Zhou Chun. Without a doubt, the thunder flood dragon bye-bye at that time possessed the strength to directly confront a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and some weaker late-stage foundation establishment cultivators might not even be its match. Such formidable strength couldn't help but fill Zhou Chun with immense joy. And this was only the strength gained through the ancestral revival secret technique, stimulating its bloodline potential to transform into a dragon, not a true bloodline metamorphosis into a dragon. If it truly transformed into a thunder flood dragon, how strong would it be? Zhou Chun couldn't even imagine. Among the many types of dragons, the thunder flood dragon was already one of the strongest, a powerhouse even among dragons of the same level. I wonder if I could become as strong as bye-bye if I cultivated the golden cauldron profound technique. This thought suddenly surfaced in Zhou Chun's mind. While dragons and similar demonic beasts are naturally blessed with immense strength, it doesn't mean that cultivators of the same level have no chance of defeating them. Some cultivators who have mastered powerful top-tier techniques, along with powerful secret arts and multiple powerful magical artifacts, still have the opportunity to defeat dragons of the same level individually. However, cultivators like that are even rarer than dragons in the cultivation world. Zhou Chun was only thinking about it at the time. He didn't really think he could achieve that level. After all, the secret techniques he was currently cultivating were all for enhancing the strength of his spirit pets. A few days later, Zhou Chun personally went to Flying Stone Peak to apologize, and privately received a good scolding from Zhou Daoquan. He was scolded for his lack of martial ethics, for going all out without mentioning bye-bye's new ability beforehand. If he had been mentally prepared and known that bye-bye also had the lightning flash move, he would have been more cautious and wouldn't have been so careless as to let bye-bye approach with a ball of lightning. Of course, Zhou Chun was only there to be scolded and let him vent his anger. He could only remain silent and let Zhou Daoquan vent his anger. And it did work. After Zhou Daoquan scolded him thoroughly, the anger that had been building up inside him dissipated considerably. He then outlined plans for the continued development of the silver lightning python, bye-bye, including exploring more uses of its innate spells and how to further strengthen its bloodline. In this regard, Zhou Daoquan's experience far surpassed Zhou Chun's. Zhou Chun deeply admired Zhou Daoquan's noble character and held this family elder in even higher esteem. Second update delivered. Chapter 158 Dao Yi emerges from seclusion, Cloud Python transforms into dragon. Time passed, and soon the joint martial arts competition of the 5 major cultivation families was held at the Zhou family's mountain gate, 9 Peaks Ridge. Although it was a joint competition of the 5 major cultivation families, the Mu family of Beian Mountain, having suffered a great calamity, could only participate as a participant. To ensure the success of the event, the Zhou family invited many allied forces to attend. These included the Li family of alchemy and the Yu family of formations, with whom they had previously maintained good relations. As the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge had grown increasingly prominent, these two families had re-established their importance on their relationship with the Zhou family, and their interactions had gradually increased. This was mainly because the Qinglian temple was no longer as wary of these families, and even with their interactions, there was no longer any concern that they might reunite as a single force. Brother Chongshan, speaking of such a grand event today, why is Brother Daowei not here to preside? I haven't seen Brother Daowei for over 10 years, and I miss him dearly. The representative of the Yu family, an elder named Yu Jinfang, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, frowned slightly upon seeing that the person representing the Zhou family to preside over the event was none other than Zhou Chun, a young man he had never met before. He turned to Zhou Chongshan, the second elder of the Zhou family, and inquired about the whereabouts of the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Daowei. The patriarch is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the late-stage Foundation establishment, and therefore cannot preside over this grand event, Zhou Chongshan replied calmly. Then, he added firmly, moreover, Daowei is the next patriarch of our Zhou family, and we all feel it is very appropriate for him to preside over this event. He naturally sensed the disdain for Zhou Chun in Yu Jinfang's words, which was why he firmly defended Zhou Chun's position. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinfang paused slightly, then smiled faintly and remained silent. This attitude further displeased Zhou Chongshan. He was indeed a disciple of the Yu family cultivators, but that didn't mean he could stand by and watch them humiliate the Zhou family. Besides, the Zhou family had paid his tuition when he was learning, so he didn't owe the Yu family much. Young friend's Hengchen is quite remarkable. I've heard of him in the Li family as well. It's truly enviable that the Zhou family has such an outstanding junior. At this moment, Li Kengguang, a representative cultivator from the Li family, spoke up with a smile, easing the tension and helping Zhou Chongshan out of the predicament. Compared to the Yu family, the Li family had a deeper relationship and closer cooperation with the Zhou family. Therefore, the Li family cultivators were more knowledgeable about the current situation of the Zhou family. Li Kengguang had already heard that Zhou Chun, the vice patriarch, had been in charge of clan affairs for several years. Hearing Li Kengguang's praise, Zhou Chongshan's expression indeed improved considerably. He then smiled and nodded at Li Kengguang, saying, Zhengchen is indeed good, but compared to the geniuses of your Li family, Brother Li, he's nothing. I heard that your Li family had twin boys a few years ago, both brothers possessing top-grade spiritual roots. Such a thing is truly a once-in-a-millennium event. This made Li Kengguang laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this news to have reached your ears, Brother Chongshan. It seems those two lads have become famous even before they've completed their training. While twin brothers are few in number in the cultivation world, they are not uncommon. However, two brothers with top-grade spiritual roots is, as Zhou Chongshan said, extremely rare. Such a pair of brothers, born into a powerful cultivation family like the Li family, are destined for extraordinary achievements. Cultivators like Li Kengguang are naturally overjoyed to have such talented descendants in their family. Seeing that the topic had reached this point, Yu Jinfang couldn't help but interject. It's said that some people at Qinglian Temple, after hearing the news, want their brothers to join them. Brother Kengguang, will your ancestor agree to this? I don't know about that. How the ancestor acts is beyond my comprehension. Li Kengguang's eyes flashed, and he gently shook his head, remaining silent. Having been rebuffed, Yu Jinfeng's expression darkened, and he fell silent again. While these people chatted idly in the stands, the cultivators from several families on the arena were already engaged in fierce combat. The cultivators from the Wang, Sun, and He families participating this time were all very strong. Especially the He family of King's Mountain, perhaps dissatisfied with their performance in the last martial arts competition, were determined to get revenge this time. The He family's cultivators were full of fighting spirit and performed exceptionally well. When the top 10 contestants in the youth group appeared, the He family occupied 4 spots, the Wang family 2, the Sun family 3, and the Zhou family barely managed to secure 1. Meanwhile, in the elite group, the top 3 from the Zhou family's previous internal martial arts competition also successfully made it into the top 10, finally saving face for the host family. Seeing this, Wang Zhengchen, the head of the Wang family, couldn't help but smile at Zhou Chun. It's fortunate that fellow Taoist Zhou has successfully established his foundation. Otherwise, if fellow Taoist Zhou had participated in the elite group this time, I'm afraid the Zhou family would have taken up 40% of the top 10 spots. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fellow Taoist Wang, I don't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Then he shook his head and said, we were able to secure 3 spots in the elite group this time, but next time, without our old tricks, I'm afraid our Zhou family will be at the bottom. Fellow Taoist Zhou is too modest. We have all witnessed the changes in the Zhou family over the past 10 years. As expected of a 1,000-year-old family, its foundation is indeed far beyond what we small families can compare to. Sun Hongping, the head of the Sun family, also chimed in at this time, his words full of emotion. The Sun family and the Zhou family lived closest to each other, so Sun Hongping was more aware than the other clan leaders of how much the Zhou family had changed. He used to think the Sun family might not be inferior to the fallen Zhou family. But after witnessing the Zhou family's transformation over the past decade, he had to admit that the Sun family was indeed far inferior to the Zhou family in every aspect. This feeling wasn't unique to Sun Hongping. The He family patriarch and Wang Zixin shared the same sentiment. Mu Yunshan, the head of the Mu family, then spoke up, fellow Taoist Sun is right. In terms of foundation and strength, the Zhou family is indeed far superior to ours. Forming an alliance with the Zhou family was the most correct choice our family made back then. The Mu family was now deeply indebted to the Zhou family, so he naturally didn't hesitate to cheer for them on at this occasion. Fellow Taoist Mu is right. Forming an alliance with the Zhou family was indeed the right thing we did back then. Wang Zixin glanced at Mu Yunshan and smiled, offering his support. The Zhou family's rise to power seems unstoppable. Whether these other families are envious or jealous, they will definitely want to deepen their ties with the Zhou family. Fellow Taoists, you flatter us. We have always been very grateful for the recognition and acceptance we received from your families. We have always remembered your help over the years. From now on, our families must help each other and advance and retreat together. Zhou Chun cupped his hands and responded with a smile. Obviously, his response pleased Wang Zixin and the others, and their faces showed satisfied smiles. In the competition for the top 3, the Zhou family voluntarily withdrew from the youth group, while the 3 members of the elite group tried their best to compete. However, in the end, Zhou's Hengaiong was still unfortunately defeated by the cultivator from the Sun family. His cultivation was ultimately 1 level lower than his opponent's, and his opponent seemed to have been stuck at the 12th level of key refining for many years. His spells were very proficient, and he had even mastered a secret technique whose power was no less than that of the Xinjin sword key. Even though he had refined the green bronze cauldron and crimson bronze ball magic artifacts given to him by Zhou Chun, he was still defeated by the opponent's secret technique. The previous year's elite group winner, the Wang family, offered a foundation establishment pill as a reward. However, that was because they were confident of victory, and thus offered this as a reward to save face for their family head. This time, the Zhou family didn't have such a sure-win situation, nor could they offer such a precious item as a foundation establishment pill. Therefore, the reward for the elite group winner was replaced with a second-tier low-grade magic artifact. As compensation, the Zhou family offered a considerable amount of their reserves of demon beast eggs and cubs as rewards for the later cultivators. In short, although the Zhou family gained a lot of face this time, they also paid a considerable price. But this was a necessary price to pay, because the Zhou family could also take their gifts for free when other families held events next time. After the event, Zhou Chun led the Zhou family elders to personally see all the attending cultivators off at the mountain gate. After seeing off all the guests, several high-ranking members of the Zhou family gathered together to discuss the results of the event. Zhou Chun spoke first. Although we didn't win first place this time, our Zhou family has at least saved face and avoided a major embarrassment. Moreover, after this event, our Zhou family has truly united with the other families. At least from now on, they won't treat us as outsiders anymore. Zhou Chongshan nodded in agreement. Zhang Chun is right. Although this event cost the family a considerable amount of money, it also demonstrated the family's influence. At least the Li and Yu families will know through this event that although our Zhou family is currently weaker, we're not doing much worse off than them. As soon as he finished speaking, the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, wholeheartedly agreed, saying, the second elder is right. While the Li and Yu families are powerful, they are essentially isolated by the local forces. Right now, they can live off their past achievements and it's not a problem, but if they haven't integrated into the Jing Kingdom by 100 years, it won't be so easy for them to support their large families after they've exhausted their resources. The greater the power, the more resources it needs to occupy to sustain itself. However, The Li, Yu, and Zhou families are all outsiders. Having even a piece of land to settle down is already a great achievement, expanding their territory is simply impossible. And if they can't expand their territory, occupy resource points like mines and spiritual mountains, and can't open markets to collect rent, large families like the Li and Yu families, with hundreds of cultivators, will face a very difficult situation. After all, the more people there are, and the higher their cultivation levels, the more resources are needed to support them. Relying solely on the Li family's alchemy skills and the Yu family's array formation skills is simply unrealistic to support such a large family. However, because of their sheer size, other local cultivation families in Lanzhou neither dare nor are qualified to form alliances with them for in-depth cooperation and exchange. Thus, if they can't absorb resources from local cultivation families, their family finances will be insufficient, and their resources will soon be depleted. At that point, the massive Li and Yu families may very well split into several smaller families, each seeking their own path. This is almost an obvious, open conspiracy, which many people can see. Therefore, Zhou Chun said with a hint of schadenfreude, the Li family and the Yu family are like this, and so are those guys from the Spirit Beast Manor. They might even be worse off than those two families, in my opinion. If the Dragon Transformation Sect doesn't take any bigger actions, that's fine. But if they do, as long as the Azure Lotus Temple offers some incentives, these families will likely be forced to become cannon fodder. Even their Golden Core stage ancestors will have to go to the front lines. He had connections with many cultivators from the three families, so he shouldn't be acting this way. However, in recent years, when the Zhou family had fallen on hard times and faced danger, the other families disregarded past relationships and never offered assistance. Moreover, now the cultivators from the two other families seem to have developed a superior attitude towards the Zhou family, feeling that the Zhou family was no longer worthy of being compared to them. This infuriated him. Therefore, his current schadenfreude was not surprising. Let's leave the Li and Yu families alone. If they want to maintain the relationship, fine. If not, we don't need to beg them. It'll make it seem like our Zhou family can't survive without them. Zhou Chun also harbored little goodwill towards these two families, who had once been close allies, and didn't want to discuss their affairs further. As for the Spirit Beast Manor, he considered it a hostile force, something the Zhou family would definitely target if given the chance in the future. There was no need to discuss it now. After briefly sharing the family's recent financial situation and population changes, Zhou Chun dismissed the elders. Half a year later, Zhou Daoyi, who had been in seclusion for several years, finally emerged from his late foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, clan chief, on your great advancement. Our Zhou family has gained another late foundation establishment cultivator. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Chun, seeing Zhou Daoyi's successful emergence, immediately bowed and offered his congratulations. It was nothing to be surprised about. There's nothing to congratulate. Zhou Daoyi waved his hand, then looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "It seems quite a few things have happened in the family during my years of seclusion. Some things have happened, but none of them are major events, not worth disturbing you, clan chief." Zhou Chun then briefly explained the various events that had occurred in the past few years. Finally, looking at Zhou Daoyi with anticipation, he asked, "Now that you've broken through, clan chief, when will there be a result regarding the Azure Cloud Python's transformation into a dragon? 2 years ago, I gave kicking that Azure Dragon's inner core to consume. It's still dormant, digesting the power of the inner core. It might take another year or two before there's a result." After Zhou Daoyi finished speaking, he suddenly moved his divine sense and said to Zhou Chun, "The Supreme Elder has summoned me, so I won't chat with you any longer. We'll talk when I return." First update of the day. Chapter 159, A Solo Journey, Seeking Medicine from Wood and Stone. Zhou Daoyi's successful breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage was news that needed no concealment. Soon, all cultivators in the Zhou family learned of this good news. All members of the Zhou family were genuinely happy for him. But the happiest people were undoubtedly Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi. For Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoyi's breakthrough meant he could confidently switch to cultivating the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. For Zhou Daoyi's breakthrough meant he could also confidently leave the family to travel far and wide, seeking opportunities to open his purple mansion. Therefore, shortly after Zhou Daoyi emerged from seclusion, Zhou Chun asked him to resume managing family affairs, while he himself prepared to go out to find materials to refine the golden spirit key regulating powder. This kind of pill was extremely rare, and it was unrealistic to obtain it through buying or trading. However, without it, the first stage of the Golden Cauldron profound art would become incredibly difficult. Therefore, Zhou Chun absolutely had to obtain it. Now, through various channels, he has gathered all the other auxiliary ingredients for refining this item. Only 2 crucial main ingredients are needed before he can have someone start the furnace for alchemy. The cultivation world is fraught with danger. Although your silver lightning python has advanced to the 2nd rank, you must still be cautious when venturing out alone. Remember the lesson learned from the last pale exchange? Before Zhou Chun left, Zhou Daowei gave him a series of earnest instructions, urging him to be extra careful. Foundation establishment cultivators in the cultivation world, while possessing the initial strength to travel alone, are not entirely without danger. Especially for cultivators like Zhou Chun who venture out alone to find certain materials, this makes them easy targets. And if he is ambushed while alone in a foreign land, his family will be powerless to avenge him, and might not even know who ambushed him. Therefore, Zhou Daowei could only advise him to act cautiously and not easily reveal his wealth or trump cards. This junior will certainly remember the clan leader's instructions. Zhou Chun nodded earnestly, then left the clan alone. His destination was Kangzhou in Jingguo, thousands of miles away, the territory of the powerful Yan'ang sect. The 2 main ingredients for refining the golden spirit key regulating powder were more abundant there. After leaving Jilfang Ridge, he immediately took to the air, heading towards Kangzhou. This was Zhou Daowei's advice, not to easily reveal his possession of a 2nd-tier flying artifact or the existence of a 2nd-tier silver lightning python. This way, powerful, malicious cultivators wouldn't bother with him, and weaker individuals who attacked him would be easily killed. However, flying with ki was not only slow but also consumed a lot of mana. Generally, early Foundation establishment cultivators would need to find a place to recover their mana after flying less than 1,000 miles to conserve enough for combat. But for Zhou Chun, this was not a problem at all. He didn't need to detour to find places to recover mana along the way, he could simply fly in a straight line. When his magical power became too depleted, he would simply find a secluded mountain forest to meditate and recover. This way, he avoided markets and cultivator settlements, thus reducing the risk of being targeted. In just over 3 days, he arrived in Kangzhou. Kangzhou was located in the midwestern part of Jing Kingdom, bordering Yanzhou, the location of the Yan'ang sect. This state was mountainous, rich in mineral resources, and offered a better cultivation environment than Lanzhou, making it more prosperous overall. However, the situation in the state was also complex. Although the Yan'ang sect was the nominal ruler, the Moonwheel sect and the Green Lotus Temple had also intervened and supported various forces due to Kangzhou's abundant mineral resources. In the past, every few years, a reshuffling of small forces would occur here, and apart from a few deeply rooted families, few local cultivation families could survive long-term. Especially when new mineral veins were discovered, major battles would often erupt over them. Zhou Chun knew the situation here was complex before he arrived, so he didn't use the Zhou family name after arriving in Kangzhou. However, he also didn't use his identity as a role cultivator this time, but instead impersonated a member of a cultivation family in Yanzhou who had relocated their family's mountain gate due to the invasion of the Dragon Transformation sect. After all, a rogue Foundation establishment cultivator of his age was extremely rare, if not unique, and using this identity would be too conspicuous. Using the identity of a family cultivator, while also relatively uncommon, would seem much more normal. And since Kangzhou and Yanzhou are thousands of miles apart, unless he happened to encounter someone familiar with Yanzhou, his identity wouldn't be easily exposed. After searching and inquiring within Kangzhou, he easily entered Jingquan Market, the largest market in Kangzhou. Compared to Honggaya Market and Dongling Market, which Zhou Chun had visited before, Jingquan Market was much larger, with more shops and a significantly higher flow of cultivators. Moreover, Zhou Chun also noticed that there were quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators coming and going here. When he was in Honggaya Market, he could walk around the streets and hardly see a single Foundation establishment cultivator. But after walking around Jingquan Market, he saw 3 Foundation establishment cultivators passing by. Clearly, the fact that so many Foundation establishment cultivators were attracted meant that the shops in Jingquan Market could find what they needed. This made Zhou Chun more expectant. After some investigation, he entered a shop called Mushizhai in the market. This Mushizhai was a general store, selling spiritual herbs, spirit gold ores, etc., but the prices were slightly higher than the market price. After entering, Zhou Chun saw the shopkeeper making a transaction with a customer. When he saw him enter, although the shopkeeper was only at the key refining stage, he did not immediately neglect the previous customer because he was a foundation establishment cultivator. Instead, he bowed apologetically to him, saying, "Senior, please wait a moment. I will entertain you after I finish my transaction with this fellow Taoist." Perhaps it was this attitude that greatly satisfied the key refining stage customer. He quickly and readily paid the spirit coins and left the shop with his purchases. At this moment, the shopkeeper, whose hair was already gray, stepped forward apologetically to Zhou Chun, saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Senior, it's alright. Everything is about first come, first served." The shopkeeper did nothing wrong. Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating that it was no problem. Then he looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "Does your shop have golden bamboo roots that are over 500 years old and top-grade golden rat gallbladders for sale?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Senior, we have both of these spiritual items, but their age and quality do not meet your requirements." Zhou Chun had already expected this answer. After all, the roots of golden bamboo over 500 years old, besides being used to refine the golden spirit key regulating powder, can also be used to refine some higher-grade pills. How could they be bought in ordinary shops? And the gallbladder of a superior-grade golden eating rat needs to be extracted alive from a first-tier superior-grade demonic beast, the golden eating rat. Generally, such a first-tier superior-grade golden eating rat is the king of a troop. Capturing it alive to extract its gallbladder is extremely difficult. Therefore, he didn't show any disappointment at this moment, but continued to look at the shopkeeper and said, "I've heard that your shop offers a reward for finding lost items. If I'm willing to pay half the market price for these two items, what do you think?" Shopkeeper, offering rewards for finding lost items is a special service offered by some market shops. Generally, only shops with extensive connections offer this service. They will ask customers to add a certain amount to the reward based on the value of the spiritual item they are seeking, and then use their powerful connections to collect the relevant spiritual item for the customer. Zhou Chun had only come here to inquire because he had heard that wood and stone shop offered this service. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly replied, "Our shop does indeed offer reward-based lost item services, but if you wish to do so, Senior, it's beyond my authority, then please have someone who can make the decision come over." Zhou Chun waved his hand, signaling him to fetch someone. The shopkeeper bowed slightly and said, "Please come back this evening, Senior. Our head manager should be here by then." "Alright, I'll come this evening," Zhou Chun said, staring at the shopkeeper for a moment before finally nodding and leaving the shop. After he left, the shopkeeper quickly closed the door and went to the back courtyard. A short while later, he returned to the front hall and reopened the doors to resume business. That evening, Zhou Chun arrived at Mushizhai as scheduled. Upon his arrival, the shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, saying, "This junior greets senior. The head manager of this shop is already waiting in the backyard. This junior will take you there to meet him." He then led Zhou Chun to guest hall in the backyard before returning to the front hall. Zhou Chun entered the hall, which had an open door, and saw a middle-aged woman with mint foundation establishment cultivation sitting inside, brewing tea. Seeing him enter, she rose to greet him. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhang. My name is Luo Qingyi, and I am currently the manager of this Mushizhai." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Luo. My name is Zhang Zishan, and I come from Yunzhao," Zhou Chun replied, bowing and introducing himself by his alias. Hearing this, the woman named Luo Qingyi simply smiled, her expression unreadable. She then slightly raised her hand, gesturing for him to sit, and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please have a seat and a cup of tea before we talk." She then poured a cup of tea from the steaming teapot and handed it to Zhou Chun. "Thank you for the tea, fellow Taoist Luo," Zhou Chun said, but only briefly smelled the tea before placing it on the table. Being out and about, he naturally wouldn't dare actually drink tea or wine offered by a stranger. This gesture was enough to show respect. Luo Qingyi, seeing this, didn't show any displeasure. She simply took a sip of the hot tea and then looked at Zhou Chun, asking, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, have you come all the way from Yunzhao just to purchase two spiritual herbs?" "Yes, after much inquiry, I learned that only in Kangzhou Jingguo is there a chance to find golden leaf bamboo roots over 500 years old and top-grade golden-eating rat gallbladders. Zhou Chun nodded, admitting it without hesitation. This wasn't something that needed to be kept secret, there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Seeing this, Luo Qingyi immediately continued, golden leaf bamboo grass over 500 years old is extremely rare, and wild varieties are almost non-existent. It can only be found in the medicinal gardens of various families, although our shop knows which forces possess this spiritual herb. If fellow Taoist Zhang wishes to purchase it with spirit coins, I'm afraid no one will be willing to sell it to you. As for the superior grade golden-eating rat gallbladder, this item is difficult to preserve for long periods and is also hard to obtain. Our shop cannot find it for you in the short term. We can only provide you with information on several wild golden-eating rat colonies. See if you can collect the medicine yourself. After saying this, she picked up her tea and took small sips, awaiting Zhou Chun's reply. Zhou Chun, after hearing her words, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After some time, Zhou Chun looked at Luo Qingyi and said, when I left home, I only brought spirit coins to buy spiritual herbs. Is it not acceptable to buy golden leaf bamboo root at twice the market price? Luo Qingyi shook her head and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Zhang is also a member of a family cultivator. You should know how difficult it is to find such aged spiritual herbs. Unless there's an urgent need for money, which family would exchange such herbs for spirit coins, let alone twice the market price, even 3 times the market price? No family would be willing to sell. Zhou Chun understood this perfectly well. But after suffering a great loss at Master Jiang's place last time, how could he dare to easily reveal any rare items now, especially in a place like Wood and Stone Pavilion? He could only sigh helplessly. Alice, I understand what fellow Taoist Luo has said. Then please tell me which families possess golden leaf bamboo roots. After returning to my family, I will have my elders bring something of equal value to exchange. He then clasped his hands in a fist salute, adding, also, please tell me the location of those gold-eating rats. I will go with my elders to retrieve the medicine. That's easy. For just providing information, fellow Taoist Zhang only needs to offer 500 spirit coins. Luo Qingyi narrowed her eyes and smiled as she quoted the price. It has to be said, her price was extremely high. 500 spirit coins were enough to buy a 500-year-old golden leaf bamboo grass. Of course, that was the kind of wild spiritual herb bought from a rogue cultivator. But Zhou Chun knew he had no choice but to pay that price. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of 500 spirit coins. Of course, here are 500 spirit coins. Fellow Taoist Luo, please accept them. He readily pulled out a large money bag, counted out 500 spirit coins, and placed them on the table. Then please wait a moment, fellow Taoist Zhang. I will record the information you requested into a jade slip for you. Luo Qingyi, with a smile on her face, scanned the number of spirit coins on the table with her divine sense, then immediately took out a jade slip, recorded the relevant information, and handed it to Zhou Chun along with a map of Kangzhou. Zhou Chun, having received the items, didn't want to stay a moment longer and immediately clasped his hands in a salute, saying, thank you for your hospitality, fellow Taoist Luo. I will take my leave now, fellow Taoist Zhang. Please take care. I won't see you off, Luo Qingyi said, watching Zhou Chun leave the room. Then, looking at the 500 spirit coins on the table, she immediately put them into her storage bag with a smile. This is the advantage of doing bounty hunting business. Often, you don't even need to actually help exchange items, just provide a piece of information. The prerequisite is that you must have a sufficiently wide network of connections and a powerful background. Well, if any of them actually make a deal with someone, let's give them 100 spirit coins. That way, it won't be said that our Wood and Stone Pavilion only takes in and doesn't give out. Second update. Chapter 160 Rat Extermination Master. Bye-bye, everything is ready. After leaving Mu Shizhai, Zhou Chun didn't immediately leave Jinquan Market. Instead, he persistently inquired about the 2 medicinal herbs at other pharmacies and general stores. However, aside from learning at one pharmacy that he could exchange a medicinal herb of equal age for golden leaf bamboo grass, he found nothing else. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily leave Jinquan Market and, referring to the map, head to the locations of the gold-eating rats given to him by Luo Qingyi, intending to obtain the high-grade gold-eating rat gallbladder as the medicinal herb. Gold-eating rats are low-level demonic beasts that enjoy nibbling on various spiritual ores and metals. Therefore, places where these beasts congregate must contain mineral veins. The locations of the gold-eating rats given by Luo Qingyi were near several spiritual mines within Kangzhou. These beasts are deeply hated by the owners of spiritual mines. They burrow throughout the mines to steal spiritual gold ore and attack mining cultivators. Therefore, the owners of spiritual mines frequently issue missions to eradicate these beasts. However, the gold-eating rats are incredibly skilled at digging, and their nests are often hundreds of feet underground, waterproof, fireproof, and smokeproof, making them difficult for many Foundation establishment cultivators to deal with. Zhou Chun, however, paid no attention to these ground rats. His silver lightning python was their natural enemy. As long as he found the passage to the nest and released the python, he could wipe out the entire burrow. Therefore, instead of sneaking around catching rats, he openly went to a spirit gold mine and accepted a task to clear out the rat nests. The reward for this task was quite substantial: 1 spirit coin for each ordinary gold-eating rat carcass, and 2 more for handing over the carcasses to the mine, totaling 3 spirit coins. After accepting the task, Zhou Chun left the mine under the expectant gaze of the Foundation establishment cultivators guarding it, and began scouting the locations of several gold-eating rat nests he had suspected. Upon reaching the vicinity, Zhou Chun left behind specially prepared bait to lure the gold-eating rats. He concealed himself, using his divine sense to monitor the bait. Within half a day, he discovered 2 gold-eating rats emerging from their burrows and carrying away the food. However, these 2 rats were only the size of ordinary house cats, and the burrows they dug were too large for the current silver lightning python. Bye-bye. Therefore, Zhou Chun needed to find the main passage leading to the rat's nest. Such main passages, designed to accommodate the larger rat king, would be wider than other underground rat tunnels, and Bye-bye's current size should allow for a barely passable passage. So, Zhou Chun continued scattering bait, using the timing and number of gold-eating rat appearances to determine the approximate location of their nest. After about 3 days, he had surveyed all the locations assigned to him by the mine and finally pinpointed one location, a stone mountain about 20 miles from the mine's location. The rat's nest was likely located deep underground beneath the mountain. Because the gold-eating rats were rampant, the area around the stone mountain was riddled with rat holes, and even ordinary wild animals dared not approach. Zhou Chun patiently searched the area around the stone mountain for the main rat hole leading to the rat's nest. He knew that although the gold-eating rats were underground burrowing beasts, they would occasionally come to the surface to enjoy the sunlight and forage for food, and the Rat King would have the same need. Therefore, the numerous rat holes of all sizes in the mountain must be the main path leading to the rat's nest. After searching for 2 more days, he finally found his target. Halfway up the stone mountain, under a large rock, a rat hole more than a foot wide extended diagonally downwards, leading to the rat's nest, whose location was unknown. Looking at the rat hole in front of him, Zhou Chun reached out and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the silver lightning python Bye-bye. Then he gently stroked the silver python's head and whispered, "Bye-bye, it's up to you. Remember to capture the Rat King alive and bring him up. A dead one is useless." Hiss. The silver python hissed a few times, indicating it understood, and then darted into the rat hole. As Bye-bye disappeared into the rat hole, the mental connection between Zhou Chun and it began to weaken, until he could only vaguely sense its presence, unable to communicate further. Deep underground, the silver lightning python Bye-bye meandered down the rat hole, quickly reaching the vicinity of the rat nest. The arrival of its natural enemy terrified the gold-eating rats guarding the nest, who shrieked warnings and turned to run. Inside the nest, the gold-eating rat king, who had been sleeping soundly with a female rat in its arms, instantly woke up after the warnings, a look of panic flashing in its eyes. Squeak. It squeaked, calling for the gold-eating rat still inside to come and protect it. In the past, cultivators who tamed snake-like demonic beasts had accepted rat extermination missions to wipe out the gold-eating rats. However, even a first-tier high-grade demonic snake, if it ventured alone into the rat's nest, would be bitten or killed by a large number of gold-eating rats, making it impossible to truly eradicate these pests. Therefore, although the Rat King was somewhat panicked at this moment, it did not immediately abandon the nest and flee. After all, besides the adult gold-eating rats, there were still many baby rats that had not yet left the nest. If it abandoned the nest and fled, these baby rats would all perish. However, it never expected that the demonic snake that had invaded the rat's nest this time was not a first-tier demonic beast, but a second-tier demonic beast. When the figure of the silver lightning python appeared in the rat's nest, the Rat King's body trembled instantly, and its eyes instantly revealed extreme terror. It turned around and tried to escape. But it saw the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, and Bye-bye naturally saw it as well. Bye-bye would not let this Rat King, which Zhou Chun had specifically instructed to capture alive, escape. Immediately, a bolt of lightning shot from its mouth, striking the Rat King. To avoid instantly killing the Rat King, it had deliberately weakened the lightning's power, reducing it to about 10%. Even so, the Rat King, struck by the lightning, instantly collapsed to the ground, its fur standing on end and emitting blue smoke. This caused an uproar among the other gold-eating rats. Unable to withstand even the Rat King's attack, they no longer dared to attack the silver lightning python, which emanated a second-tier aura, and scattered in all directions to flee. But the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, wouldn't let these delicious prey escape. It immediately unleashed a barrage of lightning, instantly electrocuting a large number of gold-eating rats. Soon, the rat nest was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. The silver lightning python, Bye-bye, looked at the roasted meat scattered on the ground but didn't rush to eat it. Instead, it checked on the Rat King's condition. Finding that the Rat King was only unconscious, it swam confidently to the nest of the baby rats and began to eat them. After devouring dozens of baby rats in one go, it looked at its slightly swollen belly and continued eating the dead rats. When it was about 6/10 full, it stopped eating, then snatched the Rat King in its mouth and turned back the way it came. Not long after, Zhou Chun, who was waiting on the mountain, saw it emerge from the rat hole carrying the Rat King. Well done. Seeing the Rat King that Bye-bye had vomited up on the ground, Zhou Chun's face instantly lit up with a happy smile. Then, without rushing to kill the Rat King, he directly took it to the mine. Fellow Taoist Hu, you see, this Rat King has been captured by me. Can I consider the task of destroying the rat nest complete? Outside the mine, Zhou Chun placed the unconscious Rat King in front of the local cultivator and began to explain the task of destroying the rat nest. He learned from Bye-bye that the rat nest contained dozens of corpses of gold-eating rats. It could be said that, apart from the gold-eating rats that had gone out to forage, he had destroyed most of the rat nest. Moreover, without the Rat King's leadership, these gold-eating rats can only regain their power when a new Rat King is born. At this moment, the Foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Hu, who was guarding the mine, was also startled to see the Rat King thrown out by Zhou Chun. After carefully examining it, he exclaimed in surprise, "It really is the Rat King." Then, looking intently at Zhou Chun, he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you truly have remarkable skills. Could you tell me how you did it?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, this matter involves my own secrets, so it's inconvenient to disclose it to fellow Taoist Hu." After saying that, he said confidently, "I can guarantee that most of the gold-eating rats in the rat nest have been eliminated, and their corpses are still inside the rat nest. Fellow Taoist Hu can arrange for someone to go and excavate the mountain to collect evidence at any time." Seeing that he said this, the cultivator surnamed Hu did not press for details, but simply replied in a deep voice, "Why excavate the mountain to collect evidence? We also have people in our mine who have trained demonic beasts to enter the rat nest for verification. Since fellow Taoist Zhang is so confident, I will take some people and go with you." "That would be even better," Zhou Chun responded and led the cultivator surnamed Hu and a key refining stage cultivator towards the stone mountain. Then, right outside the rat hole where the silver lightning python had entered, the key refining stage cultivator brought by the Hu surnamed cultivator released a flame rat beast inside. At first, because the aura of the silver lightning python still lingered in the hole, the flame rat beast stubbornly refused to go in. Later, only after its master forcibly urged it did it shakily crawl inside. Not long after, the flame rat beast emerged from the rat hole, squeaking as it recounted its experiences to its master. Upon learning that the rat nest was indeed filled with the corpses of gold-eating rats, the Hu surnamed cultivator instantly believed Zhou Chun's words. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I can conclude that you have completed the task of destroying the rat's nest. However, you must leave the Rat King's corpse with me to report to my family. Moreover, because the corpses of the gold-eating rats inside are difficult to bring out, I can only offer you a basic reward of 300 spirit coins. That's acceptable." "Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist Hu." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately took the unconscious Rat King to the side. He dissected the king's abdomen and extracted a black rat gallbladder the size of a thumb. He then processed the fresh gallbladder and put it into a jade box, handing the rat king's corpse to the cultivator surnamed Hu. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Hu readily agreed and immediately took out spirit coins from his storage bag and handed them to Zhou Chun, saying, "Here are 300 spirit coins, fellow Taoist Zhang, please keep them safe, fellow Taoist Hu is very generous. Then I will take my leave." Zhou Chun accepted the spirit coins, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to the cultivator surnamed Hu, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the cultivator surnamed Hu suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, could you leave your contact information? Perhaps I'll need your help someday." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately understood his meaning. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, "Then fellow Taoist who can send someone to the spirit beast shop in Hongai Market, Lanzhou, to deliver the letter. The shopkeeper there will naturally forward it to me." The spirit beast shop in Hongai Market. The cultivator surnamed Hu glanced thoughtfully at the spirit beast pouch at Zhou Chun's waist, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll remember, then, farewell, farewell." The two exchanged greetings, and then, under the watchful gaze of the cultivator surnamed Hu, Zhou Chun took to the air and left the stone mountain. Only after watching Zhou Chun depart did the cultivator surnamed Hu wave his hand and say, "Let's go too. When we get back, we'll have people come and dig a tunnel. We can't let the corpses of the gold-eating rats and the spirit gold ore they stole go to waste. Digging a tunnel 100 feet underground, without worrying about disturbing the gold-eating rats and causing them to move, isn't too difficult for cultivators." Meanwhile, after leaving the stone mountain, Zhou Chun returned directly to his family. He couldn't go alone to exchange for the golden leaf bamboo root. He might not be able to leave Kangzhou alive. So he planned to ask the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, to bring the supreme elder's fire god Jekyll. That way, if anyone dared to attack them for a 500-year-old golden leaf bamboo grass, they wouldn't be so ruthless. Half a month later, Zhou Chun, accompanied by the third elder Zhou Daoquan, returned to Kangzhou and successfully exchanged a 500-year-old spirit ginseng for the golden leaf bamboo grass from a purple mansion family in Kangzhou. Compared to the rare golden leaf bamboo root, the versatile 500-year-old spirit ginseng is undoubtedly more valuable. The 500-year-old spirit ginseng Zhou Chun used in this exchange was obtained from the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, in exchange for the remaining 1.4 taels of fragrant musk. The Wang family also profited handsomely from this transaction. So, in the end, neither of the two families who traded with Zhou Chun lost out, only he himself had to pay a price for this essential item. Perhaps due to the deterrent effect of Zhou Daoquan's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, Zhou Chun and his companions encountered no attacks after the transaction. With the two main ingredients for refining the golden spirit key regulating powder in hand, Zhou Chun quickly asked his clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, to take the formula to the Li family of alchemists, requesting their master alchemist to personally refine the medicine. Since the Zhou family provided the formula, the Li family's master alchemist readily accepted the task without charging a penny. Less than half a month later, the refined golden spirit key regulating powder was in Zhou Chun's hands. At this point, all the preparations he needed to switch to cultivating the golden cauldron profound technique were complete. He only needed to wait for clan chief Zhou Daoyi's spirit pet, the azure cloud python, to successfully transform into a dragon before he could go into seclusion to cultivate this top-tier technique. First update of the day. Next, a rather crucial plot point will unfold, not referring to the dragon transformation, but rather to a foreshadowing element laid earlier. Chapter 161 Turning Point, Flood Dragon emerges. Lanzhou, Bian Marsh. It was that deserted island again, and Zhou Ming was once more waiting for the dragon transformation sect to arrive for their transaction. Now, after several transactions, he wasn't as apprehensive as before. Especially with the imminent outcome of Zhou Daoyi's azure cloud python transforming into a flood dragon, his confidence had grown stronger. However, what slightly changed Zhou Ming's expression was that the dragon transformation sect cultivator who came to trade with him this time was no longer the middle-aged woman Lin Yan, with whom he had dealt several times before, but an old man in red. What's going on over there? Why did you suddenly change people without any prior notice? Do you even respect me? On the island, Zhou Ming appeared, glaring at the old man in red and issuing a stern rebuke, his mood extremely displeased. Faced with his reprimand, the red-robed elder hurriedly bowed and explained, "Senior, please forgive me. Instructor Lin was injured recently and is unable to carry out this mission. Therefore, the protector had no choice but to temporarily send me to perform the task. He then added in a low voice, furthermore, the protector specifically instructed me to convey a message to you. She will personally come here to meet you next time. I hope the goods you prepare next time will be of even better quality. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's expression changed drastically, and he angrily exclaimed, "What does she mean? What exactly does she want to do? Didn't we agree that she wouldn't personally come?" Seeing his anger, the red-robed elder was also puzzled. He didn't understand why he was so angry about Lin Hongayu's intention to come personally, given that they were engaged in such a secret deal. Despite his confusion, the red-robed elder still looked apprehensive and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "This junior didn't know. I was merely relaying a message for the Dharma Protector. Please forgive me, Senior, HMPH, then next time we meet, I will personally discuss this matter with her." Zhou Ming snorted coldly, his anger still simmering as he took the items from the red-robed elder and left the island. Back at his family, he specifically summoned Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun to his cave dwelling to discuss this unexpected event. "You two, tell me, what is she planning with this sudden change?" In the cave dwelling, Zhou Ming recounted the entire transaction in one breath, then looked at Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun and asked for their opinions. Hearing this, the two exchanged silent glances, their brows furrowed in deep thought. After a long while, Zhou Daoyi slowly spoke, "Although that witch has a violent temper, we shouldn't underestimate her intelligence. The fact that she sent word about this a year in advance suggests she might need the help of our Zhou family to do something big." He then asked himself, seemingly puzzled, "But what big thing can our Zhou family do for her? She can't possibly think that having our weaknesses will make us all join the Dragon Transformation Sect, can she? Could it be something internal to the Dragon Transformation Sect?" Zhou Chun suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi's gazes sharpened. Then Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "What do you mean? Zheng Chun, what have you thought of?" This junior just feels that, for that Crimson Dragon Protector, the only thing our Zhou family can do for her in Jingguo is to send personnel and intelligence, like we are now, and as long as our Zhou family doesn't clearly show any intention to break ties with her, she wouldn't be foolish enough to force us to do things that could easily destroy our families and clans. But if it's for matters within the Dragon Transformation Sect, and she wants to use us to help her eliminate dissidents, then this is still something that can be done, and if done well, both sides can benefit. Zhou Chun cupped his hands towards the two elders and solemnly stated his conjecture. After hearing his conjecture, both Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi showed thoughtful expressions. Then Zhou Daoyi nodded and said, "Upon closer reflection, Zheng Chun's words are not without merit. The Dragon Transformation Sect has many factions, generally distinguished by the attribute of the dragon spirit blood they've absorbed. There are definitely conflicts of interest between these factions, however, with a sect leader and vice leader above them keeping things under control, even if they fight fiercely internally, they probably wouldn't dare to truly openly attack and cause deaths. Therefore, if it really comes to the point where a particular opponent must be eliminated, the only option is to use outsiders to eliminate dissidents." At this point, Zhou Daoyi's gaze involuntarily turned to Zhou Ming. Then, with a worried expression, he said, "But if it's truly to eliminate dissidents, I'm afraid the opponent she wants to eliminate will definitely be a protector-level being. In that case, the protectors of the Dragon Transformation Sect have all cultivated the Dragon Transformation secret technique to the 3rd level. With this secret technique by their side, the strength of each Dragon Transformation Sect protector is not lacking. This is also the advantage of some powerful forces. Their powerful inherited secret techniques ensure that the strength of their cultivators is stronger than that of most ordinary cultivators of the same level from smaller forces. Although Zhou Ming is also quite strong, killing a protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect alone would likely require a huge price. It's only a possibility. But at this moment, Zhou Ming's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "If she really uses us to eliminate dissidents for her, that would be a good thing. In this way, she would also have leverage over us, and we wouldn't have to worry about her suddenly turning against us and exposing our existence. Even the dangerous deal from before could be cancelled." The current cooperation between the Zhou family and Lin Hongyu is entirely due to their forced actions because the other party has leverage over them. If they could turn the tables and also have leverage over Lin Hongyu, then they would have something to negotiate with her. In Zhou Ming's view, this is much safer than secretly killing Lin Hongyu. After all, No one could guarantee that Lin Hongyu hadn't already left a contingency plan, which would be triggered if she were to die, exposing the Zhou family's secret deal with her. As for the cost of killing a dragon transformation sect protector, Zhou Ming immediately looked at Zhou Daoyi and said, if Daoyi's Azure Cloud Python can successfully transform into a dragon, with its help, killing a dragon transformation sect protector is not impossible. Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi was slightly taken aback. Then, with a complicated expression, he muttered to himself, so that which foresaw this too, There's a story here. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed upon hearing Zhou Daoyi's words, as if he had discovered something. He had already sensed the unusual tone in Zhou Daoyi's voice, and his way of addressing the Crimson Dragon Protector was also somewhat strange. But even though Zhou Chun was clever, he couldn't fathom how close Zhou Daoyi and Lin Hongyu's relationship truly was. He could only secretly guess that this clan leader might have some unusual grudges and entanglements with that Crimson Dragon Protector. Zhou Ming waved his hand and said, in short, although these are just our guesses, it's always good to be prepared. Let's prepare according to this guess for now, but only he could make these preparations. Zhou Chun couldn't interfere in that level of combat at all, he could only offer advice and strategies. So, in the following days, Zhou Chun handled family affairs while making final preparations for switching cultivation techniques. A year passed quickly. Zhou Ming went to the small island of Bians as promised and met Lin Hongyu as promised. After returning to the family, he summoned Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun to his cave. Zhang Chun really guessed right, she came to see me this time to ask our Zhou family to help her eliminate a rival, and it's one of the Crimson Dragon Protectors from her own faction. She also promised me that if our Zhou family can help her eliminate this rival, she won't ask us to send her any more manpower, as long as we keep in touch and cooperate to pursue our own interests. Inside the cave, Zhou Ming excitedly told Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun about his gains from this trip. Clearly, he was genuinely happy with the result. As he spoke, he reached into his storage bag and took out an item, handing it to the two of them to see. This poison dragon cone talisman is something she prepared specifically for the success of our operation. It was forged from the fangs of a third-tier poison dragon. If we can find an opportunity to inject this into that Crimson Dragon Protector's body, the poison from the poison dragon alone will be enough to kill her. Zhou Chun keenly understood the implication in Zhou Ming's words. He immediately asked, is the Crimson Dragon Protector that Protector Lin asked us to deal with also a female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect? Zhou Ming nodded immediately upon hearing this. Yes, according to Lin Hongyu, that female cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect is her biggest rival in the Crimson Dragon lineage. Not only does she also have a mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, but she is also the favored concubine of a certain Crimson Dragon elder of the Dragon Transformation Sect. Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi frowned and said in a low voice, since the target is the favored concubine of a golden core cultivator, and has a mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, can our Zhou family really kill her? Even if we can kill her, wouldn't we also offend that golden core cultivator? This was also Zhou Chun's concern. The two of them immediately looked at Zhou Ming, wanting to hear his opinion. Facing their gazes, Zhou Ming calmly stated, according to Lin Hongyu, the target will have a chance to be alone in 6 months. That will be the best opportunity for us to strike. As for whether we can actually kill her then, it depends on whether the poison dragon cone talisman Lin Hongyu gave us is as effective as she claims. Even if the assassination fails, we'll have leverage over Lin Hongyu, and we won't be subject to her control or coercion anymore. Zhou Ming continued in a deep voice, as for offending the golden core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect after the assassination, there's nothing to worry about. Let's not even discuss whether those golden core cultivators can investigate our Zhou family. Even if they do find out, they wouldn't risk personally venturing into Jing Kingdom to deal with our Zhou family for a concubine. At most, they'll send a subordinate protector. As long as Lin Hongyu informs us beforehand, why would we fear a mere 1 or 2 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors' harassment behind enemy lines? After he finished speaking, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun both fell silent. They both knew that this was only the best-case scenario Zhou Ming described. The worst-case scenario was that they not only failed to kill the Crimson Dragon Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, but might also be killed due to their isolated advance. The Zhou family's losses would be enormous. However, they also understood that this opportunity was indeed a golden chance for the Zhou family to escape their previous predicament. If successful, The Zhou family would no longer be subject to others, and could also gain immense benefits by exchanging intelligence and spiritual items with Lin Hongyu. The key was that they currently had no choice. Lin Hongyu still held the initiative and could expose them at any time, plunging them into utter ruin. 6 months should be enough for King. I can feel it undergoing a transformation, Zhou Daoyi muttered to himself, essentially acknowledging Zhou Ming's words. Zhou Chun didn't voice any further objections. After about 3 more months, the matter of Zhou Daoyi's spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python, transforming into a dragon finally came to a conclusion. On this day, suddenly, clouds gathered above Nine Peaks Ridge, forming dense, dark clouds in the sky. Simultaneously, howling winds swept through the mountains, toppling many trees. This unusual phenomenon instantly attracted the attention of all Zhou family cultivators. Then, the patriarch Zhou Daoyi's majestic and powerful voice quickly resounded throughout the Zhou family's mountain gate. All clansmen, listen to my command. From this moment on, everyone must immediately enter a state of wartime readiness. All non-Zhou family cultivators, please leave the Zhou family's mountain gate immediately. Upon hearing this, the entire Zhou family's mountain gate instantly became extremely busy. First, all the rogue cultivators cultivating within the Zhou family were awakened, and those guarding the purifying spirit pavilion were all replaced, quickly being sent out of the mountain gate, their cultivation fees and task requirements for the day waived. Immediately afterwards, Zhou family cultivators, according to wartime standards, swiftly proceeded to the various array bases of the mountain protecting formation, guarding their respective key points. In less than an hour, only members of the Zhou family and their Taoist partners remained inside the Zhou family's mountain gate. At this moment, Zhou Chongshan, the second elder of the Zhou family, personally took action, mobilizing the power of the Grand Formation to dispel and suppress the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. A multicolored spiritual light curtain enveloped the entire Zhou family's mountain gate, preventing the outside winds from penetrating. Simultaneously, a powerful 5-colored pillar of light shot into the sky, striking the thick dark clouds and instantly blasting away most of them. What happened? Is a powerful figure attacking the Zhou family? Outside Nine Peaks Ridge, dozens of rogue cultivators who had been driven out by the Zhou family stared at this scene in astonishment, still not understanding what had happened. At this moment, they couldn't see or hear a single sound coming from inside the Zhou family's mountain gate. Inside the mountain gate, those Zhou family cultivators who were initially equally confused now witnessed a scene that shocked them beyond belief. Second update today. Chapter 162 Riding a Dragon Across the Long River, the Scaled Frog Alien Race. Dragon. A flood dragon. Inside the Zhou family mountain gate, all the unsuspecting Zhou family cultivators witnessed a scene that utterly shocked them. A cyan flood dragon, over 10 zang long, rose with a wind, soaring and dancing above Pagoda Peak, emitting bursts of dragon roars. The previous strange phenomenon of gathering wind and clouds was all due to it. At this moment, under the influence of the cyan flood dragon's dragon might, all the demonic beasts in the Zhou family beast garden trembled and lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. Many Zhou family cultivators were also trembling, their minds reeling. Those who could still maintain their thinking ability, besides the elders at the foundation establishment stage, were only a very few late-stage key refining Zhou family cultivators. The wind and clouds gathered, a flood dragon was born. Has the patriarch's Azure Cloud Python successfully transformed into a flood dragon? Zhou Jiacheng, who had failed to establish his foundation establishment, was one of the few who remained clear-headed. He stared in shock at the cyan flood dragon in the sky and quickly realized its origin. A third-tier dragon. This might be the most powerful spirit pet ever raised by our Zhou family's cultivators since its founding. Zhou Daoquan gazed at the azure dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with shock and envy. The Zhou family had produced several golden core cultivators in the past, but none of their spirit pets had reached the 4th tier. A 3rd-tier dragon was undoubtedly the king among beasts of the same tier, with few other beasts able to rival it. It wasn't wrong to say that Zhou Daoyi's Azure Dragon was the most powerful spirit pet raised by the Zhou family since its founding. Given more time to grow, it would definitely live up to that title. As expected of the powerful dragon clan, it already possesses such power after only recently undergoing metamorphosis. At the top of Pagoda Peak, Zhou Ming looked at the Azure Dragon soaring in the sky, his eyes also filled with amazement. Judging solely from its aura, he felt that even if he and the fire god Jackal joined forces, they might not be a match for this Azure Dragon. and that was likely to be the case. From now on, the strongest person in the Zhou family would be the patriarch, Zhou Daoi. Alright, King, put away your oppressive aura. This isn't a place for you to play around. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out from the top of Pagoda Peak, and Zhou Daoi's figure soared into the air, appearing beside the Azure Dragon. Upon hearing his words, the Azure Dragon let out a long roar and immediately flew into the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Seeing this, the many Zhou family cultivators instantly had no more doubts about the Azure Dragon's origin. Then, a surge of wild joy welled up in their hearts, their faces revealing genuine delight. As members of the spirit beast Zhou family, they were naturally familiar with the dragon's power. A third-tier flood dragon can not only provide the Zhou family with powerful combat support, but also continuously produce various dragon blood spiritual items and even dragon-type demonic beasts for the family. The entire Zhou family and all its cultivators will benefit. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. If I find out anyone is being disrespectful and leaks this information, they will be severely punished. On Pagoda Peak. The stern warning of the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming echoed throughout the Zhou family's mountain gate. Yes, we will obey the Supreme Elder's decree. Immediately, all the Zhou family cultivators bowed respectfully towards Pagoda Peak, their voices solemn as they responded. Although some of them didn't understand why this matter needed to be kept secret, they all knew that since even the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming had personally issued a secrecy decree, it was best to keep their mouths shut and not violate the prohibition. Not long after, the Zhou family's protective mountain formation, which had been briefly activated, returned to calm. The Zhou family's mountain gate reopened before the lingering rogue cultivators outside. Fellow Taoist Zhou, what exactly happened to your family? Why were you so hasty in driving us out? Yes, we all saw your family's protective array activate. Did some powerful figure invade the Zhou family? Outside the reopened Zhou family gate, the remaining rogue cultivators, their faces full of questions, inquired about the situation from the newly arrived Zhou family cultivators. However, they noticed that although the Zhou family cultivators all appeared to be in good spirits, they all responded to their inquiries with the words no comment. This deliberate concealment only fueled their curiosity, and each of them stubbornly tried to get closer to the cultivators and probe further. But this was destined to be fruitless. Having just received a warning from the family's supreme elder, even the most gossipy person dared not immediately forget it. They dared not reveal even a trace of the inside story. A few days later, news of the strange phenomenon that suddenly appeared at the Zhou family's residence in Jilfeng Ridge began to circulate in small circles. However, because the Zhou family acted decisively and swiftly at the time, no one could guess the truth based solely on the fragmented words of the scattered cultivators present. After all, the transformation of the Azure Cloud Python into Azure Dragon was too astonishing, most people wouldn't even dare to imagine it. At this time, the three core members of the Zhou family gathered again in Zhou Ming's cave to discuss important matters. Now that the Azure Cloud Python has successfully transformed into Azure Dragon, Dao Yi, what are your plans regarding the construction side of the dragon's lair? Inside the cave, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Dao Yi, who was beaming with joy, and asked a crucial question. This junior hasn't considered it yet. Zhou Dao Yi shook his head slightly, indicating that he hadn't thought about it. Then he continued, however, judging from the situation within the family's mountain gate, I'm afraid it's not suitable to build this dragon's nest within the family. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chun suddenly said, regarding this matter, I have a good suggestion. Oh, Zhou Chun, what are your thoughts? Zhou Ming turned his gaze to Zhou Chun, a hint of expectation in his eyes. He had previously harbored considerable doubt about whether Zhou Chun could shoulder the responsibility of the Zhou family head. Coupled with the incident involving Zhou Sangkang, he still felt a lingering resentment. Therefore, his impression of Zhou Chun wasn't as favorable as Zhou Daoi's. However, with Zhou Chun's promotion to deputy patriarch and full-fledged management of family affairs, the Zhou family's population and wealth had significantly increased in just a few years. Furthermore, the enthusiasm of the family members for contributing was clearly enhanced. These undeniable facts made it impossible for him to view Zhou Chun with prejudice or to believe he hadn't done a good enough job. Moreover, Zhou Chun's previous statements on several matters concerning the family's safety had impressed him greatly. Therefore, his perception of Zhou Chun had greatly changed. He now looked forward to every speech from this younger member of the family, hoping he would bring him more surprises. At this moment, under the expectant gazes of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoi, Zhou Chun slowly said, "This junior believes that the pool where the family collects the slime from the venomous spiny fish is very suitable for building a dragon's nest. The complex underground river below not only contains abundant food resources but can also provide a well-hidden area for the azure dragon to move around." "Oh, is that the underground river where you obtained the relics of the cultivators from the dragon transformation sect?" Zhou Ming's expression shifted, and he immediately understood where Zhou Chun was referring to. "That's exactly it," Zhou Chun nodded, confirming his words. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately nodded slightly and said, "In that case, Dao Ai, when you have time later, take the Azure Dragon with Zhang Chun to explore that place. If it is indeed suitable, our Zhou family can build a villa there to conceal the existence of the dragon's nest." Obviously, he also knew that there was no suitable place to build a dragon's nest within the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate. "Junior understands," Zhou Daoai responded, then turned his gaze to Zhou Chun. He slowly said, "Zhangjin, I'm afraid your matter of switching cultivation methods will have to be postponed for a while. At least we'll have to wait until the Supreme Elder returns after completing that matter before we can begin." "It's alright, we've already waited for several years, a few more months won't make a difference." Zhou Chun shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. "Then let's leave it at that for now. Also, tell Dao Quan not to rush off on his long journey. We'll discuss everything after that important matter is settled." Judging by the time, Lin Hongyu should be sending more detailed information soon. After Zhou Ming finished speaking, he told Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoai to go back first. A few days later, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoai left the Zhou family together and headed to the location of the underground river. The two flew all the way and soon arrived at the pool. "Is this it? It really doesn't look very impressive from the outside." Standing by the pool, Zhou Daoai looked at the small mountain pool before him, recalling Zhou Chun's description of the magnificent underground river, and couldn't help but show surprise. "Clan leader, you'll understand once you go down and see for yourself." Zhou Chun didn't explain further, just smiled and invited him to follow him down. "Alright, let's go down and take a look." After saying that, Zhou Daoai and Zhou Chun jumped into the pool together and dived towards the underground river. Upon entering the underground river and seeing the swiftly flowing underground water, Zhou Daoai also showed surprise. "Speaking of which, this is my first time here since successfully establishing my foundation. How about we take advantage of your presence today, clan leader, and have your Azure Dragon lead us to explore the end of this underground river?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daoai with bright eyes, revealing his inner plan. He had experienced riding the Azure Cloud Python more than 10 years ago, but he had never ridden a dragon before. A third-tier Azure Dragon is clearly not something anyone can ride. "You brat, I knew you insisted on bringing me here yourself. Your motives weren't pure." Zhou Daoai glared at Zhou Chun, having already seen through his intentions. But he didn't refuse his suggestion, immediately reaching out and patting the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the Azure Dragon. Upon emerging into the river, the Azure Dragon's eyes lit up with joy. When it learned that the journey was to help it find a place to build a dragon's nest, it became even happier. To be honest, after advancing to the third tier, it had no interest in staying in the small place of Zhou family Nine Peaks Ridge. Living in such a place felt very restrictive. It was much more comfortable sleeping in the spirit beast pouch. Only the vast world outside could allow it to fully express itself. Immediately, Zhou Daoai and Zhou Chun landed on the Azure Dragon, which then carried them downstream, heading towards the end of this underground river. The dragon, a natural ruler of the water, moved with speed in the river no slower than it could fly, and with far less effort. The demonic beasts inhabiting this underground river posed no threat to it. Thus, it carried Zhou Daoai and Zhou Chun downstream, covering thousands of miles in less than a day. This outcome was unexpected by both of them. Neither had anticipated the underground river's vastness or its distant end. Finally, when the dragon carried them out of the underground river and into a large, expansive swamp, they looked at the starry sky and both felt a sense of relief. Phew, finally out. Traveling thousands of miles underground was truly exhausting. Above the breezy swamp, Zhou Daoai and Zhou Chun breathed in the fresh air, exchanging a relieved glance. "I wonder which great swamp this is. It shouldn't be in Lanzhou anymore." Zhou Chun looked at the wide expanse of water below, his mind replaying the famous swamps and lakes of the various states of Jing Kingdom. Hearing his words, Zhou Daoai immediately chimed in. "Yunzhao and Lianzhao both have several great swamps. It's probably in one of those states." He then cast a spell to survey the area, pointing in a certain direction, saying, That's land over there. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can find someone to gather information. Zhou Chun naturally agreed. So Zhou Daoyi put away the azure dragon, and the two flew towards the land together. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find several strangely styled wooden houses and stone fortresses on the edge of the land, but there wasn't a single glimmer of light among them. Therefore, they hadn't noticed these structures before. But when they approached the buildings and scanned them with their divine sense, their expressions changed drastically. Human body, frog claws, blue face, long tongue, scales covering their belly and back, all born from eggs, their voices like frog croaks, their race scattered along the banks of the abyss. They are called the Scaled Frog Clan, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, suddenly reciting a passage from a certain ancient text. The Scaled Frog Clan he spoke of were the alien creatures living in the buildings along the shore. That's right, the creatures living in those wooden and stone buildings were not the human fishermen they had originally thought, but the Scaled Frog Clan, this alien race. So this is Dragon Abyss. Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock. First update of the day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, A Dilemma. Longyuan's. The endpoint of that underground river in Lanzhou was actually Longyuan's. This discovery immediately filled Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun with shock. But upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. As the largest body of water in the surrounding countries, Longyuan's was the confluence point of their water systems. The underground river had such a large volume of water, if its endpoint wasn't a large lake like Longyuan's, even if it could accommodate such a massive volume, it would have been discovered long ago. However, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun hesitated about whether to let the azure dragon build its nest there. After all, Longyuan's was the stronghold of the Flood Dragon clan. This vast Longyuan's even contained 5th-tier flood dragons. If the azure dragon built its nest there, although it would be thousands of miles away from Longyuan's, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be discovered by the Flood Dragon clan in the future. At that time, the azure dragon might very well be abducted by the Flood Dragon clan. It should be noted that contracts like the Soul Control Blood Array were not unbreakable. In truth, given the azure dragon's current strength, surpassing Zhou Daoyi's, it could easily break free from the contract, though that would come at a considerable cost. However, as a spirit pet hatched and raised by Zhou Daoyi from a snake egg, after so many years together, it had long considered Zhou Daoyi its closest confidant. Moreover, its successful transformation into a dragon was largely thanks to Zhou Daoyi's help. Therefore, even now that it possessed that ability, it never considered breaking free from the contract and leaving Zhou Daoyi. However, if other dragons appeared, stirring up trouble in front of it, or forcibly taking it to the Dragon Clan's stronghold deep within Dragon Abyss Swamp, then everything would be unpredictable. Just as the two were shocked and troubled by this discovery, the scaled frog alien sentinels on the swamp's edge finally spotted the two human cultivators approaching in the night sky. Croak, croak, croak. Instantly, a cacophony of noisy, ear-piercing frog croaks filled the air, like the sound of a pond on a summer night. One by one, the scaled frog-like alien races emerged from the building with a pigeon-toed gait, each carrying weapons such as knives, forks, axes, and spears crafted from animal bones, stones, and wood. They communicated through croaking, then looked up at the two human cultivators in the sky. They clearly possessed night vision, even the darkness couldn't obstruct their view, allowing them to clearly see the two cultivators' forms. They seemed to harbor great hatred and fear towards these beings, croaking loudly and brandishing their weapons in a show of force, yet daring not to actually attack, not even throwing a symbolic stone. Zhou Chun found this quite amusing. He couldn't help but recall the records of these alien races in ancient texts. These so-called alien races referred to intelligent species other than humans. Indeed, in this cultivation world, intelligent races weren't limited to humans, there were many other intelligent alien races as well. However, humans remain the most intelligent and powerful. While these various alien races also possessed intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary beasts, their strength varied considerably. Some powerful alien races, though not as strong as humans, are still formidable. Occupying vast territories in uncharted wilderness areas, establishing their own kingdoms. Weaker alien races, like the scaled frog race Zhou Chun sees, can only rely on their aquatic skills to struggle for survival in places like the Dragon Abyss Swamp, untouched by humans. Their living conditions and circumstances are quite similar to the primitive and semi-primitive tribes of Zhou Chun's previous life. Many of these weaker alien races are arbitrarily oppressed and enslaved by cultivators. Like the scaled frog race, because of their diving skills and ability to collect rare treasures from deep waters, some cultivators tame and enslave them to find treasures for themselves. Of course, more often than not, cultivators simply raid scaled frog tribes, plundering their accumulated treasures. There are also sorcerers among the scaled frog race who possess magical powers. I wonder where the sorcerers in this tribe are now, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, immediately releasing his divine sense to probe. Even ordinary wild beasts have the opportunity to transform into demons and seek the Dao in this world, so other intelligent alien races can naturally do the same. Among the scaled frog race, sometimes beings with cultivation aptitude are born. They can also become sorcerers by cultivating the scaled frog race's exclusive methods, mastering spellcasting abilities. Without these sorcerers, even if the scaled frog race's reproductive capacity surpasses that of humans, they might have long since become extinct. At this moment, Zhou Chun's divine sense quickly detected 3 scaled frogs with magical auras within a stone fortress. Judging from their auras, one was equivalent to a 7th-level key refining cultivator in the human realm, one to a 5th-level key refining cultivator, and the other only to a 4th-level key refining cultivator. These 3 scaled frogs clearly understood the power of the 2 human cultivators outside, and remained hidden inside the fortress, trembling all over. To Zhou Chun's disappointment, although the fortress contained some spiritual herbs and ores containing spiritual energy, they were not particularly valuable and not worth his time to plunder. Don't think about it. Judging from the appearance of these scaled frogs, they've obviously been plundered by other cultivators long ago. Maybe it was those people from the Dragon Transformation Sect who did it. Seemingly noticing Zhou Chun's subtle movements and understanding his thoughts, Zhou Daowei shook his head, signaling him not to overthink it. Then he said in a low voice, "This isn't a place to linger. Let's go back first." After discovering that they were in the extremely dangerous Dragon Abyss Swamp, Zhou Daowei completely abandoned the idea of exploring further. Now he just wanted to return to his family as quickly as possible and get away from this dangerous place. Although Zhou Chun was very curious about the scaled frogs and wanted to observe and study them more, he knew now was not the right time. Regrettably, he could only follow Zhou Daowei back to where they had come from, and had the Azure Dragon lead them back to their family via the underground waterway. After another day of traveling upstream, the Azure Dragon led Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun back to the original pool. When they left the pool, Zhou Chun could clearly feel the reluctance of the Azure Dragon as it returned to Zhou Daowei's spirit beast pouch. Clearly, its experience swimming freely in the underground river had been very pleasant for the newly transformed dragon. Soon after, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun returned to their clan and met with the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming to report on their wondrous underground journey. The underground river's destination is actually a direct route to Dragon Abyss. This is truly astonishing. Inside the cave, Zhou Ming, after hearing Zhou Daowei's account of the underground river journey, was also immediately shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Previously, there were only 3 paths to Dragon Abyss: rivers, land, and sky. No one had ever imagined that there would be a 4th path. Moreover, this 4th path was both hidden and faster than the previous 3, and also much safer. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh deeply. What a pity. It's a pity that our Zhou family's strength is still too weak. Otherwise, if we controlled such an underground passage leading directly to Longyuan's, even just 1 or 2% of the rich spiritual resources there could create a powerful force. Just how rich Longyuan's is, one only needs to look at the Hulong sect over 800 years ago. 90% of the Hulong sect's experts were wiped out, and most of their wealth was seized and divided. But in just over 800 years, backed by Longyuan's, the Hulong sect has once again accumulated a vast fortune, possessing the power to challenge the entire Jin kingdom. Therefore, Zhou Ming's sigh was absolutely true. Unfortunately, as he lamented, the Zhou family's strength was still too weak. They simply didn't have the capacity to develop Longyuan's. They didn't even need the dragon clan within Longyuan's to intervene. The other powerful demonic beasts inhabiting it alone would be enough to wipe out the small Zhou family many times over. Although we can't develop the resources of Longyuan's for the time being, The discovery of this secret passage provides the family with an escape route. If the family ever faces a crisis of annihilation in the future, at least we can use this passage to quickly escape Jingo, Zhou Chun said, then suddenly frowned. He suddenly realized that if this move was to work, the dragon's nest could only be built there. Only by having a third-tier dragon guard this important waterway could they ensure it wouldn't be discovered by outsiders. Moreover, having the Azure Dragon build its nest there would also allow them to integrate the demonic beasts in the underground river, turning them into a force that the Zhou family could utilize. So, Dao, what are your thoughts? Do you think it's suitable to build the Azure Dragon's nest there? Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Dao and indeed asked about the construction of the dragon's nest. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dao immediately said in a deep voice, "This junior believes that building the dragon's nest there is not impossible, but in that case, it would be best if this junior also cultivated there in seclusion to oversee the area, so as to ensure that no major incidents occur." Cultivated there in seclusion, Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, then frowned and said, "Isn't that inappropriate? The cultivation environment there is probably not as good as the one here in the family. The environment is indeed not as good as the one here in the family, but if this junior is not there to oversee the area at all times, this junior is worried that King will enter the Dragon Abyss swamp alone, and the consequences would be unpredictable." Zhou Dao shook his head helplessly, expressing his concerns. "Then let's not rush to make a decision. Let's look around near the mountain gate again and see if we can find a more suitable place to build the dragon's nest." Zhou Ming waved his hand, still not making a decision easily. Zhou Dao still needs to break through to the Purple Mansion realm in the future, and if he goes to such a remote place to cultivate in seclusion now, he doesn't know how much time it will take. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Ming still doesn't want him to leave the family. For the next 2 months, Zhou Dao led the Azure Dragon around the Zhou family's mountain gate, searching for a suitable location. However, even the Azure Smoke Marsh, over 1,000 miles away, was less desirable than the underground river in the Azure Dragon's eyes. This made Zhou Dao even more worried. He knew that the Azure Dragon's true desire wasn't for the underground river, but for the Dragon Abyss Marsh they had visited before. Since the Dragon Abyss Marsh was the main base of the Dragon Clan, it must possess something that attracted dragons. Having been there and witnessed its vastness, the Azure Dragon naturally looked down on ordinary marshes. This made Zhou Dao even more hesitant to let it nest there. He didn't want the third-tier dragon he had painstakingly raised at great cost to run off with someone else. Such a blow would be more painful than death. Just as Zhou Dao was worrying about how to appease and persuade the Azure Dragon to build its nest elsewhere, Lin Hongyu from the Dragon Transformation Sect finally sent the latest intelligence. The news is confirmed. In half a month, the target will travel alone to his birth family to attend a celebration. The best time to act will be when he leaves the family. In the cave, Zhou Ming held the message and a map sent by Lin Hongyu, handing them to Zhou Dao and Zhou Chun for review. Unfolding the map, the two saw that the target's birth family was located about 1,700 to 1,800 li away from the Yunzhao border, in between a dangerous wilderness, where many human settlements established by the Dragon Transformation Sect still existed. It's too far. According to the map, even if the operation succeeds, returning safely to Jingo will be a huge problem. The Dragon Transformation Sect definitely has Golden Core cultivators secretly stationed at the border. They will surely personally intercept and kill us. Zhou Dao shook his head, his face filled with worry as he expressed his concerns. So that underground passage you discovered last time can come in handy this time, Zhou Ming said, pointing to a spot on the map. Look, this is Longyuan's, less than 500 li from the target's birthplace. We can get there in one go. Even if the enemy knew about it, they would definitely have deployed heavy forces in this area near Yunzhao. By the time they realized what was happening, we would already be inside Longyuan's. He then looked up at Zhou Chun and the other man with a serious expression, saying, "So now we must figure out exactly how far the exit of that underground river into Longyuan's is from the location shown on this map." Second update. Chapter 164 Fiery Dragon's Deed, The Death of the Dragon Girl. With only half a month to spare, time was extremely tight. Therefore, Zhou Ming chose to leave the Zhou family with Zhou Dao to secretly investigate the situation at Longyuan's. The fact that these two pillars of the Zhou family had left together was known only to Zhou Chun and the second elder, Zhou Chongshan. Even the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, was unaware. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was currently managing the Zhou family's affairs, and the supreme elder, Zhou Ming, rarely showed his face. There was no need to worry about their secret being discovered. 8 days later, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei finally returned. Upon their return, Zhou Ming said with a joyful expression, "We've found out. This time, it's a blessing in disguise for the Zhou family." The outlet of the underground river flowing into Longyuans is less than 1,000 li from the target location. 1,000 li is less than 2 hours for a purple mansion stage cultivator. It's considered very close. Zhou Chun smiled upon hearing this news. He couldn't help but nod, saying, "Indeed, heaven blesses our Zhou family." In the following days, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei made public appearances within the family, with Zhou Daowei even finding a pretext to visit the Sun and Mu families. Only 3 days before the operation was scheduled, the two quietly left the Zhou family again, traveling via an underground river to Longyuans to officially begin their assassination attempt. They must both return safely. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun, the only person within the Zhou family aware of this operation, silently prayed for the two pillars of the Zhou family. Meanwhile, after arriving at Longyuans via the underground river, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei immediately concealed their auras and traveled by land to their destination. They each carried enough pills to restore their mana, enough to replenish their mana several times over. Therefore, they didn't need to conserve their mana. Although the land near Longyuans was a wild wasteland teeming with demonic beasts, it clearly posed no threat to them. Their only concern was avoiding being discovered by other cultivators. Otherwise, they would easily be discovered that they were not cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect. After traveling at high speed for more than 2 days, the two finally arrived at their destination. The wilderness is full of great dangers, but it also holds great opportunities. These vassal families of the Dragon Transformation Sect, although they have to fight for the sect and offer them spiritual resources, still possess resources that our families cannot compare to. Look at this Chen family, a small family with less than 100 cultivators, yet they have 4 foundation establishment cultivators and control resources over hundreds of miles around, with no one competing with them. On a mountain peak covered with towering ancient trees, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei hid on the summit, gazing at the mountain gate of a cultivation family more than 30 miles away, and couldn't help but feel envious of the abundant resources that family possessed. The two of them had previously scouted the area and found that some of the surrounding mountains were covered with century-old spiritual herbs that had not been harvested. Some of the herbs even showed obvious signs of human intervention, likely planted by humans. Such a thing is unimaginable in Jing Kingdom. In Jing Kingdom, rogue cultivators, aside from daring not to venture into the mountain gates of major sects like King Lian Temple to gather herbs, even dared to covet the spiritual herbs cultivated within the mountain gates of some immortal cultivation families. But in this region established by the Hulong sect, rogue cultivators simply don't exist. The wilderness here is teeming with demonic beasts, including even second-tier ones. Even if ordinary key refining stage rogue cultivators formed teams to venture into the wilderness, they would easily be wiped out by these beasts. In Jing Kingdom, mortal merchant caravans could travel from Yunzhou to Lanzhou, traversing several states to conduct business. But here with the Hulong sect, mortals could only settle in mountain towns near the cultivator settlements built by immortal cultivation families and the Hulong sect, rarely venturing more than 100 miles away. And risk and opportunity go hand in hand. It is precisely because low-level cultivators can hardly survive alone here that the wild spiritual herb resources are so abundant, unlike in Jing Kingdom where they have suffered devastating exploitation. Therefore, any cultivation family that can establish a foothold here possesses resources far exceeding those of the cultivation families in Jing Kingdom. This is indeed a treasure trove, but unfortunately, it's too close to Dragon Abyss, although I don't know how the Dragon Transformation Sect persuaded the Dragon Clan in Dragon Abyss to tolerate their expansion and power here. What's certain is that those great demons will absolutely not allow our human race to truly occupy this region and transform it into a true human kingdom. Zhou Daowei shook his head, calmly stating the truth. Why, knowing that this desolate land is rich in resources, have the various factions of Jing Kingdom never come to occupy and develop it? Do those low-level rogue cultivators lack the strength to penetrate this place, while the various factions of Jing Kingdom do? Actually, it's not that they lack the strength to develop it, but rather that they cannot. This desolate land is a tacitly agreed upon buffer zone between the human race and the demon race, led by the Dragon Clan, in Dragon Abyss. Human factions will not send large numbers of people to occupy and cultivate land, and the demon race will not launch large-scale invasions into kingdoms like Jing. Those forces that dare to disregard this tacit agreement and attempt to occupy and cultivate land here will be slaughtered by the great demons of Dragon Abyss, unless they have the permission of the Flood Dragon clan, like the Dragon Transformation Sect, of course. If one day the major human factions feel they have the strength to subdue the Flood Dragon clan and are no longer afraid of retaliation from the demons in Dragon Abyss, then this desolate land will certainly be incorporated into the territory of human kingdoms. Many of the territories of the various human kingdoms today were acquired step by step in this way. Yes, large-scale development is indeed not feasible, Zhou Ming nodded, having no objection to Zhou Daoyi's words. But he quickly changed the subject, continuing, however, with that secret passage, once Daoyi or Dao Quan have also opened their purple mansions, our Zhou family might be able to quietly establish a base here, then arrange for some clansmen to come and train, secretly plundering the resources of this place. Zhou Daoyi nodded slightly upon hearing this, saying, "This is feasible. We can discuss it with Zhang Chun when we get back." Time passed slowly as the two chatted idly. After about a day of waiting, the two saw a crimson dragon horse with dragon horns flying out from the Chen family's mountain gate, riding on fiery clouds towards the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters. On the back of that flaming dragon horse, which exuded the aura of a second-tier high-grade demon beast, sat a beautiful young woman. The young woman was named Chen Linlin, and she was Zhou Ming and his companion's target. At this moment, the two watched the woman ride away on the flaming dragon horse from afar, not in a hurry to follow immediately. They waited until the other party was hundreds of miles away before mounting the Azure Dragon and chasing after it. Compared to the third-tier Azure Dragon, which was skilled in flight, Chen Linlin's fiery dragon steed was undoubtedly much inferior. In just a few moments, the distance between them had closed to within 50 miles. At this time, she also noticed the presence of the Azure Dragon behind her. However, she did not yet realize the seriousness of the situation. Upon seeing the third-tier Azure Dragon, she was first startled, and then she actually took the initiative to ask Zhou Ming, "May I ask which dragon tamer of the Azure Dragon Hall you are, fellow sect member?" "I am Chen Linlin, a protector of the Crimson Dragon Hall, and my husband is Elder Xiao Zhangjiang of the Crimson Dragon Hall, Dragon Tamer?" Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi were both stunned when they first heard these three words. But the two quickly realized that this Dragon Tamer was probably a special identity held by those cultivators in the Dragon Transformation Sect who could control dragons. However, the two of them knew absolutely nothing about the Azure Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect, let alone the name of the Dragon Tamer within. They remained silent and continued their pursuit. Seeing that the two didn't respond, and considering she hadn't heard of any Dragon Tamer at the early Purple Mansion stage in the Azure Dragon Hall, the young woman, Chen Linlin, quickly realized what was happening and angrily shouted, "No, you're not from our sect. Who are you?" Before her shout even finished, she hurriedly jumped off her mount, stored it in her spirit beast pouch, and then transformed into a streak of crimson light, flying away at top speed. Clearly, she had already realized that the other party was likely after her. But by then, it was too late. Urged on by Zhou Daoyi, the Azure Dragon accelerated rapidly, quickly closing in on the two to within 20 miles of Chen Linlin. Then, it opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of bluish-white light towards Chen Linlin. Knowing the dragon's immense power, Chen Linlin dared not ignore this attack. She hurriedly summoned a yellow jade ruai, and with a surge of magical power, the ruai spun rapidly, releasing a rich yellow glow that protected her. The bluish-white beam of light spewed by the Azure Dragon struck the yellow glow, only causing it to tremble slightly before falling silent. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's expression changed slightly. However, there was no turning back now. Having already made his move, he could only grit his teeth and continue, no matter how strong the enemy was. Therefore, he quickly patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the fire god Jekyll, and then flew off the Azure Dragon's back with Zhou Daoyi, allowing the Azure Dragon to fight freely. The true main force in today's battle was still the Azure Dragon. When Chen Linlin saw that Zhou Ming had released another low-grade third-tier demon beast, her expression changed again, and panic appeared in her eyes. She quickly shouted angrily, "Who sent you to kill me? Was it that vile woman Lin Hongyu?" She wasn't stupid. She knew that someone of her status wouldn't be so desperate as to hire someone to kill her. The only person who would dare to hire someone to kill her was Lin Hongyu, her rival for the precious spiritual item. However, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi wouldn't betray Lin Hongyu before they had succeeded. At this moment, no matter how much she cursed, They ignored her and focused all their efforts on attacking her. Roar, Awu, the roar of the Azure Dragon and the howl of the fire god Jackal echoed across the wilderness. These two demonic beasts were excellent teammates. One set the fire, the other fanned the flames, the wind fueling the fire's power. Under their combined attack, Chen Linlin was quickly forced to use the dragon transformation secret technique, transforming into a dragon girl covered in crimson dragon scales. It was unclear whether the dragon transformation secret technique truly had such a profound effect on cultivators. Originally appearing rather delicate and fragile, Chen Linlin, after transforming into a dragon maiden, became as fierce as Lin Hongyu had been. A crimson spear appeared in her hand. With a single thrust, she left a bloody gash on the Azure Dragon's body, its hard scales appearing as if made of paper. The fire god Jackal dared not approach her to fight, fearing a fatal spear thrust. The magical attacks unleashed by Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei were also ineffective against her, either blocked by her protective artifacts or hindered by her dragon scales. At this moment, only the Azure Dragon could truly challenge her, making her take the fight seriously. However, just as she braced herself for the battle, she suddenly felt a scorching heat emanating from behind. The fire god Jackal had actually spat out its inner core. What was it planning? Upon discovering this, Chen Linlin's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but focus her attention on the fire god Jackal. After she used the dragon transformation secret technique, the fire god Jackal's demonic fire couldn't harm her at all. But the inner core was different. A demon beast's inner core contained its essence and was its strongest attack. If the fire god Jackal were to self-destruct its inner core, she would likely be severely injured on the spot. Therefore, she had to take this matter seriously. But in fact, all of this was Zhou Ming's scheme. Of course, he wouldn't let the fire god Jackal, which he had painstakingly cultivated, self-destruct its inner core. He was just deliberately using this to distract Chen Linlin and prepare for his real killing move. At this moment, taking advantage of Chen Linlin's attention being drawn to the Azure Dragon and the fire god Jackal, he immediately flicked his sleeve and took the opportunity to launch the poison dragon cone talisman that Lin Hongyu had given him. Oh no! She'd fallen for the trap. After all, Chen Linlin was a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, and after using the dragon transformation secret technique, her perception of danger had increased significantly. As soon as the poison dragon cone was launched, she immediately sensed something was wrong and realized she had fallen into a trap. So she hurriedly tried to activate a shield-like magical artifact to block the dark light. But at that moment, the Azure Dragon, risking a spear blow from her, smashed the shield-like artifact away. Before she could use any other methods, the dark light swiftly pierced through the yellow glow released by the Ruai magical artifact, striking her directly in the abdomen. Poison Dragon Cone. It really was that vile woman Lin Hongyu who sent you. Looking at the black cone that had pierced through the dragon scales and embedded itself in her body, Chen Linlin had no more doubts. Only the dragon transformation sect could craft such artifacts, and only the sect's protectors could obtain them. But now that she knew this, it was too late. The poison of a third-tier poison dragon was difficult to remove even for a dragon of the same tier, let alone a human cultivator like her. With other poisons, even those potent enough to kill a purple mansion stage cultivator, she might have been able to resist for a while with the dragon transformation secret technique. But the poison of the poison dragon was notoriously fast-acting. In just a few breaths, the crimson dragon scales on her body turned bluish-gray, the poison already taking effect. Knowing she couldn't escape, she gave up resisting, glaring hatefully at Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei, saying, "My husband won't let you get away with this. He will avenge me." Suddenly, flames erupted from her body, as she tried to burn herself to avoid further humiliation. "King, stop her," Zhou Daowei shouted urgently, as if remembering something, urging the Azure Dragon to stop her. Although the Azure Dragon obediently spat out a bluish-green blade of light at her, it failed. Soon, Chen Linlin, along with her storage bag and spirit beast bag, burned to ashes. First update of the day. Chapter 165 The Wrath of the Golden Core, Enforcing Clan Rules. Chen Linlin is dead. Zhou Ming and his group's mission is now complete. However, their real danger is just beginning. The Golden Core cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, whose beloved concubine has died, will certainly not let these murderers escape easily. So, after watching Chen Linlin burn to ashes before their eyes, Zhou Daowei, though extremely regretful that he couldn't keep her storage bag, dared not delay for a moment. He and Zhou Ming quickly collected the few magical artifacts she had left behind and swiftly retreated towards Dragon Abyss Marsh. Because the Azure Dragon was injured, to avoid revealing their aura and being caught by the enemy, they could only fly on their own. Almost an hour after the two left the scene, a crimson flame flew from a great distance to the scene of the incident, revealing the figure of a tall and imposing middle-aged man. The middle-aged man landed in the air above the scene, glanced at the chaotic battlefield below, then raised his hand and grabbed something as if he had caught it, bringing it to his nose and sniffing it slightly. Then, he said in a deep voice, "The scent of a third-tier flood dragon, the scent of a third-tier fire elemental demon beast, and the scents of two human cultivators." It seems this was a premeditated attack. At this point, his eyes turned cold, and he sneered, "Good, very good, you dare kill my beloved concubine, Zhou Zhangjiang? You have real guts." Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out a golden talisman sword. This was a communication sword used by golden core cultivators to exchange messages, allowing two golden core cultivators to communicate even when separated by thousands of miles. Zhou Zhangjiang whispered a few words to the golden talisman sword, then flicked it out of his sleeve. Instantly, the golden talisman sword soared into the sky, flying towards its target at a speed several times faster than a golden core cultivator's flight speed. After sending out the communication sword, Zhou Zhangjiang then used hand seals to cast a spell, tracking the murderer's whereabouts based on the residual scent he had detected at the scene. However, the Zhou family was a golden core cultivator family with a history of over 1,000 years, so they were naturally familiar with the supernatural abilities of golden core cultivators. Therefore, when they left the scene, the two deliberately created a diversion, leaving behind their strong auras in many places to mislead others. Zhou Zhangjiang had to take many detours before finally confirming that they had fled towards Dragon Abyss. They fled towards Dragon Abyss. Zhou Zhangjiang frowned slightly, not expecting the murderer to be so audacious. Although their dragon transformation sect had obtained the tacit approval of the Flood Dragon clan to occupy and develop resources in the wilderness area near Dragon Abyss, the waters of Dragon Abyss remained a forbidden zone. If cultivators of the dragon transformation sect entered the waters of Dragon Abyss, they would no longer receive any special treatment and would be attacked by the high-level demonic beasts in the waters. Therefore, very few cultivators of the dragon transformation sect dared to enter Dragon Abyss. So what if you enter Dragon Abyss? Zhou, don't believe you would dare to venture into the forbidden zone. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he flew directly towards Dragon Abyss. But when he reached the edge of Dragon Abyss Marsh, he found the aura had vanished. Only then did he realize he had been tricked again. "You scoundrels! How dare you play tricks on me like this?" His eyes finally flashed with rage, no longer able to suppress his anger. He glared at the surging waves of the marshland ahead, his teeth clenched as he growled, "Don't let me find you, or I'll make you pay for playing tricks on me." With that, he turned and stormed off. He knew perfectly well that since the murderer could command a third-tier dragon, he wouldn't be able to find him in Dragon Abyss Marsh. It was better to return first, investigate the murderer's origins based on this characteristic, and then seek revenge. With the power of the dragon transformation sect, he refused to believe they couldn't find out. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhangjiang, furious at the loss of his beloved concubine, vowed to find the murderer and avenge his family. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming and his companion, using the Azure Dragon's cover to enter Dragon Abyss Swamp, soon successfully entered the underground river and traveled upstream back to Lanzhou. However, when they returned to their clan, they found a large number of clansmen gathered in front of the ancestral hall on Pagoda Peak. A Zhou clan member, stripped of his upper garment, was kneeling before the ancestral hall with his hands bound. Zhou Chun, the deputy patriarch of the Zhou family, stood beside him with several elders who had been invited there, their backs to the ancestral hall and facing the crowd. Zhou Chun clasped his hands in a respectful bow to the assembled Zhou family members, then said in a deep voice, "Fellow clansmen, uncles and brothers, I have gathered you all here today because someone has seriously violated the clan rules and broken the clan's prohibitions. Zhou Chun, will publicly punish him as a warning." He then turned his gaze to the Zhou family cultivator kneeling on the ground and shouted, "Zhou Zhangjiang, will you confess your crimes yourself, or shall I do it?" Hearing this, the man trembled and hurriedly turned around, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for mercy. "Spare me. 13th brother, spare me. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong." Seeing his appearance, Zhou Jiaqi and the crowd was filled with anger and resentment. Now he knows to beg for mercy? Where was he before? But after all, this was his son, his only son with cultivation potential, and Zhou Jiaqi could not simply ignore him. He immediately stepped out from the crowd, repeatedly bowing to Zhou Chun and pleading, "Vice clan leader, have mercy. Huan has indeed committed a grave mistake, but please consider that he hasn't truly caused significant damage to the clan, and punish him leniently. I kneel before you, uncle." He then knelt down with a thud. This kneeling immediately darkened the expressions of Zhou Chun and several elders, their brows furrowing. The other Zhou family members who witnessed this scene reacted in various ways. Some showed sympathy. Some looked displeased, even disgusted. Others remained indifferent. Everything has two sides, and everyone's perspective on every matter may differ. Such perspectives are influenced by various internal and external factors. The reactions of the Zhou family members revealed their opinions on Zhou Jiaqui's pleading for his son's release. "Jiaqi, get up first. What kind of behavior is this, kneeling like that?" Second elder Zhou Chongshan spoke first, his brows furrowed, gesturing for Zhou Jiaqi to rise. But when Zhou Jiaqi heard him speak, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope and immediately kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, "Second elder, please help. Zheng Huan has made a mistake, but it doesn't deserve this. It seems you, 23rd uncle, haven't realized the seriousness of his mistake." Zhou Chun finally couldn't help but speak up after hearing Zhou Jiaqui's words. He gently shook his head and looked at the other clansmen, saying, "Someone recently reported to me that Zhou Zhenghuan accepted bribes from outsiders and revealed the matter of the cloud python transforming into a dragon, which the Supreme Elder had strictly forbidden to be spread. After investigation, it has been confirmed that this is all true. It has only been less than 3 months since the Supreme Elder issued the prohibition, and he dared to do such a thing. Clan members, what do you think? Shouldn't he be severely punished? What?" After hearing Zhou Chun's words, the Zhou family cultivators who were unaware of the situation all changed their expressions, and their gazes towards Zhou Zhenghuan were filled with contempt. Even now, they still don't understand why this news was concealed, but they know that since even the clan's Supreme Elder issued a special prohibition on this matter, it must be extremely important to the clan. Such a violation of the Supreme Elder's prohibition not only violates clan rules, but also seriously offends the Supreme Elder himself. It's utterly disrespectful. Seemingly sensing the anger and contempt in the clansman's eyes, Zhou Zhenghuan hurriedly shook his head and shouted in his defense. "No, 13th brother, I'm innocent. I accidentally told Teng Hu and the others about this, but it was because they got me drunk, and I spoke carelessly. I didn't genuinely intend to violate clan rules or the Supreme Elder's prohibition. Besides, haven't Teng Hu and the others already been arrested by you, 13th brother? If anyone is at fault, it's theirs. I'm a victim too." He spoke as if he himself believed it, his face full of grievance, as if he were truly wronged. But Zhou Chun coldly replied, "Is that so? But Teng Hu said he gave you 20 spirit coins." He then added angrily, "Just 20 spirit coins, and you dare to violate the clan rules and defy the Supreme Elder decree? I think you've gone mad." I was drunk and confused at the time. I can't remember anything. Anyway, I'm truly innocent," Zhou Zhenghuan said, his head bowed low, but his mouth remained stubbornly open, still believing he was innocent. However, this exchange was enough for the other members of the Zhou family to know whether he was innocent or the evidence against him was irrefutable. Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Zhenghuan stepped forward and rebuked, "Accepting money from outsiders and selling family secrets is a serious violation of the clan rules. 18th brother, you are too audacious." Immediately afterward, Zhou Zhenghuan also stepped forward and said repeatedly, Yes, 18th brother, how could you be so foolish as to make such a mistake?" Once these two elder brothers spoke up, the other members of the Zhou family no longer cared about anything. Zhou Jiacheng immediately said with a pained expression, "Zhenghuan, it's one thing for you to make small mistakes. We're all family, no one will make things difficult for you. But how can you not even distinguish between big and small mistakes? You even dare to do something like betraying the family's interests? You've really disappointed us. Betraying the family's interests and violating the Supreme Elder's prohibition are both serious crimes deserving severe punishment. 18th brother, you've disappointed us so much." Fortunately, the vice clan chief noticed in time. Otherwise, if you had really committed a grave mistake and caused significant losses to the family, Zhenghuan, you would be unforgivable even if you died 100 times. One after another, the Zhou family cultivators spoke up to condemn Zhou Zhenghuan's foolish behavior. No one sympathized with him anymore. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chun, who was still kneeling on the ground, immediately showed an expression of extreme shame and despair, lowered his head deeply, and dared not utter another word. After everyone had angrily rebuked Zhou Chun spoke again, saying, "Fellow clansmen, please be quiet and listen to me explain the clan's punishment for Zhou." Hearing this, the entire hall fell silent, including Zhou himself, who quietly raised his gaze to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's expression turned solemn, and he said in a clear, resounding voice, "Zhou Chun has seriously violated clan rules and broken the prohibitions. The evidence is irrefutable, and he has been caught red-handed. Therefore, in the name of the Zhou family's vice-clan head and the punishment officer, I have decided to abolish his cultivation and imprison him within the mountain gate for life, forbidding him from having any further contact with any outsiders. No." Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Chun trembled violently, his vision blurred, and he nearly fainted from fright. Then, his face filled with terror, he cried out, "No, don't abolish my cultivation. I don't want to be immortal." He immediately looked at Zhou Chun, who was still kneeling on the ground, and cried, Father, say something. Please speak for me. Plead with the elders for me." Zhou Chun slightly raised his head, opened his mouth, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon Zhou Chun and the other elders. He saw that the elders were all looking at him coldly, their expressions already telling him the answer. In an instant, his face turned pale, and he slowly got up and walked to Zhou Chun, who was still shouting. With a thump, he kicked him to the ground. "You unfilial son! You unfilial son! If you had known this would happen, why did you do such a stupid thing? Yesterday's cause, today's effect. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow." He cursed his once beloved son, kicking him violently, filled with anger, hatred, and utter despair. This scene, witnessed by other members of the Zhou family, caused many to shake their heads and sigh. Some Zhou family cultivators, who also had children who were cultivators themselves, couldn't help but think of their own children and secretly resolved to strictly discipline them in the future, ensuring that Zhou Chun's fate would not be repeated in their own children. Otherwise, not only would they lose face like Zhou Chun, but their children would also face dire consequences. Seeing this, Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, speechless at Zhou Chun's futile actions. In his view, while Zhou Chun's crimes were unforgivable, Zhou Chun's previous excessive pampering and indulgence also bore a significant responsibility. However, this was Zhou Chun's own family matter, and even his own clansmen couldn't say much. Besides, he had already warned him beforehand. After Zhou Chun had vented his anger, he said to Zhou Chun, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall, 17th uncle, take 23rd uncle aside to appease him. I'll carry out the execution myself. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a low shout suddenly rang out, "It's better for this old man to do the execution himself." A figure flashed, and Zhou Ming instantly appeared in front of the ancestral hall. Second update delivered. A little early. Chapter 166 The Hidden Truth, the kind-hearted Zhou Chun. Junior greets the Supreme Elder, before the ancestral hall. Upon Zhou Ming's appearance, Zhou Chun, after a slight pause, quickly bowed in greeting, his face beaming with joy. The other Zhou family cultivators followed suit, bowing and saying, "Greetings, Supreme Elder. I witnessed everything that happened just now. To be honest, this matter has deeply pained me. I always believed that those who chose to follow me to Nine Peaks Ridge were people of unwavering loyalty and trust, people worthy of trust and who would never betray the family, but now I am deeply pained and disappointed. Disappointed that someone among us would actually betray the family's interests for a little personal gain. Disappointed that someone would actually violate the clan rules and disregard the prohibitions I have issued for personal benefit." Zhou Ming's gaze swept over the Zhou family members before the ancestral hall, his eyes filled with disappointment as he spoke. His somber tone and undisguised disappointment caused the Zhou family members to bow their heads deeply. Zhou Chun knelt down again, tears streaming down his face, and choked out, "It's all my fault for failing to properly educate my son, allowing him to commit such a grave mistake and bring shame upon our family. Elder, you may kill me or punish me, I will accept it willingly." Zhou Ming nodded upon hearing this, saying, "If a son is not taught properly, it is the father's fault. As his father, you cannot shirk this responsibility." He then shook his head, saying, "But our Zhou family has always been open-minded, and our clan rules and laws have always been fair and just. Since you are completely unaware of this incident, then this matter has nothing to do with you." The family will not place the blame on you for your mistake." He then waved his hand and said, "Get up." He then turned his gaze to Zhou Chun, who was almost paralyzed with fear by his sudden appearance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Remember this, I'm sparing your life today only because you followed me to Nine Peaks Ridge, which can be considered a contribution to the establishment of the family." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a beam of red light shot towards Zhou Chun's abdomen. Ah! With a scream, Zhou Chun's decades of hard-earned cultivation was instantly destroyed. He also fainted from the excruciating pain and the immense shock. "Huaner," Zhou Jiaqui cried out, rushing forward to embrace his son, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Zhou Ming seemed to remember something, and his face darkened. Then, in a deep voice, he said, "Never let him leave your mountain again. Otherwise, any Zhou family cultivator who sees him can kill him on the spot as a traitor to the family." Hearing this, Zhou Jiaqui immediately knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, elder. I will definitely keep a close watch on this unfilial son from now on and never let him leave the mountain again." Zhou Ming then turned his gaze to the Zhou family members who were terrified after witnessing Zhou Zhenghuan's cultivation being crippled, and said sternly, "I hope you will all take today's events as a warning and never repeat them." "Yes, we will definitely follow elders' teachings." The many Zhou family members responded one after another, firmly remembering today's events. The shock brought to them by witnessing this public execution was much more effective than the clan rules on paper. For a period of time to come, they would definitely take this as a warning and keep their mouths shut. Now everyone disperse. Don't discuss today's events in front of outsiders, lest it damage the family's image. Zhou Ming waved his hand, gave a few more warnings, and then dismissed the gathered clansmen. He then led Zhou Chun and Zhou Daowei to his cave dwelling. Once inside, Zhou Ming didn't rush to explain the gains from the expedition, but instead looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhangjin, tell me about Zhou Chun's leak." "Yes," Zhou Chun replied, and immediately recounted how he discovered Zhou Chun's leak and how he caught several people red-handed. It turned out that the day before, Zhou Chun had been invited out for drinks by a rogue cultivator named Tang Hu, along with 2 other rogue cultivators. Because he drank a lot of spirit wine, Zhou Chun, after being coaxed by Tang Hu, couldn't control himself and revealed the birth of the Azure Dragon. As for the 20 spirit coins, Tang Hu had actually given them to him afterward to reassure him and make him keep it a secret. However, Tang Hu hadn't anticipated that the other rogue cultivators he deliberately invited, to reassure Zhou Chun and to mitigate risk, would later discover something amiss and inform the Zhou family. Thus, while Tang Hu was leaving his residence for Hongai Market after receiving news of the Azure Dragon's birth, Zhou Chun, through Zhou Jiagong, the steward of the External Affairs Hall, learned the previous day that Zhou Chun had been tricked and his secrets leaked. He immediately ordered the arrest of Zhou Chun and the other rogue cultivators present, and then asked the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, to bring a special tracking beast to Tang Hu's residence to apprehend them. Although they found Tang Hu's residence empty, Zhou Daoquan later tracked him down using his scent, over 500 li away from Jilfang Ridge, and brought him back to the family. After interrogating Tang Hu, he confessed his identity. It turns out he was a spy planted in our Zhou family by the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain. His daughter married a cultivator from the Zhang family, and he receives an annual stipend from them. Because he sent back news of the Zhou family's sudden change and mountain closure, the Zhang family took it very seriously and specially sent him spirit wine and spirit coins to bribe and lure Zhou family cultivators to investigate the truth. The other rogue cultivators were indeed unaware of this. They were simply used by him. Zhou Chun slowly recounted the entire story, then looked at the clan leader, Zhou Daowei. Back then, when he and the 4th elder, Zhou Jiaru, returned from the underground auction, Zhou Jiaru released the fire god Jackal, which killed the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. At that time, Zhou Daowei did not tell him the true origin of the victim, and later, perhaps forgetting about it, he never mentioned it to him. He even learned from that rogue cultivator Tang Hu that the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator killed by the fire god Jackal was actually the 2nd elder of the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain. The Zhang family of Shiante Mountain? It seems they know about that incident and hold a grudge against our Zhou family. Zhou Daowei frowned, instantly understanding why Zhou Chun was looking at him, and muttered to himself, "Oh, so it's the family of that late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator killed by the fire god Jackal." Zhou Ming's expression also shifted, recalling what Zhou Daowei had told him. Then his face darkened, and he said coldly, "That Zhang family of Shiante Mountain. We let that matter go back then, but they're ungrateful and hold a grudge against us." After saying that, he nodded repeatedly to Zhou Chun and said, "It's fortunate that you intercepted and brought them back in time, otherwise the Zhang family would have deliberately spread the news, which would have caused a lot of trouble for our Zhou family. Yes, at this critical moment, we must not let anyone know that our Zhou family has a third-tier dragon, otherwise we will definitely not be able to hide it from the dragon transformation Sect spies." Zhou Daowei also nodded repeatedly in deep agreement, knowing how great the consequences would be if the news leaked. Upon hearing their words, Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but ask, "From what you two are saying, your mission this time was successful." Hearing this, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei exchanged a glance, then smiled slightly and said, "Yes, the mission was a great success. The target was killed on the spot and annihilated. That's wonderful. This is undoubtedly the best outcome." Zhou Chun clapped his hands in delight, his face beaming with joy. Zhou Ming sighed deeply. "Yes, once this operation is over, our Zhou family will no longer be subject to others, and we can finally develop our family in peace." Then he said in a deep voice, "Therefore, the matter of the third-tier dragon must be kept strictly a secret, for as long as possible. That's natural. I believe that after Zhou Sanghun's lesson, the other clansmen will realize the seriousness of this matter and will no longer dare to spread it." Zhou Chun said, then asked in a low voice, "What about Tang Hu and the 3 rogue cultivators who knew about it?" Unexpectedly, after hearing his question, Zhou Ming looked at him and asked in return, "What's your suggestion?" "Zhangjin, what do you think should be done? If it were up to me to decide, Tang Hu deserves to die, and the Zhang family needs to be warned. Therefore, it would be best to send his head to the Zhang family as a warning. As for the other 3 rogue cultivators who knew about it, whether they are killed or not is up to you, Elder." Zhou Chun met Zhou Ming's gaze and said in a deep voice his plan. After hearing this, Zhou Ming asked again, "The first one is easy to say, but what about the second one, where killing is optional?" "Killing them is self-explanatory, just kill them all to silence them. If not, then please have the Supreme Elder personally use the soul-seizing secret technique to erase their recent memories. That way, the secret can be kept." Zhou Chun replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, "If possible, this junior still prefers not to kill them. The arrest caused quite a stir, and many members of the clan know we arrested them. If we kill them all, and the matter is leaked later, it will likely severely damage the clan's reputation." Hearing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh softly. "Ah, Zhang Chun, you're good in every way, except you're too upright, too kind." Was he really that kind? Hearing Zhou Ming's words, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had killed quite a few people, and had even launched sneak attacks and assassinations. The various dishonorable things he had done were too numerous to count. He himself didn't consider himself a good person. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming now said he was upright and too kind. But he couldn't explain himself, and could only sigh deeply. This junior simply doesn't want to become a purely selfish person. Hearing this, Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Zhou Daowei beside him. Finally, looking at Zhou Chun with a complicated expression, he said, "All right, for the sake of your kindness, I'll do the trouble and erase those people's memories." The soul-seizing technique, capable of erasing memories, can only be performed by cultivators who have opened the Purple Mansion stage. However, even Purple Mansion stage cultivators don't easily use this technique. This is because such a technique has the potential for backlash. If the person targeted has an overly strong will, the caster might fail and damage their own soul. Therefore, Zhou Ming agreed to Zhou Chun's method, truly taking some risks himself. Zhou Chun was aware of this. Therefore, he hurriedly bowed and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder. All right, then go back and appease everyone. After I rest for a few days, I will summon you and your men to perform the ritual." Zhou Ming waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. After Zhou Chun left, he looked at Zhou Daowei and said, "Next, Daowei, you should also appease the Azure Dragon. If it's too difficult, let it hibernate and fall into deep sleep. We can't let it reveal itself and leak the news." "Yes, I will be careful." Zhou Daowei nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing this, Zhou Ming waved his hand again and said, "Then you should also go back and rest. Next, Zhang Chun will go into seclusion to cultivate his cultivation technique. and the family affairs will have to be handled by you. A few days later, after resting, Zhou Ming personally used the soul-seizing secret technique to erase the memories of the past month for the 3 rogue cultivators. Because the memory loss couldn't be hidden, Zhou Chun truthfully told the 3 afterwards and gave each of them 100 spirit coins out of his own pocket. Upon learning of their involvement in the Zhou family's secrets, the 3 were terrified and dared not pursue the matter of their memories being erased. Coupled with the spirit coins Zhou Chun offered as compensation, they all promised to keep the secret and not mention it to outsiders. In truth, even if they did, it would be useless. Because erased memories could not be restored unless they successfully formed their core in the future. After dealing with this matter, Zhou Chun ordered Tang Hu's head to be sent to the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain as a warning. What? The Zhou family discovered and killed our spy? Zhang Keida, the patriarch of the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain, looked at the severed head before him, his expression changing drastically. Tang Hu was indeed someone he had sent to the Zhou family to gather intelligence, and had previously provided the Zhang family with considerable information about the Zhou family. However, he never expected that this spy would be discovered so quickly and returned to him in this manner. The Zhou family, well done. You're ruthless, he gritted his teeth. Immediately ordering his men to take the head back to his daughter for a proper burial, then went to report the matter to the family's Purple Mansion cultivators. The Zhou family's warning still carried a certain deterrent effect, he had to take it seriously. Several days later, a Zhang family cultivator arrived at the Zhou family at 9 Peaks Ridge, presenting 1,000 spirit coins as an apology. However, Zhou Chun had already begun his seclusion to cultivate the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, and the person who received him was the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Daoyi. First update today, please subscribe to all chapters. Chapter 167 Forging the Dao Cauldron, strength increases drastically. Switching to a new cultivation technique is no easy task, especially when it's a top-tier technique like the Golden Cauldron Profound technique. Generally, foundation establishment cultivators need 1 or 2 months to switch to a technique that allows for rapid advancement. For those switching to combat techniques, a year or 2 isn't unusual. Zhou Chun had clearly stated beforehand that his seclusion might last a year or 2. Therefore, unless the Zhou family suffers a massacre, he shouldn't be disturbed. His seclusion location was next to the stone chamber used to store the collected golden energy. He sat cross-legged in the stone chamber, first calming his mind and adjusting his state. Once he felt his state was optimal, Zhou Chun absorbed some golden energy into his body, performing a final check before switching techniques. It was like testing a new pipe before it's filled with water to ensure it's tight and leak-free. After the golden energy had circulated through all the meridians involved in the cultivation technique without causing any discomfort, Zhou Chun nodded slightly, a resolute look in his eyes. Immediately, he reached into his storage pouch and took out a meridian protection pill, meridian nourishing pill, and golden spirit key regulating powder he had previously purchased. He first took out a meridian protection pill and swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, a warm medicinal power quickly spread. Zhou Chun didn't let it spread freely, instead, he used his divine sense and magical power as a guide, directing it to the meridians needed for the operation of the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, focusing on strengthening these meridians. Thus, after the medicinal power was fully released, his meridians were already wrapped in a tough protective film. This was the special effect of the meridian protection pill. Next, Zhou Chun opened the bottle containing the golden spirit key regulating powder. This pill was a granular powder with a very strange taste, bitter, astringent, and dry. Zhou Chun didn't dare waste a single drop, swallowing the entire bottle of powdered granules in one gulp. Before the medicine could even take effect, he unleashed a burst of magical power, blasting open the adjacent stone door and allowing the golden energy sealed within the next chamber to surge into this one. Boom! A dense rush of golden energy assaulted his senses, making the air feel like it was being pierced by knives, stinging his nostrils and trachea. Yet, he accepted this golden energy without hesitation, circulating his magic to absorb it all into his body, channeling it into his danshin. This originally formless golden energy quickly accumulated and condensed upon entering his danshin, forming a golden cloud that floated above the existing pool of golden, cyan, and true essence magic power within his danshin. After absorbing an unknown amount of golden energy, Zhou Chun finally stopped. Then, he focused his mind, closed his eyes, and sank his entire being into his danshin. He meticulously followed the instructions in the golden cauldron profound technique, visualizing a heavy, ancient, square cauldron in his mind. The cauldron shape was remarkably similar to the Dao-carrying artifact he had previously seen. In fact, over the past few years, he had entered that secret chamber multiple times to observe the golden cauldron, even learning the ancient characters inscribed on it through a dictionary left by his family elders in the library. However, unlike that golden cauldron, the square cauldron he was now visualizing had different patterns on each side. One side depicted a golden deity charioteer wielding a halberd, representing the killing power of metal. Another side showed a vast, continuous golden mountain range, representing the defense of metal. Another side depicted a flowing golden river, representing the transformation of metal. And yet another side showed a strange beast with a single horn, a tiger's body, an ox's tail, and wings sprouting from its ribs, a powerful divine beast said to be equivalent to a true dragon, representing the great Dao of metal. While visualizing the four directions cauldron, the golden clouds within Zhou Chun's danchan seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, slowly sinking into the golden, cyan, and true essence pool below. Soon, the two merged. Initially, the golden clouds and true essence were difficult to fully integrate. However, the golden spirit key regulating powder that Zhou Chun had taken acted as a catalyst, slowly merging into the mixture and causing them to harmonize into one. Soon after, the originally liquid true essence within Zhou Chun's danchan, like water mixed with a large amount of flour, gradually became viscous, easily scooped up and kneaded. At this moment, his divine sense, like a pair of invisible, skillful hands, grasped the sticky object and began to knead it. Gradually, the object he was kneading quickly took on a rough shape. It was a four directions cauldron, exactly the same as the four directions cauldron he had visualized, practically identical. However, at this point, the four directions cauldron was only a rough prototype, unfired and uncooled. Whether such a rough prototype could become a precious cauldron was uncertain. Therefore, Zhou Chun's next task was to temper it with fire and water, allowing it to undergo the refining process of fire and water, transforming it into a true precious cauldron. The fire came from Zhou Chun himself, the foundation establishment true fire he could control after achieving foundation establishment. A raging flame appeared out of nowhere beneath the square cauldron, quickly engulfing it. During this intense forging, Zhou Chun's keen senses detected fine cracks in some parts of the cauldron, caused by insufficient materials. He then absorbed the considerable amount of golden energy from the outside world and poured it into the cauldron as repair material to alleviate the cracks. After 49 days of continuous forging, the precious cauldron within Zhou Chun's danchan finally took shape. At this moment, a cloud of blood-red mist suddenly surged into Zhou Chun's danchan, violently engulfing the cauldron completely. This cloud of blood-red mist was the water used for tempering, transformed from his own essence in blood. In a daze, a hissing sound seemed to rise from Zhou Chun's danchan. The blood-red mist that had submerged the cauldron suddenly faded rapidly and disappeared completely, as if absorbed by the cauldron. The cauldron now appeared much heavier and more solid than before. The patterns on the four sides of the cauldron were also more lifelike, as if they had a soul. At this point, Zhou Chun's cauldron casting process was more than halfway complete. The next step was the final one. Huff. Zhou Chun suddenly opened his mouth and took a breath. The remaining golden energy in the stone chamber, as well as the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, suddenly surged into his body. The golden energy and spiritual energy flowed along his meridians and quickly merged into his danchan. He then circulated his cultivation technique, urging the square cauldron to devour them all. At this moment, golden light appeared within the square cauldron, and a gurgling sound was emitted, as if a pot of soup was being simmered. The original purpose of the cauldron was for cooking food. The cultivation process of the golden cauldron mystic art involves using spiritual energy and metallic energy as ingredients to cook a pot of pure and delicious golden broth. After an unknown amount of time, the Kayaki mythical beast with a Kayaki pattern on the cauldron suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden broth, which landed below the cauldron. This golden broth would become Zhou Chun's future magical essence. Upon seeing this golden broth, he was instantly overjoyed, knowing that he had completed the most dangerous step of forging the cauldron. However, after a brief moment of joy, he continued to guard his mind, guiding the golden broth out of his danchan and flowing through his meridians. Instantly, a pain far more intense than the previous golden energy tempering filled Zhou Chun's mind. The golden broth felt like molten iron being poured onto his body, bringing him an indescribable agony. The protective membrane formed by the meridian protecting pills within his meridians could no longer withstand the pouring of the golden broth and began to melt. So this was the most difficult hurdle. Zhou Chun gasped inwardly, realizing he had been too complacent. This magical essence, condensed from a highly concentrated mixture of golden and spiritual energy, was many times stronger than his previous magical essence, and the pressure it placed on his meridians was far greater than that of pure golden energy. Only when his meridians adapted to the flow of this magical essence could he truly utilize it to cast spells and cultivate supernatural powers. Having already come this far, no matter how difficult or painful, he had no reason to give up. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and continued to circulate the golden broth through his meridians according to the prescribed method, again and again. After several repetitions, Zhou Chun's meridians looked as if they had been burned, covered in scars and wounds. Such severe injuries, if left to heal slowly on their own, would take an unknown amount of time, or even be fully recovered. But this is where the nourishing meridian pills Zhou Chun had previously purchased came in handy. His hands trembled as he grasped the bottle containing the pills, then bit the stopper and swallowed the contents. As the pills entered his stomach, a cool medicinal power was quickly released, nourishing and repairing the scarred meridians within Zhou Chun's body. Time slowly passed, and the power of the nourishing meridian pills gradually dissipated. Zhou Chun's previously scarred meridians were now completely healed, refreshed and renewed. Moreover, these healed meridians were much stronger than before. When he once again channeled the molten metal into his meridians, although he still felt pain, it no longer caused much actual damage. Clearly, his meridians had begun to adapt to this new magical power. As long as he continues to temper his meridians with this golden soup power, it won't be long before they are completely unharmed. At this point, Zhou Chun's switch to the Golden Cauldron Profound Art will be considered a success. His next task is to continuously circulate this new technique to refine golden energy and spiritual energy, restoring his true essence and mana pool. Time slowly passed, and when Zhou Chun's true essence and mana pool fully recovered to its previous size, he finally experienced the power of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, a top-tier technique. Firstly, in terms of cultivation efficiency. After switching to the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, his efficiency in absorbing and refining external spiritual energy was dozens of times greater than with the 5-key facing the sun scripture, a speed that astonished him. Now, he only needs to meditate and circulate his energy for 2 hours each day to complete his daily cultivation. As far as he knew, even cultivators who switched to techniques for rapid advancement, unless they practiced a quick-fix technique like the condensing essence technique, would need 2 to 3 hours of meditation to complete their daily cultivation. Secondly, there was the difference in the quality of their mana and true essence. If Zhou Chun's mana and true essence quality was 1 before, it was now 6. Cultivators practicing those rapid advancement techniques, on the other hand, had mana and true essence quality that was at most 2 or 3. This difference in quality would have a dramatic effect in actual combat. For example, the defensive power of Zhou Chun's previous 5-element spirit armor technique depended on the cultivator's own cultivation level and mana. If Zhou Chun were to use this secret technique now, the defensive spirit armor he condensed would be much stronger than the second-tier low-grade defensive spells used by others, and it shouldn't be a problem to withstand an attack from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, regarding the activation of magical artifacts, this extremely high-quality magical power makes it much easier for him to activate higher-level artifacts than other cultivators of the same level, and the power he unleashes is also stronger. Then there are the characteristics attached to the magical power. The damage that the Golden Soup magical power had previously caused Zhou Chun is just as great as the damage it inflicts on the enemy after invading their bodies. Its enhancement of the power of flying swords and similar magical artifacts is also extremely noticeable. Zhou Chun only tried it once and found that the power of his second-tier high-grade magical artifact, Flying Dragon Claw, activated with a Golden Soup magical power, is now 20 to 30% stronger than before. Now, ordinary second-tier low-grade magical artifacts might be torn apart by the Crimson Gold Flying Claw after a few collisions. Finally, there is the magical power Golden Cauldron Mystic Light, which comes with a successful completion of the first chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. Golden Cauldron Mystic Light is a special magical power that relies on the Dao Cauldron within Zhou Chun's body. The so-called Mystic Light is profoundly mysterious. It possesses incredibly powerful adaptability, capable of transforming into sword energy and light to attack enemies, or into shields and protective barriers for self-defense, and even for imprisoning enemies, all according to its master's will. Regardless of its use, its power far surpasses the techniques and supernatural abilities mastered by cultivators practicing rapid advancement methods. Only those mastering powerful combat techniques can rival it. In Zhou Chun's own tests, when he used the Xuanguang, mysterious light, shield for protection, even his second-tier low-grade magic weapon, powered by his golden soup magic power, required over 10 attacks to break it. And as long as the Xuanguang shield couldn't be broken quickly, Zhou Chun could use his magic power to repair any damage. Based on this test, he estimated that if he could maintain this Xuanguang shield with all his might, even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator practicing rapid advancement methods, with a mid-tier second-grade magic weapon, would need considerable effort to break it. This meant that even without the help of his spirit pet, he could now single-handedly fight most mid-foundation establishment cultivators with a very high probability of victory. This is the power of a top-tier cultivation technique. Successfully cultivating it not only leads to extremely rapid advancement in cultivation and exceptionally high-quality magical power, but also grants incredibly strong protective spells and abilities. Furthermore, Golden Cauldron Profound Light is merely a magical ability that comes with successfully cultivating the first of the 4 inner chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. As Zhou Chun's cultivation level increases, he will be able to master even more powerful techniques and their accompanying magical abilities. The protective techniques recorded in the outer 4 chapters will also become available for cultivation after he completes the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. I had insomnia last night, not falling asleep until 5 a.m. To avoid insomnia tonight, I didn't dare sleep this afternoon and went hiking, only returning around 8 p.m. Therefore, the update is late. I will go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow to write, so tomorrow morning's chapter will also be delayed until noon. Everything should return to normal the day after tomorrow. Chapter 168 Changes in the Zhou Family, Rat Plague. After a year and 3 months of seclusion, Zhou Chun emerged. Almost immediately after he stepped out of his secluded chamber, the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming in his mountain cave discovered his arrival. Before he could even return to his residence to see his 2 spirit pets, whom he hadn't seen for a year, Zhou Ming summoned him to the cave. Then, the clan leader Zhou Daoai also arrived. Your aura is powerful and profound, as strong as a Vajra. It seems your transition to the Golden Cauldron Profound Art has been very successful. In the cave, Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Zhou Chun, noticing the significant changes in him. Clan leader Zhou Daoai, upon hearing this, directly asked Zhou Chun, "How do you feel? Can you tell me what makes this top-tier cultivation technique so powerful?" "I feel excellent. It was worth all the hardship and preparation I endured." Zhou Chun smiled lightly, and without reservation, immediately recounted the benefits he had gained from transitioning to the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. "Impressive. Just from your description, I can tell how strong you are now. No wonder it's a top-tier technique passed down from ancient times," Zhou Daoai exclaimed in admiration after hearing Zhou Chun's account, expressing his amazement and envy at his achievements. While top-tier techniques are difficult to cultivate and master, the rewards are indeed immense once mastered. Zhou Ming nodded, quite moved. He then instructed Zhou Chun, "However, you must keep your cultivation of a top-tier technique a secret. Just say you've cultivated a combat method." Zhou Chun knew he was worried about him showing off too much and attracting resentment. He immediately replied solemnly, "Yes, I understand." Seeing that he understood, Zhou Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then you should stay home and cultivate diligently. Daoai can focus on building the dragon's nest." He then told Zhou Chun to go home first. Back at his residence, Zhou Chun was greeted by the rock tortoise and the silver lightning python, Bye-Bye, whom he hadn't seen for over a year. They affectionately approached him. These 2 spirit pets had been fed periodically by the clan leader, Zhou Daoai. While they weren't hungry, they clearly weren't cared for as meticulously as he had personally. "Stone, don't worry," Zhou Chun assured him, patting the rock tortoise's head in the courtyard. "Now that I've completed the major task of switching cultivation techniques, I will wholeheartedly search for spiritual objects to purify your bloodline and help you break through to the 2nd tier as soon as possible." After switching to the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, he had nothing else pressing to do. He could naturally focus his energy on raising his spirit pets and other matters. Zhou Chun had already decided that, in addition to cultivation and clan affairs, He would concentrate on mastering several secret techniques and some second-tier spells. Once he had mastered all the secret techniques and spells, he would then try cultivating a skill. Anyway, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan is over 240 years. For him, who is only in his early 40s, there are still many days ahead. In the following days, Zhou Chun checked the clan records in this Hongping Hall and communicated with others. He learned that many things had happened within the family during his year-long seclusion. For example, the Zhang family from Shiante Mountain sent someone to apologize. Also, more than a month after his seclusion, the family's third elder, Zhou Daoquan, left home to travel far away, seeking an opportunity to open his purple mansion. And the various businesses within the family were thriving. However, one thing also intrigued Zhou Chun. During his year-long seclusion, the Hu surname cultivator he had dealt with in Kangzhou had sent 3 letters to the Spirit Beast Hall, all inviting him to Kangzhou for a meeting, saying that he needed his help with important matters. The most recent letter was from more than 10 days ago, and its tone was much more earnest than the previous 2. Forget it, let's leave it for now. If there's an emergency, he'll definitely send someone to fetch me. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun put the letter away, not paying much attention to it. He had only left his contact information with the intention of making friends. Whether he would actually become friends was still uncertain. After he resumed his duties in charge of family affairs, he made some changes to the family personnel. Zhou Jiaxing, who had been the manager of the Spirit Beast Hall for many years, was transferred back to the family, and Zhou Jiafei became the new manager. Zhou Jiaxing was appointed as the financial steward by Zhou Chun, in charge of the family's financial organization and statistics. Zhou Zhengxin, the manager of the Deer Garden, performed well and was promoted to steward of the 100 Beasts Hall. Zhou Zhenggang, the former steward of the 100 Beasts Hall, was transferred to the position of supervisory steward. Currently, our Zhou family has a total of 176 cultivators, including 135 members of the Zhou family clan and 41 members of the extended family. In the past year, the family's income was approximately 35,400 spirit coins, and its expenditures were approximately 23,000 spirit coins. In the past year, the family distributed approximately 18,000 merit points, and deducted approximately 11,000 merit points. Currently, the family's spirit coin reserves are approximately 27,400. Inside this Hongping Hall, all the foundation establishment cultivators of the clan, including clan chief Zhou Daoai, gathered again at Zhou Chun's invitation to hear his report on the family's current situation. Compared to the last time, this time the elders present were missing the 3rd elder Zhou Daoquan, but included the 6th elder Zhou Jiapen. After hearing his brief report, 2nd elder Zhou Chongshin immediately relaxed and nodded slightly, saying, "Sounds pretty good. There's been a significant improvement compared to last time. Yes, the clan has indeed become much more lively in recent years. Not to mention anything else, I've attended the full moon celebrations for new clan members about 7 or 8 times. And the babies in the nursery are almost half a village in number." 4th elder Zhou Jiaru also nodded with deep feeling and expressed his Gankei, deep feelings, with a smile. Then, 5th elder Zhou Jia added, "Not only has the number of clansmen increased, but their enthusiasm is also much higher than before. The incentive measures formulated by the vice clan chief, and the knowledge that one can become a foundation establishment seat after accumulating 5,000 clan merits, have made clansmen more enthusiastic about working for the clan and accumulating merits." He then looked at clan chief Zhou Daoai and added, "Of course, the clan chief's transformation of the cloud python into a dragon has also greatly boosted the clansmen's morale, making them more hopeful for the clan's future." Seeing this, Zhou Daoai smiled and nodded, saying, "What you elders say makes a lot of sense. It seems you are all satisfied with the reform Zhang Chun has made for the clan, right?" "I have no objections," 2nd elder Zhou Chongshin answered first. "Satisfied, satisfied, very satisfied." Elders Zhou Jiaru, Zhou Jia, and Zhou Jiapeng also expressed their support. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for your trust and support, elders. I will continue to serve the family diligently." "Then let's talk about another matter that brought you elders here today," Zhou Daoai continued, looking at the elders. "Several years ago, Zhang Yuan of 100 Herbs Peak petitioned the family, requesting support to help him successfully establish his foundation. This would give him absolute confidence in refining the demon spirit pill. At that time, I was in seclusion, and the family had many matters to attend to, and finances were tight. I only promised to provide support, but didn't implement it immediately. Now that everything is settled, there's no reason to delay any longer. So, elders, do you think the family should use its savings to purchase a foundation establishment pill for his foundation building? Such a thing? The Zhou family elders, hearing this for the first time, all showed surprise. The second elder, Zhou Chun, immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Isn't this a bit against the rules?" He was a conservative within the family and naturally disapproved of clansmen who, confident in their talent, actively sought support from the family's higher-ups. In the eyes of an elder like him, the family's higher-ups weren't blind. They knew which clansmen were worthy of being nurtured and supported to reach the foundation establishment stage. If they didn't actively support you, it meant they didn't think you were qualified. It's like the classic saying, "What I give you is yours, what I don't give you, you can't take." Zhou Xingyi's alchemy skills were indeed the highest among the Zhou family's alchemists. However, even elders like Zhou Chun knew that his alchemy talent didn't warrant the family supporting him to reach the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, the late first elder, Zhou Mingxian, would have already addressed this matter in his will. It's a bit against the rules, but rules can't stay unchanged forever. The family does have a great need for demon spirit pills right now, and we need someone with decent alchemy skills to serve the family. Since there's no better candidate, we can only trust in this once and make an exception for him. Zhou Daoi's tone was somewhat helpless as he said this. After his azure cloud python transformed into a dragon, the Zhou family's ancestral beast-taming skills could be said to have reached their peak. However, the other skills of alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and array crafting were somewhat lacking in talent. The array crafting skills were currently entirely supported by the second elder, Zhou Chun, and no suitable successor had been found yet. As for artifact crafting, it goes without saying that only the supreme elder, Zhou Mingde, knew a little about it, but he hadn't put much effort into it. As for talisman crafting, he could make second-tier talismans, but he couldn't expect the clan leader to do nothing but be the family's talisman crafter. In the area of alchemy, since the passing of the first elder, Zhou Mingxian, it was difficult for any of the alchemists he had trained for the family to take on the main responsibility. Zhou Xingyi was already considered the best among the worst. Therefore, while slightly uncomfortable with Zhou Xingyi's coercive request, Zhou Daoi felt it necessary to help him to strengthen the family's foundation. Upon hearing his words, the second elder, Zhou Chun, fell silent. Actually, with Xingyi's abilities, as long as he's diligent and hardworking, in another 10 or 20 years, he can accumulate enough merit to become a foundation establishment seed. At that time, he'll only be in his early 70s, and he'll still have a chance to successfully establish his foundation. The family helping him now is like making an early investment, the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru, said softly, agreeing with the idea. Zhou Chun glanced at the fourth elder, understanding his thoughts. His newly contracted spirit pet, the Crimson Flame Dragon Python, with the existence of a third-tier dragon within the family, had a high chance of advancing to the second tier in the future, and would definitely need the demon spirit pill then. Helping Zhou Xingyi now was equivalent to helping himself. Clearly, Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiapeng quickly grasped the crux of the matter and subsequently voiced their agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only change his tune, saying, "All right then, the family can support him in foundation establishment, but if he fails, or if he succeeds but fails to refine the demon spirit pill as he claimed, he will no longer receive family benefits." With him backing down, fourth elder Zhou Jiaru immediately nodded in agreement. "That's acceptable. I think this kind of punishment is necessary for Zhang Yuan's situation. Then let's do as second elder says. I doubt Zhang Yuan will object." Zhou Daoi nodded slightly, agreeing to the matter. Thus, the matter was settled. Next came inquiring about purchasing foundation establishment pills. However, as long as one was willing to spend spirit coins, and spend a lot of spirit coins, it wasn't impossible to buy foundation establishment pills. More than a month later, Zhou Chun suddenly received news from the market that a foundation establishment cultivator surnamed who had come to the shop, insisting on meeting him. They actually found him. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he explained the situation to the clan leader, Zhou Daoi, and then went to Hongai Market. "Fellow Taoist Zhou has finally decided to come and see me." Inside the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Hu Changgaiao, who had reunited with Zhou Chun, looked at him with a face full of emotion and let out a long sigh. His words were full of resentment, like a wronged little wife. From his words, it was not difficult to tell that he already knew Zhou Chun's true origins. This made Zhou Chun somewhat embarrassed. He quickly bowed and said, "I'm so sorry, I've been in seclusion at home for over a year and only emerged a month ago. Although I saw fellow Taoist whose letter after I came out of seclusion, I was too busy with family affairs to ask someone to reply to you in time." He then gave a wry smile and said, "I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry, making a special trip to Lanzhou." Hearing this, Hu Chang'ao also smiled wryly and said, "It's not that I'm in a hurry, it's that the person who asked me is in a hurry. I couldn't bear the urging and had to come to invite fellow Taoist Zhou in person. Then what is it that makes you come all the way to find me, fellow Taoist Hu?" Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a strange light as he inquired about the reason. "It's a rat infestation. A gold-eating rat clan in Kangzhou has been invaded by a second-tier mutated gold-eating rat king. It has secretly integrated several rat groups, and underground it has bred a massive population of tens of thousands. Now it has caused a rat plague in several mining areas, injuring many mining cultivators and causing enormous losses of minerals." Hu Chang'ao stated his purpose with a grave expression. "This chapter is finished, making the book 600,000 words. Wow, that went by so fast." Chapter 169 Zhou Chun's Conditions. The rat infestation in Kangzhou has a long history. This mountainous region, rich in minerals, is a paradise for gold-eating rats. Every few years, a rat infestation occurs. Historically, there was even an instance of a third-tier rat king leading hundreds of thousands of gold-eating rats to conquer a mine. On that occasion, hundreds of thousands of gold-eating rats mined away most of the spirit gold ore in a mine in just a few days. Because the third-tier rat king was extremely sensitive to danger and proficient in earth and metal escape techniques, even several golden core cultivators couldn't harm it. Later, a nascent soul cultivator personally intervened, using great divine power to suppress and kill the third-tier rat king and several second-tier rat demons, thus quelling the infestation. Compared to that major event, the appearance of this second-tier mutated gold-eating rat king is nothing, not even enough to alarm a nascent soul cultivator. After listening to Hu Chang'ao's words, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then looked at him and said, "Asking me to exterminate the rats is not a problem, but how will the reward be calculated?" Hu Chang'ao immediately replied, "The reward is easy to discuss. As long as fellow Taoist Zhou can kill that second-tier mutated gold-eating rat king, you will receive a reward of 2,000 spirit coins. The remaining gold-eating rat will be paid according to the previous rat extermination tasks." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, this reward is too low. That's a second-tier mutated gold-eating rat king. Its corpse alone is worth several hundred spirit coins. Fellow Taoist Zhou misunderstands. This time, as long as fellow Taoist Zhou can kill that mutated gold-eating rat king, its corpse will also belong to you," Hu Chang'ao quickly explained. Zhou Chun shook his head again, saying, "That won't do either. I have no interest in doing something where the risk and reward are disproportionate." To avoid further persuasion from Hu Chang'ao, he continued, "Besides, fellow Taoist who probably already knows my true identity. 2,000 spirit coins are not a huge sum for me." Hu Chang'ao fell silent after hearing this. He had spent the past few days investigating in the market and had a basic understanding of the Zhou family's situation. He naturally knew that Zhou Chun was now the vice patriarch of the Zhou family, and a truly powerful figure in that position. Judging from Zhou Chun's words, he was clearly dissatisfied with the reward offered by Kangzhou and wanted a higher one. He could only nod and say, "All right, then I'll go back and convey fellow Taoist Zhou's message. Is there anything else fellow Taoist Zhou would like me to convey?" Zhou Chun thought for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Hu, you can speak. I don't lack spirit coins, but I do lack some spirit items that can help spirit pets advance to the second tier. If you can provide spirit items such as Earth Spirit Milk, 5th rank Earth Spirit Mushroom, Earth Dragon Fruit, or related information, I will come immediately." "Good, I'll remember fellow Taoist Zhou's words. Then I'll take my leave." After Hu Chang'ao finished speaking, he gave Zhou Chun a deep look and turned to leave. "Goodbye, fellow Taoist Hu," Zhou Chun replied and quickly returned to his family's mountain gate. He wasn't in a hurry. If the rat infestation were so easy to eliminate, it wouldn't be a rat infestation. Once rats start to reproduce, their numbers are quite astonishing. The condition that restricts the reproduction of such creatures is often food. Once the gold-eating rat demon beast is allowed to reproduce freely, it can easily have 2 litters a year. Therefore, if the rat infestation is not eliminated in time, as the rat population grows larger, they will inevitably steal and consume the spirit gold ore from the mines in order to survive. The losses would then be many times greater than the reward Zhou Chun was currently demanding. Sure enough, less than a month after Zhou Chun and Hu Changyao parted ways, Hu Changyao returned to Lanzhou, heading straight for Jilfang Ridge. Fellow Taoist Zhou's request has been agreed to. As long as fellow Taoist Zhou can eliminate the rat infestation, they will give you a bowl of earth spirit stone milk, on Pagoda Peak. After the two met again, Hu Changyao directly stated his purpose. Just a bowl of earth spirit stone milk, Zhou Chun frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the reward. Seeing this, Hu Changyao explained, a bowl is already quite a lot. Generally, the milkstones that produce earth spirit stone milk only produce about 1 basin every 100 years, which is less than 10 bowls worth. Moreover, this substance has a wide range of uses and is usually used immediately. It's very difficult to find easily. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's brow relaxed. Then, looking at him, he said, fellow Taoist Hu, please tell us first, which family is the employer this time? Upon hearing this, Hu Changyao immediately replied, the main source of this rat infestation is the mine owned by the Zhao family of Kangshao. It's a huge and valuable gold-copper mine. They invested a great deal of money to acquire this mine back then, so they can't just sit idly by and watch those gold-eating rats ruin it. The Zhao family of Kangshao, I remember they have a golden core cultivator, right? Even their family's golden core cultivator couldn't catch that mutated gold-eating rat king. Zhou Chun's expression changed, revealing surprise. Although everyone has their own expertise, and golden core cultivators aren't omnipotent, with their skills, finding rat nests or splitting mountains wouldn't be too difficult for them. That's the most troublesome part. The nests of those gold-eating rats are built right on a ley line node near the radiant gold iron mine. If a golden core cultivator uses earth-shattering, mountain opening techniques to destroy the rat nests, it will inevitably damage the ley lines. The impact on the mine will be no less severe than the losses caused by the gold-eating rat's rampage, and if they can't shatter the earth, even a purple mansion cultivator who has mastered earth-escaping techniques won't easily reach the depths of the rat nests, which are 200 or 300 feet underground. Hu Changyao revealed the truth with a helpless expression. For forces with golden core cultivators, unless they've encountered a situation where high-level cultivators can't intervene, why would they be willing to set aside their pride and ask for help? After hearing the explanation, Zhou Chun nodded in understanding and said, I see, I understand. He then cupped his hands to Hu Changyao and said, please wait a moment, fellow Taoist Hu. I will go and explain the situation to the clan's supreme elder and hand over clan affairs to the clan leader, of course. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please go ahead, Hu Changyao replied and waited in the reception hall. After Zhou Chun met with Supreme Elder Zhou Ming, who understood the situation, Zhou Ming did not object to his trip. He simply looked at him and said, since the Zhao family of Kangshao is a golden core family, I suppose you won't encounter any trouble on this trip. But just in case, you should still bring the fire god Jiaqua for protection. Yes, this junior thanks the Supreme Elder for his kindness. Zhou Chun thanked him and settled the matter. Then he and Hu Changyao headed to Kangshao together. Because he needed to take care of Hu Changyao on the journey, Zhou Chun had to slow down, flying and stopping frequently along the way, resting and meditating at several gathering places of cultivators to recover their magical power. The two flew for 5 or 6 days before arriving in Kangshao. Then, led by Hu Changyao, Zhou Chun flew with him for more than a day in Kangshao before arriving at the location of the Zhao family's Yaojin iron mine. The two quickly met the purple mansion cultivator from the Zhao family who was in charge of dealing with the rat infestation. Senior Zhao, this junior has invited fellow Taoist Zhou Hengchen. Inside a stone house, Hu Changyao entered and immediately bowed to an old man in blue robes sitting at the head of the table, introducing Zhou Chun's identity to him. Then, extending his hand, he introduced Zhou Chun, fellow Taoist Zhou, this is Senior Zhao Dayan of the Zhao family. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed to the old man in blue and said, Junior Zhou Hengchen greets Senior Zhao, fellow Taoist Zhou, no need to be so polite. You two have had a long and tiring journey. Please sit down and have some tea. The old man in blue waved his hand, gesturing for the two to sit down. Thank you, Senior, Hu Changyao and Zhou Chun thanked him again before sitting down at the lower end of the table. After the two politely took a sip of tea, the old man in blue turned to Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist who should have already explained the situation to fellow Taoist Zhou. How confident are you in eliminating this rat infestation?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "If the mutated gold-eating rat king's cultivation is truly only at the lower second rank, I'd be about 60–70% confident. If its cultivation is higher, then I'd only be about 20–30% confident. Under the same cultivation level, no matter how strong a mutated gold-eating rat king is, it can't withstand more than a few moves from bye-bye, and escape would be difficult. However, if its cultivation is higher, its earth is a technique that allows for rapid escape, would give it a significant advantage, and bye-bye might not be able to capture it in time." Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't dare to speak too confidently. But his answer already surprised Zhao Dayan considerably. He quickly said, "The mutated gold-eating rat king is a second-tier low-grade demonic beast, I can guarantee that." He then personally promised, "If fellow Taoist Zhou can truly kill this fiend, the bowl of earth spirit milk I promised you will be provided without fail. I will do my best." Zhou Chun nodded, still not daring to make a definitive statement. After a short rest, Zhou Chun followed a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhao family to the location of the gold-eating rat's lair. Before he arrived, the Zhao family had already found the rat path leading to the nest, but they couldn't destroy it through the narrow path. "This is it. We've had several cultivators who tamed demonic beasts try it before, including one who tamed a second-tier low-grade demonic fox, but even that blue-eyed firefox was injured by the mutated gold-devouring rat king after going down, and almost didn't make it back, in front of a rat hole nearly 2 feet in diameter." The Zhao family cultivator leading the way pointed to the hole and explained the situation to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun wasn't surprised at all upon hearing this. Although gold-devouring rats are weak, such weak demonic beasts, if they can advance to the second tier, usually possess some remarkable spells. Moreover, this was a mutated gold-devouring rat. As a mutated demonic beast, even its original natural enemy demonic beasts would most likely be no match for it. If the silver lightning python Bye-Bye wasn't a powerful dragon-born demon beast, and Zhou Chun still had the trump card ancestral revival at his disposal, he wouldn't dare say he could definitely defeat the mutated gold-eating rat. Especially since the battlefield was underground. "Thank you for your advice, fellow Taoist Zhao. I will have my spirit pet be careful," he replied, then reached for his storage pouch at his waist and released the silver lightning python Bye-Bye. Seeing him release a second-tier demon snake, the Zhao family cultivator wasn't surprised. After all, a cultivator who could be specially invited by his elders at the Purple Mansion stage must have some skill. However, when he saw the silver lightning python go in and Zhou Chun was about to crawl into the rat hole, he was stunned. He hurriedly called out, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what are you doing?" "What do you mean, fellow Taoist Zhou? I'm naturally going down to kill the mutated gold-eating rat king." Zhou Chun glanced at the other party in surprise, then answered the question matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family cultivator frowned, slightly annoyed, and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you know the danger of going down like this? There's not even enough space for you to stand up. If you're attacked by a swarm of rats, you won't be able to fight back at all, and you might even be cut off from your escape route and die inside." If it were feasible to enter through rat holes to kill the mutated gold-eating rat king, the Zhao family would have already sent someone to do it. The problem is, if the person who goes down is too powerful, the mutated gold-eating rat king will immediately escape. If the person's cultivation is too low, once their escape route is cut off, it's almost certain death. Zhou Chun sending a spirit pet down to try is fine, of course. Even if something serious happens, it's just the death of a spirit pet, and the Zhao family will only compensate him with some spirit coins. But if he goes down personally, and dies, it wouldn't be right for the Zhao family not to pay a large sum of compensation, since he was invited by them. Zhou Chun understood his meaning upon hearing this. He immediately looked at him and said, "If fellow Taoist Zhao is worried, you can go and report the situation to Senior Zhao Dan. I, Zhou, am willing to sign a life or death waiver. Once I go down there, my life or death will be none of the Zhao family's concern." The Zhao family cultivator was surprised by his courage. After giving him a deep look, he nodded and said, "All right, since fellow Taoist Zhou has said so, then please wait a moment. I, Zhao, will go and consult the elder." Then he went to report the situation. A short while later, Zhao Dayan arrived at the scene in person. Upon arriving, Zhao Dayan first scanned the silver lightning python Bai with his divine sense, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, as if he recognized Bai's background. Then he stared intently at Zhou Chun and said, "Since fellow Taoist Zhou comes from a family of beast tamers, I suppose you understand the danger of facing the underground rat swarm alone better than I do. In that case, I, Zhao, will prepare a feast at my residence and await fellow Taoist Zhou's good news." He didn't mention anything about Zhou Chun signing a life or death waiver at all. This wasn't because he believed Zhou Chun was definitely safe. Rather, he was confident that even if Zhou Chun didn't return, his words would give the Zhou family an explanation, and he wouldn't be afraid of the Zhou family trying to extort the Zhao family. This was the confidence of the Zhao family as a Golden Core clan. This junior will certainly not fail Senior Zhao's expectations. Zhou Chun clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and then, under Zhao Dayan's watchful gaze, he and the silver lightning python Bai disappeared into the rat hole. Second update today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Battle Against the Rat King, a bold idea. The rat trails were difficult, more difficult than ascending to heaven. The narrow trails forced one to crawl on the ground, and if Zhou Chun were alone, it might take him several hours just to reach the rat's nest. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He transformed his golden cauldron mystic light into a protective membrane, then tied a rope around the white body of the silver lightning python, letting it drag him forward. While this looked extremely unsightly, it allowed for incredibly fast movement. The difficult rat trails posed no obstacle to snakes, they were only slightly slower than rats themselves. Zhou Chun thus experienced a feeling of rapid movement underground. Like a man being dragged by a warhorse, he gripped the rope tightly, being pulled along the winding underground rat trail at breakneck speed, his body swaying and crashing into the hard cave walls countless times. Fortunately, with a golden cauldron mystic light protecting him, these impacts were barely felt. Having barely descended 100 feet, Zhou Chun's divine sense had already detected the wary gold-eating rats and heard their piercing screech. What a clever and cautious beast. It even knows to set up multiple layers of defense, Zhou Chun thought to himself, slightly frowning at the mutated gold-eating rat king's caution. Now that their presence had been exposed from such a distance, the mutated gold-eating rat king would likely take action before they even reached its nest. And indeed, he was right. Less than a quarter of an hour after the warning screech, Zhou Chun heard a chorus of screams from the rats. Soon, a large number of gold-eating rats poured out from the side paths connecting to their rat trail. Their eyes were bloodshot as they pounced on the silver lightning python and Zhou Chun, completely ignoring the powerful aura of its natural enemy emanating from the silver lightning python. This was the influence of a second-tier mutated gold-eating rat king. Every king of a weak species possessed the power to make the entire species disregard any enemy and sacrifice their lives for him in crucial moments. Now, influenced by the mutated gold-eating rat king, these gold-eating rats would dare to charge at anything, not just a second-tier silver lightning python, but even a dragon or a golden core cultivator. They have no fear left, their only thought is to attack the enemy and protect their king and offspring. Confined within the narrow rat tunnel, not only is Zhou Chun's magical artifact difficult to use, but the silver lightning python, Bai, also struggles to move freely. This is a major reason why the Zhao family cultivators dared not descend to exterminate the rats. Fortunately, although Bai cannot move freely, its hard dragon scales make it immune to the bites of most gold-eating rats. While gold-eating rats can devour many kinds of spiritual metals, this is because they secrete saliva that softens them. However, this saliva has little effect on the silver lightning python's scales. Furthermore, the silver lightning python is electrically charged, paralyzing any gold-eating rats that come into contact with it. This paralysis can spread through physical contact between the rats, infecting two from one. While Zhou Chun couldn't handle the attack as easily as the silver lightning python, he wasn't particularly afraid of the gold-eating rat's attacks. His golden cauldron mystic light could be used for both defense and counterattack. Any gold-eating rats that dared to pounce on him would be struck by a golden needle. Under the lock of his divine sense, each golden needle could eliminate a gold-eating rat. Thus, despite being surrounded by many gold-eating rats, the silver lightning python continued to drag Zhou Chun forward, not giving the swarm a chance to truly trap its master and servant squeak. Suddenly, Zhou Chun seemed to hear a particularly long and powerful squeak, no less imposing than a tiger's roar. Immediately afterward, his divine sense detected an incomparably sharp golden blade slashing towards the silver lightning python. The silver lightning python, with its considerable combat experience and powerful senses, naturally detected the golden blade beforehand. It opened its mouth wide, and a bolt of silver-white lightning shot out, striking the golden blade directly. After the two spells clashed, they were evenly matched, with neither gaining a significant advantage. This surprised Zhou Chun, who felt that the mutated gold-eating rat king's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. This attack seemed to reassure the mutated gold-eating rat king, making it feel that the enemy's strength was not beyond its limits and there was no need to flee immediately. Thus, accompanied by its urgent screech, more and more gold-eating rats joined the attack. "You beast, are you trying to use the lives of your minions to deplete our mana?" Zhou Chun instantly understood the mutated gold-eating rat king's plan and then let out a cold laugh. He was not afraid of this war of attrition, because he dared to absorb external spiritual energy to refine and replenish his mana during the battle. Moreover, he also carried more than a dozen rejuvenation pills, so his mana recovery speed would not be slow. After traveling for more than an hour while enduring the attacks of countless gold-eating rats, the silver lightning python Bai finally dragged Zhou Chun to the rat's nest located 200 or 300 feet underground. The rat nest resembled a hornet's nest, divided into many layers, each containing numerous stone chambers. The sheer number of rat holes made Zhou Chun dizzy. At the bottom was a hollowed-out underground chamber, seemingly the rat's usual meeting place, quite spacious. If the numerous rat tunnels connecting this chamber were included, Zhou Chun estimated that tens of thousands of gold-eating rats could easily gather here. At this moment, because the mutated gold-eating rat king had issued a summons, many gold-eating rats that had been foraging outside returned. Therefore, when the silver lightning python dragged Zhou Chun into the underground chamber, several thousand gold-eating rats had already gathered. However, even then, the mutated gold-eating rat king remained hidden within the nest, not revealing itself. Squeak, 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 a cacophony of rat noise filled the air. Like a long-awaited army, as soon as the silver lightning python dragged Zhou Chun into the underground chamber, thousands of gold-eating rats surged towards their master and servant, like a tidal wave threatening to engulf them. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly ordered the silver lightning python, Bai, to fire freely, while simultaneously summoning the black orb magic artifact he had acquired from the bandit Wei Tong of Lingzhou. Boom! Thunder roared, and Bai, now free to fire, unleashed a furious barrage. Silver-white lightning orbs were spewed forth, bombarding the onrushing horde of rats. The once pitch-black underground cavern was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The aroma of charred meat instantly masked the previously unbearable stench of rat droppings. However, the number of gold-eating rats was simply too great. Despite Bai's seemingly immense power, its bombardment only killed less than 10% of them. The survivors quickly pounced on it and Zhou Chun. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had already activated the gourd magic artifact, releasing black poisonous smoke. This poisonous smoke wasn't particularly potent, it was a slow-acting poison. However, the gold-eating rat's cultivation level was too low, and the poisonous smoke had a significant impact on them. Many instantly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Squeak! The mutated gold-eating rat's king, lurking in the shadows, hurriedly ordered a retreat, directing the rat swarm away from the area shrouded in black smoke. Zhou Chun, at this moment, located the mutated gold-eating rat's king by its cries. With a thought, he immediately pointed out the location to the silver lightning python, Bai, instructing it to hunt rats alone. But as soon as Bai made a move, the mutated gold-eating rat's king seemed to know its intentions, instantly shrieking and commanding the swarm to intercept and pounce on Bai. This time, even some mid-grade and high-grade first-tier rat demons emerged from the swarm. They unleashed various innate spells, fiercely attacking Bai, attempting to capture it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately used his golden nail magic weapon to pick off these rat demons. Before the unstoppable power of a second-tier low-grade magic weapon, even if the rat demons hid behind other rat demons, they were simply pierced through the heart and killed together. Bai, meanwhile, was also erupting with lightning, electrocuting the gold-eating rats that were clinging to him and biting him. He charged through the underground cavern, sparks flying, and entered the rat tunnel leading to the mutated gold-eating rat king. Once inside the narrow rat tunnel, far fewer gold-eating rats could attack Bai. He darted and slithered through the tunnel, following Zhou Chun's divine sense guidance, heading straight for the location of the mutated gold-eating rat king. But the mutated gold-eating rat king had moved again, heading deeper into its nest. That cunning rat, Zhou Chun cursed inwardly, leaving Bai, the silver lightning python, to continue the pursuit. He could only use the black poisonous smoke to protect himself from being overwhelmed by the rat horde. But after a short while, Zhou Chun's expression changed. He suddenly realized that the mutated gold-eating rat king was pouncing on him. Does this fellow also want to capture the leader first? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but sneer. If that were the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. He simply raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist, taking out the second-tier high-grade magic weapon Flying Dragon's Snatch. Soon, the figure of the mutated gold-eating rat king appeared in the underground cave. It was a giant golden rat, much larger than Zhou Chun, with an extremely long and slender body, nearly 7 feet long excluding its tail. As soon as the giant golden rat appeared in the underground cave, it opened its mouth and spat out a golden blade of light that shot towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, its main body didn't stop at all, rushing straight at Zhou Chun in the smoke, seemingly unafraid of the poison of the black smoke. Of course, Zhou Chun wouldn't let it get away with it. He didn't intercept the golden blade of light, but simply flicked his hand, and the flying dragon snatch flew out of his hand, aiming straight for the head of the rushing giant golden rat. The flying claw pierced the air, and the giant golden rat, seemingly realizing its power, hastily spun around to dodge the attack. But before it could even feel relieved, the mist golden claw spun again and lunged at it once more. Seeing this, the giant golden rat quickly burrowed into the ground, transforming into a golden streak of light. But the golden claw followed closely behind, penetrating several feet into the earth and seizing its hindquarters, its claws deeply embedded in its body. Struck in this way, its escape technique was instantly broken, and its body was now stuck underground. Squeak! In its panic, the giant golden rat frantically called for its swarm to protect it. Instantly, the golden-eating rats, who had been kept away from the black smoke area by its cries, surged towards Zhou Chun again without hesitation. With such a fearless charge, they actually managed to break through the poisonous smoke barrier and reach Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun knew he absolutely couldn't let go now, otherwise the injured and frightened mutated gold-eating rat king would definitely flee its nest, making it even harder to catch later. In that case, even if he killed all the other gold-eating rats, the mission would be a failure. So, he relentlessly activated Golden Cauldron Mystic Light to defend against the gold-eating rat's attacks, while simultaneously using Flying Dragon Seal to firmly grip the mutated gold-eating rat king's body, preventing it from escaping again. After persisting for a while, the silver lightning python Bai finally returned to the underground cave. It was furious at the mutated gold-eating rat king's trickery. It immediately vented its anger on the gold-eating rats. One after another, lightning orbs spewed from its mouth, exploding amidst the swarm. The raging current turned the gold-eating rats into dried corpses, achieving an exceptionally effective cleanup. Bai, don't worry about me, go kill that mutated gold-eating rat king first. Zhou Chun promptly stopped its outburst, telling it to capture the king first. Upon receiving this order, Bai immediately withdrew its supernatural powers and burrowed into the hole he had created with Flying Dragon Strike. Underground, the mutated gold-eating rat king, seeing that its escape techniques were ineffective, directly raised its claws to dig a hole, attempting to escape. However, although its digging speed was fast, it couldn't outpace Bai's direct burrowing. Soon, Bai locked onto the golden giant rat digging ahead and launched an attack, spitting out lightning. A terrified scream erupted from the golden giant rat's mouth. Its entire body burst forth with golden light, forming a shield to resist the lightning attack. However, due to the elemental advantage, even though the shield temporarily blocked the lightning attack, wisps of electricity still passed through the shield and struck its body, causing its fur to stand on end. After several rounds of this back and forth, it could no longer withstand Bai's onslaught and was electrocuted. Meanwhile, the gold-eating rats, unaware that the mutated gold-eating rat king had been captured, continued their relentless attacks on Zhou Chun, with more and more gold-eating rats returning from outside joining the battle. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, despite his greatly depleted mana, couldn't help but have a sudden, bold idea. The Zhou family had previously offered a reward of 3 spirit coins for a single gold-eating rat corpse. And now, the number of dead gold-eating rats in this underground cave was already close to 2,000. If he didn't kill the mutated gold-eating rat king now, but instead used the rats' desperation to save their master to slaughter the ordinary gold-eating rats, wouldn't that be like exploiting a bug to farm money? He overestimated himself. He wrote 10,000 words yesterday and couldn't write any more, and today he still needs to write another 8,000 words to resume normal updates. Sigh, so tiring. Chapter 171 Special Hour, Zhao Dayan's Shock. Let's do it. Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed, and he instantly decided to seize this opportunity to pull off a big heist. The Zhao family of Kangzhou was a well-known mining tycoon in Kangzhou, rolling in money. There was absolutely no need to worry about them not being able to pay. Today, Zhou Chun was going to feast on the rich and powerful and have a prosperous new year. So, with a thought, he had grabbed the unconscious mutated gold-eating rat king and dragged it out. He first coiled the snakes into formation to trap it, preventing it from waking up and escaping. Then, he had coil up in place, using it as a lightning artillery platform, continuously unleashing lightning to bombard the gold-eating rats. Zhou Chun even released a rock tortoise to join the battle. The master and 2 servants treated the rats' lives like dirt, frantically harvesting and slaughtering the gold-eating rats. Poisonous smoke, electric shocks, burning, piercing hearts and crushing skulls, all sorts of inhumane ways of dying were being performed on the gold-eating rats. And the poor gold-eating rats, preoccupied with rescuing their rat king, were completely oblivious to the wicked intentions of these executioners. Ultimately, Zhou Chun and the silver lightning python were both exhausted before they had to use the golden nail-shaped magic weapon to kill the mutated gold-eating rat king, thus scaring away the remaining rats. The mutated gold-eating rat king had to die. The Zhao family wouldn't be at ease and wouldn't pay the earth spirit milk as compensation without seeing its corpse. This kind of calamity beast, which posed a great threat to the mine, had to be eliminated. Moreover, there was no way to tame such a king of a large demon beast group. Therefore, Zhou Chun had never intended to spare its life in the first place. Now that he had killed the rat king and dispersed the rats, Zhou Chun continued to take recovery pills to restore his magic power while counting the number of gold-eating rats that had died at the scene. Not counting the unfortunate rats whose bodies had been completely destroyed, there were about 3,760 gold-eating rat corpses that could be used as evidence. This didn't even include the cubs in the rat nests. Of course, the Zhao family probably wouldn't pay spirit coins for the cub corpses either. No matter how rich Master Zhao was, he wouldn't spend money like that. Zhou Chun wasn't greedy, he was content as long as the corpses of the other gold-eating rats were properly redeemed. Hungry, just as Zhou Chun was calculating how many spirit coins he could earn this time, the silver lightning python, suddenly cried out that it was hungry. Go eat as much as you want. Zhou Chun smiled slightly and immediately gestured for it to eat to its heart's content. With Zhou Chun's approval, immediately hissed happily and rushed out. It naturally looked down on the charred, dried-out corpses of the gold-eating rats, directly following the complex rat tunnels inside the nest, guided by its sense of smell, and entered the stone cave where the young rats were located, feasting on them one by one. Given the size of this nest of gold-eating rats, the number of young rats in the nest was probably hundreds or even thousands, more than enough for it to eat. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun released his divine sense, searching for the gold-eating rat storage rooms. Ordinary rats have the habit of collecting food for winter, and gold-eating rats naturally have the same habit. They had dug large storage chambers inside the rat nests to store food and the spirit gold ore they had mined. Zhou Chun didn't care about the food, but the spirit gold ore was incredibly valuable. This was actually a major reason he had come down with him. Without coming down himself, even if he discovered the storage chambers, he wouldn't be able to take any benefits with him. Like when he helped Hu Changyao wipe out a group of gold-eating rats, he only managed to catch the Rat King. After switching to the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, Zhou Chun was quite sensitive to metal energy, so he quickly found the storage chambers. As he expected, the chambers contained a lot of spirit gold ore, most of which was from the Zhao family's radiant gold iron mine. He checked the quantity and realized that one storage bag probably wouldn't be enough to hold all the ore. Fortunately, he had prepared for this and had already hidden 2 empty storage bags on his person. At this point, He unceremoniously expanded the entrance to the storage room and packed all the spirit gold ore inside into storage bags. He filled 2 empty storage bags almost to the brim before finally emptying the storage room. After filling so many ore bags, they were heavy and felt substantial. However, Zhou Chun didn't stop plundering the rat's nest. He then used his divine sense to slowly probe the stone chambers inside, searching for the mutated gold-eating rat king's palace. After a thorough search, he found a stone chamber much larger than ordinary ones. As expected, this chamber also contained a considerable amount of spirit gold ore, and its quality was much better than the ore he had previously packed from the storage room. However, reaching the chamber wouldn't be easy. Zhou Chun had to recover his mana first. After recovering a significant amount of mana, he used his magical artifact to dig. With the existing rat trail as a guide, Zhou Chun spent about half an hour digging a passage several dozen feet deep leading directly to the stone chamber. Huh? What are these? Zhou Chun, having just opened the mutated gold-eating rat king's lair, was slightly taken aback, surprised by a new discovery. Besides the radiant gold iron ore and other spirit metal ores, he had discovered another extremely peculiar substance. It looked somewhat similar to the radiant gold iron ore, but it also contained a rich concentration of earth's spiritual power. Zhou Chun didn't recognize its origin. But then he remembered the earth escape technique the mutated gold-eating rat king had previously used, its signature earth-based magic. Could it be that the mutated gold-eating rat king ate this ore, successfully mutating its bloodline and advancing to the second tier? A strange light flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as he made a bold guess. As far as he knew, low-level demonic beasts like the gold-eating rat, with inferior bloodlines, could only advance to the second or even third tier through bloodline mutation. The Zhou family has tamed demonic beasts for over 1,000 years. In their history, some members developed deep bonds with their spirit pets, and after successfully establishing their foundation, they sought out rare spiritual objects to purify the bloodlines of their weaker spirit pets, hoping to advance to the second tier. However, aside from a few exceptions where bloodline mutations led to success, all other demonic beasts failed. Therefore, the Zhou family concluded that without the bloodline of other powerful demonic beasts mixed within their bodies, ordinary low-level demonic beasts would find it difficult to break through their bloodline barriers and advance to a higher level. Currently, the only solution seems to be bloodline mutation. However, bloodline mutation is impossible to replicate. Even with the same type of demonic beast and the same spiritual object, if one mutation succeeds, another may not. Therefore, mutation is purely a matter of luck. Fortunately, most low-level demonic beasts may contain some bloodline from mid-level or even high-level demonic beasts. Therefore, these demonic beasts, by consuming certain specific spiritual items to stimulate the bloodlines of higher-level demonic beasts within them, have a chance to strengthen the originally weak bloodline and achieve resonance and sublimation with the main bloodline. For example, Zhou Chun's spirit pet, the rock turtle, contains the bloodline of the mid-level demonic beast, the earth spirit turtle, and even the high-level demonic beast, the mountain-bearing turtle. If Zhou Chun finds spiritual items containing pure earth elemental energy, such as earth spirit stone milk and 5th-rank earth spirit mushroom, and feeds them to it, there is a chance to stimulate those bloodlines to awaken and help the rock turtle complete its evolution. However, the gold-eating rat species is a demonic beast species with relatively stable bloodlines, rarely containing the bloodlines of other demonic beasts. Generally, such stable bloodline demonic beast species have some notable characteristics: rapid reproduction, relatively short lifespans, and a dominant leader. Therefore, for an individual to break free from the bloodline shackles, they can only rely on bloodline mutation. But whether it's as he suspects, Zhou Chun isn't sure yet, and can only carefully put away the special ore. Their numbers were neither too many nor too few, weighing roughly 30 to 50 kilograms. After collecting all the spirit gold ore from the mutated gold-eating rat king's lair, Zhou Chun met up with the silver lightning python, Bye-Bye, who had already returned full, and Bye-Bye led him back the way they came. It's out. It's out, on the ground. As soon as Bye-Bye's head emerged from the hole, exclamations rang out. When Zhou Chun followed, he saw the Zhao family cultivator who had brought him earlier looking at him with delight. Zhao Dan, however, was no longer there. How was it? Fellow Taoist Zhou, did you succeed? As soon as Zhou Chun got up and stood up, the Zhao family cultivator looked at him expectantly and asked about the result. He smiled faintly, reached into his storage bag at his waist, and immediately took out the corpse of the mutated gold-eating rat king. Upon seeing the corpse of the giant golden rat, significantly larger than that of an ordinary gold-eating rat, and noticing the lingering aura emanating from it, the Zhou family cultivator's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed with delight, "It really is the corpse of the mutated gold-eating rat king." He immediately bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhou, for helping my Zhou family eliminate this fiend. I will immediately report your merit to the elders." Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but say, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, it would be best if Senior Zhou brought a few more low-level cultivators and some storage bags, as there are still many gold-eating rat corpses in the rat's nest that need to be cleared." The Zhou family cultivator, hearing this, was still unaware of the deeper meaning in his words. He simply agreed, "No problem, I will certainly relay this message to the elders." Then he hurriedly flew back to report. Zhou Chun didn't bother to collect the silver lightning python or the mutated gold-eating rat king's corpse. He simply changed his clothes, getting rid of the rat-dropping stench, and waited. Less than half an hour later, Zhao Dayan arrived with a Zhou family cultivator and 3 key refining stage cultivators. As soon as Zhao Dayan landed, Zhou Chun stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior Zhao. I have successfully completed your mission." Hearing this, Zhao Dayan's gaze also fell upon the mutated gold-eating rat king's corpse. He nodded with great satisfaction, replying, "Very good. Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed a capable person. Fellow Taoist whose high praise and repeated invitations are well worth it." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a sealed jade jar, and handed it to Zhou Chun. "This contains the earth spirit stone milk that fellow Taoist Zhou requested. You can verify its authenticity now." "Then I will take the liberty of doing so," Zhou Chun responded, and immediately opened the lid of the jade jar to inspect it. Inside the small jade jar was a muddy yellow liquid with a unique fragrance. He dipped a few drops into his finger and tasted it, immediately nodding repeatedly. "That's right, it is indeed earth spirit stone milk, and of excellent quality. I'm glad fellow Taoist Zhou is satisfied." Zhao Dayan smiled slightly, then looked at the mutated gold-eating rat king's corpse on the ground and said, "Does fellow Taoist Zhou want this mutated gold-eating rat king's corpse? If not, I can offer 1,000 spirit coins to buy it. This beast is a mutated demon beast, and it still has some research value for my family. I wish to take it back for research myself, so I can only apologize to Senior Zhao," Zhou Chun said, then immediately bowed to him to express his apology. Seeing this, Zhao Dayan shook his head and said, "It's all right, I was just saying it casually. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has a use for it, then keep it." He then looked at the entrance to the rat hole and continued, "Fellow Taoist Zhou said there are a large number of gold-eating rat corpses down there that need to be collected. How many are there approximately?" "About 3,000 or 4,000, Zhou Chun replied in a low voice. "What? How many did you say?" Zhao Dayan's gaze sharpened, staring intently at Zhou Chun. Under his gaze, Zhou Chun lowered his head somewhat guiltily and continued in a low voice, "Based on my own count, there should be more than 3,700, more or less, 3,000 or 4,000 gold-eating rat corpses. Fellow Taoist Zhou is truly skilled." "Truly skilled?" Zhao Dayan's lips twitched, his eyes looking at Zhou Chun strangely. At this moment, he even had the urge to kill him to silence him. He had already understood Zhou Chun's meaning when he heard the Zhou family cultivator relay Zhou Chun's words earlier. He hadn't expected Zhou Chun to prepare such a huge surprise for him besides slaying the mutated gold-eating rat king. At 3 spirit coins per gold-eating rat carcass, over 3,700 carcasses would amount to a bounty of over 11,000 spirit coins. The Zhou family certainly could afford that. But exchanging such a sum for a pile of useless gold-eating rat carcasses was undoubtedly a huge loss. Zhou Chun, of course, understood the meaning behind Zhao Dayan's words. Good skill, he could only reply softly, I'm ashamed. I originally intended to wipe out the entire rat swarm, but my strength wasn't sufficient, and several thousand escaped. Zhao Dayan was stunned upon hearing this. Then, his intention to kill him vanished instantly. He understood Zhou Chun's meaning. Although the rat infestation was now eliminated, those gold-eating rat that escaped might cause new infestations in the future. To eliminate the rat infestation quickly and at minimal cost, the Zhao family might have to hire Zhou Chun again to exterminate the rats. This alone makes it not worthwhile to trouble Zhou Chun for such a small sum of money. Besides, Zhou Chun's family isn't exactly small. So he quickly clapped and cheered for Zhou Chun, saying, Well done. Well done. Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured, As long as there are corpses as proof, we, the Zhou family, will keep our word. 3 spirit coins for each gold-eating rat corpse. He then instructed the 3 key refining cultivators he had brought, take your storage bags down and collect the corpses. Bring out all the gold-eating rat corpses. Hearing this, the 3 key refining cultivators immediately responded in unison. Zhou Chun then said, this junior will have my spirit pets guide and protect them. He then had the 3 follow his method of descending into the hole, being dragged down by the silver lightning python. Recommended, a friend's new book, Beast-Taming. I can see the evolution plan, a world where humans tame extraordinary life forms and constantly evolve. Animals, plants, spirits, machines, even mountains and rivers, everything can give birth to life and continuously evolve. However, evolution is incredibly difficult. While others were still painstakingly searching for methods to evolve their pets, various tailor-made evolution plans had already appeared before Han Chen's eyes. Race name, Little Spirit Cat. Race level, low level. Evolution plan 1, feed it 100 milliliters of fire attribute energy liquid daily for 20 days to master the move Flame Bullet. At noon, supplemented with sunflowers and fire attribute energy crystals, it can evolve into the mid-level race Flame Spirit Cat. Evolution plan 2, feed it high nutrient substances daily to strengthen its physique and master the move Great Strength. It can evolve into the mid-level race Great Spirit Cat. Evolution plan 3, first, baptize it with holy crystals for 15 days, then consume it. It can evolve into the high-level race Holy Spirit Cat. Evolution plan 4. Chapter 172, A Huge Windfall. The evolution plan for the rock tortoise. The nearly 4,000 carcasses of the gold-eating rats, even though many had died from electrocution and were much smaller, were still no easy task to move. 3 key refining cultivators went down and up twice before finally bringing all the carcasses back up. It was only thanks to the silver lightning pythons pulling them up and down that they were able to carry them, otherwise, they would have been exhausted. After a final count on the ground, a total of 3,937 gold-eating rats had been brought up, more than Zhou Chun had estimated. This was because the carcasses of the gold-eating rats he had killed on the way down had also been collected. Let's say 3,900. The rest can be considered a reward for the 3 fellow cultivators' hard work, Zhou Chun said generously, rounding down the amount. This act of generosity made Zhao Dayan's eyes twitch slightly, and he cursed inwardly. He had already asked about it. Originally, the 3 key refining cultivators had intended to leave some of the gold-eating rat corpses behind. Unexpectedly, because they refused to collect the corpses, the silver lightning python refused to bring them up, and even blocked their path, preventing them from coming up on their own. This was simply outrageous. They were being treated like wealthy landowners, being ripped off. At this moment, Zhao Dayan, his face dark, said, 3,900 gold-eating rat corpses equal 11,700 spirit coins. Such a large sum of spirit coins is not on my person right now. I'll have to go back to the family to get the money. Fellow Taoist Zhou may have to wait 2 days. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, saying, I understand, I understand. I can afford to wait that long. Then that's settled. Zhao Dayan flicked his sleeve and immediately left. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, satisfied, followed him back to the Zhao family's mining camp to rest. 2 more days passed, and Zhao Dayan found him and threw several sacks in front of him. These bags contain 11,700 spirit coins. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please count them. Each spirit coin weighs about half an ounce, so over 10,000 spirit coins would weigh more than 500 jin, 250 kg. Even an ordinary person couldn't carry that many spirit coins. Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Dayan at this moment and genuinely counted them one by one with his divine sense. After confirming that everything was correct, he nodded with a smile and said, that's right, the number is completely correct. Thank you, Senior Zhao. He then bowed to Zhao Dayan to express his gratitude. Zhao Dayan waved his hand and said, since the number matches, fellow Taoist Zhou, you should quickly pack your things and go home. Otherwise, if you stay too long, and the news leaks out, you might attract the attention of villains. That's exactly what I was thinking, Zhou Chun replied and bowed again, saying, then I won't bother Senior Zhao any longer. I'll take my leave now, farewell, fellow Taoist Zhou, Zhao Dayan said, watching Zhou Chun leave the camp. In truth, while Zhou Chun's actions had cost the Zhao family a considerable amount, compared to the threat posed by the mutated gold-eating rat king to the radiant gold iron mine, This loss was entirely within their means. After all, the radiant gold iron mine brought the Zhou family tens of thousands of spirit coins in pure profit annually. Now that Zhou Chun had eliminated the mutated gold-eating rat king and its swarm of gold-eating rats, they wouldn't have to worry about the mine being threatened by rats for at least 10 years. If the Zhou family continued to invest more money in controlling the rat infestation, they might even be free from rat attacks once the radiant gold iron mine was depleted. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhou Dayan to harbor any hatred towards Zhou Chun. A mere 10,000 spirit coins was a huge sum for a foundation establishment cultivator, but it held little significance for a purple mansion cultivator. Consequently, Zhou Chun's journey back was smooth, without encountering any attacks from the Zhou family. Just as he himself had thought, a golden core family still had some dignity to maintain. Returning safely and smoothly to Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. This trip to Kangxiao was undoubtedly a huge success for him. Not to mention the earth spirit milk, which was difficult to buy even with spirit coins. The more than 10,000 spirit coins he plundered from the Zhou family were a fortune he'd found. With this large sum of money on hand, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of money if he encountered anything tempting in the future. Small fortunes depend on effort, big fortunes depend on fate. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator might earn a little over 1,000 spirit coins in a year, and if they could save half after expenses, that's considered impressive. To make big money, you really need good luck. Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, luck also needs to be supported by strength. One must be strong to succeed. If one's strength is insufficient, even if an opportunity arises, one might not be able to seize it. Therefore, for a cultivator, improving one's cultivation strength is always the most important thing. Upon returning to his family, Zhou Chun handed back the unused fire god Jackwall and recounted his experiences in Kangxiao. As he spoke, when he mentioned the unexpected discovery he made while searching the Rat King's lair after slaying the mutated gold-eating Rat King, he reached into his storage bag and retrieved 2 items. These are the corpse of the mutated gold-eating Rat King and that special ore. I don't recognize these items. I humbly request the Supreme Elder's expert opinion. Several pieces of golden ore and the corpse of a giant golden rat covered in golden fur. Zhou Ming looked at the 2 items and quickly beckoned, grabbing one of the palm-sized ore pieces into his hand. After examining the ore intently, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a mutated ore formed from radiant gold iron ore that accidentally absorbed a rich source of earth elemental energy. Didn't you say the rat's nest was near a ley line node? It's very likely these mutated ores were formed from radiant gold iron ore that was nourished by the Earth's energy at that ley line node over a long period." At this point, Zhou Ming glanced at the corpse of the mutated gold-eating Rat King and said softly, "Gold-eating rats can improve their cultivation by consuming spirit gold ore. This mutated gold-eating Rat King must have devoured and digested a large amount of this mutated ore, causing its bloodline to mutate as well, thus breaking its bloodline shackles." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed. And he couldn't help but ask, "My rock earth turtle can also devour some ore. Could you let it devour the remaining mutated ores?" Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded and said, "We can let it swallow a small piece first. If it can digest it and benefit from it, then it's worth a try. This junior understands. Thank you for your explanation, Elder." Zhou Chun thanked him and then eagerly took his leave to return to his residence to experiment. As soon as he returned, he summoned the rock tortoise. "Stone, come here, open your mouth." In the courtyard, Zhou Chun reached out and touched the rock tortoise's head. After it opened its mouth, he threw a fist-sized piece of mutated ore into its mouth, letting it try to digest it. After the rock tortoise swallowed the ore whole, he asked in a low voice, "How does it feel? Can you digest it?" The rock tortoise immediately nodded slightly, answering through their mental connection. It could digest it, but the digestion speed was very slow. "It's alright if it's slow. Digest this ore first and see the effect. Don't eat the earth spirit stone milk yet." Zhou Chun patted his spirit pet's head, letting it lie in the yard and digest slowly. Then he went into the room to deal with the corpse of the mutated gold-eating Rat King. He said he wanted to study the corpse, but that was a lie. The circumstances of how the mutated gold-eating Rat King mutated were basically clear, so there was nothing to study. Zhou Chun was mainly interested in the mutated gold-eating Rat King's fur because the mutated gold-eating Rat King had been stunned by electricity and then nailed to death. Its fur was in excellent condition, except for the damage to its hindquarters from the flying dragon's grab, Such a complete fur was perfect for making a robe. Zhou Chun planned to skin the rat and have someone make him a rat skin coat. He quickly peeled off a complete rat skin. After a little washing, the skin looked like a work of art, beautiful and dazzling. After examining it closely, Zhou Chun was satisfied and put it into his storage bag. He then knocked out the large gold teeth of the mutated gold-eating rat king. These were quite good refining materials, perhaps suitable for making buttons for a magic robe. The remaining flesh and bones were given to the silver lightning python, bye-bye, since it had contributed as well. After distributing his spoils, Zhou Chun handed over the numerous spirit gold ores he had collected to his family, exchanging them for family merit. Having already siphoned over 10,000 spirit coins from the Zhao family, the potential profit from these spirit gold ores was no longer a concern for him. In the following days, Zhou Chun's life returned to its pre-trip routine, spending his time cultivating, handling family affairs, and practicing secret techniques. Now, in his spare time, Zhou Chun practiced a secret technique recorded in the outer chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique. This technique, called Flowing Golden Rainbow, was extremely unique. Its uniqueness lay in its ability to be used for both attack and defense, as well as escape. Once mastered, this technique allows one to cultivate and condense a special spiritual energy within their danshan. When used, it transforms into golden rainbow light for attack, defense, and escape. Offensively, it can split the earth and cleave mountains with unparalleled sharpness. Defensively, it is impervious to water and fire, indestructible. For escape, it can wrap around the body, carrying the person at incredible speeds, several times faster than flying with ki. This powerful and versatile secret technique can only be successfully cultivated by cultivators with extremely high-quality mana like Zhou Chun. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, even with a cultivation method, lack the necessary conditions for practice. However, cultivating this technique is extremely difficult. After a month of practice, Zhou Chun hadn't even grasped the basics. His progress was very slow. Fortunately, his current strength was already considerable, so he wasn't in a hurry and maintained a calm mindset. About 3 months after returning from Kangzhou, the rock tortoise finally finished digesting the mutated ore it had swallowed. You said you feel your bloodline is more active? Are you sure you're not mistaken? In the courtyard, Zhou Chun looked at the rock tortoise with surprise and delight, both astonished and delighted by its response. He had only intended to test it out, but the mutated ore had actually worked on the rock tortoise. This gave him a glimmer of hope. Since the gold-eating rat could mutate into the mutated gold-eating rat king after consuming the mutated ore, could the rock tortoise also undergo a bloodline mutation? Clearly, bloodline mutation evolution was far more powerful than normal breakthrough evolution. Generally, after bloodline mutation, a demon beast's potential ceiling would be significantly raised, and there was even a possibility of further secondary or tertiary mutations in the future. At the same time, this mutation would make the demon beast much stronger after its evolutionary breakthrough than through normal breakthrough evolution. If the rock tortoise could truly evolve through bloodline mutation, its future potential might not be much less than that of the silver lightning python. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun looked intently at the rock tortoise and said, "Stone, how about we take a gamble? I'll feed you all the remaining mutated ores and earth spirit milk at once, then bury you in the earth veins beneath Nine Peaks Ridge. You can then peacefully rest there using the tortoise breathing technique to hibernate. That's settled." Zhou Chun quickly found the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming and explained his idea. After hearing his plan, Zhou Ming also felt it was worth a try. So the two of them went together to find the family's array master, Zhou Chongshan, who led them to the earth vein node beneath Nine Peaks Ridge, where they buried the rock tortoise that had swallowed dozens of kilograms of ores and earth spirit milk. After watching the rock tortoise, which remained completely buried in this oil like a stone, exuding no life whatsoever, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh to Zhou Chun. If this really succeeds, then Zhang Chun, the potential of your rock tortoise will be limitless. Perhaps it can even pave a new path for the family in cultivating rock tortoises as a type of demonic beast. I hope it succeeds. Zhou Chun sighed softly. Now that the moment had come, he wasn't as confident as before. In the following days, Zhou Chun continued to diligently cultivate his secret techniques at home while waiting for good news from the rock tortoise. After more than 5 months of cultivation, Zhou Chun had almost reached the threshold of the flowing golden rainbow secret technique and felt that he should be able to initially master it soon. However, before Zhou Chun could master the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, He had to go out again. It turned out that the Zhou family had received news that an underground auction was about to be held in Dongling Market in Lingzhou, where Foundation establishment pills might be available. With a third elder, Zhou Daoquan, absent from the family, and the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, unable to act rashly, only the clan head, Zhou Daoyi, and Zhou Chun are suitable for this kind of interprovincial trade. However, Zhou Daoyi's Azure Dragon cannot be taken out, lest its presence be exposed in battle. Therefore, Zhou Chun can only take the fire god Jackal to Lingzhou. Dongling Market? I wonder if we can find an opportunity to lure out that Master Zheng this time. Zhou Chun, having accepted the task, had a glint in his eyes, and couldn't help but recall the loss he suffered a few years ago. Exhausted. Since its release, I've been updating 8,000 words daily without a single day of rest, and I feel my condition is somewhat unsatisfactory. But there's no other way. This book has truly been forced into a corner. It must achieve results, so I can only grit my teeth and persevere. 2 updates of 8,000 words every day, I will definitely do it. Chapter 173 Millennium Spirit Herb, 2 treasures obtained. Lingzhou, Dongling Market. Returning here after several years, Zhou Chun's mindset was completely different from before. Back then, his cultivation had only recently broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. He hadn't yet switched cultivation techniques, and his spirit pet, the Silver Lightning Python, hadn't advanced to the 2nd tier. His strength was extremely weak, and he didn't dare venture out alone. But now, not only had he successfully switched to the top-tier cultivation technique, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, but his spirit pet, the Silver Lightning Python, had also advanced to a 2nd-tier demon beast. Furthermore, he could unleash his bloodline potential through secret techniques, unleashing power comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. All of this combined gave him the confidence to face late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators alone. Moreover, he had brought the fire god Jackal with him this time. Therefore, upon entering Dongling Market again, Zhou Chun made no attempt to conceal his identity and went directly to a shop called Jinji General Store. It was this shop that had leaked the information about the underground auction to the Zhou family. The touch of despair from the Zhou family's spirit beast shop has now spread to several nearby states, and Jinji General Store is one such supplier that actively sought them out. The condition the Zhou family had for supplying them was the exchange of trade information. Zhou Chun entered the general store, explained his purpose, and quickly obtained the token and meeting address for the underground auction from the shopkeeper. With the token and address, he left the general store and went to Master Jiang's pharmacy. The pharmacy was still open, but the shopkeeper had changed to a middle-aged woman. Zhou Chun watched outside for a while before leaving. Although he wanted revenge on Master Zheng, he knew he couldn't be too obvious, otherwise, anyone with a brain wouldn't fall for his tricks. His main task this time was still to buy Foundation establishment pills. For the next 5 or 6 days, Zhou Chun stayed in the inn in Dongling Market, not wandering around much. When the day of the underground auction arrived, he went to the meeting point with the token. He then experienced a journey similar to his first underground auction, his senses completely clouded as he was led to an underground cavern. The difference was that this time, the number of cultivators attending the auction was greater than before, including 2 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage who hadn't concealed their cultivation levels. This situation secretly alarmed Zhou Chun, who felt that the treasures at this auction were likely extraordinary. Sure enough, as the auctioneer began, one high-grade treasure after another was brought out for bidding. Compared to the auctions Zhou Chun had participated in before, the quality of the treasures this time was significantly higher. 1 Foundation establishment pill, starting price 5,000 spirit coins, minimum increment 100 spirit coins. The 8th treasure, the Foundation establishment pill needed for Zhou Chun's mission, was put up for auction. 7,000 spirit coins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, he was the first to call out the price, immediately raising it to 7,000. This behavior attracted a lot of attention. Although the price wasn't low, it was still lower than the price Zhou Chun had paid for the Foundation establishment pill at the previous underground auction. I bid 7,500 spirit coins. A slightly hoarse female voice suddenly rang out, immediately overshadowing Zhou Chun's bid. Several other voices followed, quickly pushing the price up to 8,000 spirit coins. 9,000 spirit coins. Zhou Chun spoke again, his tone firm and powerful, as if he was determined to win. This price already exceeded the price he had paid for the Foundation establishment pill at the previous underground auction. If it weren't for the recent improvement in the Zhou family's finances, and the fact that the faster Zhou Xingyan achieved Foundation establishment, the better for the family, Zhou Chun probably wouldn't have had the confidence to bid at this point. But to his surprise, after he called out the price, the female voice that had previously overshadowed him was still bidding. I bid 9,500 spirit coins. The woman's voice was equally steady, as if she hadn't reached her psychological limit. Zhou Chun frowned, and for a moment, he didn't bid again. The other competitors seemed to think the price was too high, and no one else bid. 9,500 spirit coins once, 9,500 spirit coins twice, 9. Just as the auctioneer was about to finish his final words, Zhou Chun finally spoke again. 9,900 spirit coins. After calling out his price, his gaze fell on the female cultivator. She, like him, wore a face covering hat and a loose robe, making it impossible to tell her age or appearance. However, her cultivation was a small realm higher than his. She was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. I bid 10,000 spirit coins. Sure enough, the female cultivator raised the price again without hesitation. This time, Zhou Chun had no choice but to give up. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but there was no need to continue. The female cultivator's determination was even stronger than his. She probably had prepared a considerable amount of funds. Thus, the Foundation establishment pill was ultimately acquired by the female cultivator for 10,000 spirit coins. After the Foundation establishment pill, several more treasures were auctioned off. Suddenly, the auctioneer brought out something Zhou Chun was interested in. A 1,000-year-old polygonitum stock, starting price 5,000 spirit coins, minimum increment 100 spirit coins. It was actually a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Zhou Chun stared in astonishment at the item displayed in the auctioneer's hands. It was a polygonitum stock of excellent quality, incredibly rich in spiritual energy, a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. In the cultivation world, once a spiritual herb reaches 1,000 years of age, it becomes difficult for low to mid-level cultivators to notice it. High-level cultivators regularly acquire such 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and they always pay very high prices. There's a saying in the cultivation world, if you don't know how to give a gift to a high-level cultivator, just give a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. No high-level cultivator would consider a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb lacking in class. The appearance of this 1,000-year-old spiritual herb quickly drew in the two Purple Mansion stage cultivators, as if they had come specifically for it. Other cultivators, even if they wanted to bid, were powerless to compete with it too. In the end, they could only watch as the spiritual herb was bought by a Purple Mansion cultivator for 8,300 spirit coins. This price was vastly different from the prices of spiritual herbs under 1,000 years old. Moreover, after the two Purple Mansion cultivators decided on the 1,000-year-old herb, they immediately turned and left the underground hall, seemingly losing interest in the upcoming auction. I understand now. It's likely that both of these Purple Mansion cultivators had their eyes on this spiritual herb beforehand, and since neither of them wanted to offend the other, they used the underground auction to lure them in, making them both support the auction and compete based on their wealth. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, as if he had figured out the reason for the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb's appearance. Not long after the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, another item caught Zhou Chun's eye. The second-tier superior-grade magic weapon, the Sun-Radiant Golden Wheel, was crafted by a master craftsman from the Flaming Sun Sect. It's a brand new magic weapon, never before refined by anyone. On the auction stage, the auctioneer introduced the artifact's origins while subtly infusing it with magical power. Instantly, the golden wheel in his hand shone brightly, like a golden sun traversing the air, radiating an incomparably sharp aura. The auctioneer continued, according to the master craftsman, this artifact was originally commissioned by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Moon Wheel Sect. Due to certain reasons, he was unable to pay the remaining fees and disposed of it himself. Therefore, you can absolutely trust its true power. Having said this, he put the artifact away and solemnly announced the starting price. The second-tier superior-grade magic weapon, the Sun-Radiant Golden Wheel, starts at 4,000 spirit coins, with each bid increment no less than 100 spirit coins. Generally, a second-tier inferior-grade magic weapon can be purchased for 2,000 to 3,000 spirit coins. However, second-tier high-grade magic weapons naturally command much higher prices, let alone exquisite ones appearing at such an auction. Therefore, The starting price of 4,000 spirit coins quickly attracted numerous cultivators to bid. Although Zhou Chun currently possessed several magic weapons, he still desperately wanted this sun-radiant golden wheel. This was not only because it reminded him of the Moonblade meteor wheel, magic weapon that had accompanied him for a long time, but also because it was indeed quite suitable for his use. He had used such magic weapons before and had rich experience in their use, and compared to his flying dragon snatch, this was more suitable for direct attacks. That flying dragon snatch magic weapon seemed more like a custom-made weapon to facilitate combat for cultivators of the dragon transformation sect after they used the dragon transformation secret technique. Just as the auctioneer said, the Moonwheel sect cultivators commissioned a weapon refining master from the Flame Sun sect to customize this wish wheel magic weapon, if the auctioneer's words were true. 6,300 spirit coins. When only 2 or 3 bidders remained, Zhou Chun finally made his move. 6,500 spirit coins. 6,900 spirit coins. 7,500 spirit coins. Several cultivators and Zhou Chun were vying for the same price, the bid rising and falling relentlessly. Finally, Zhou Chun, feeling somewhat impatient, shouted, 8,800 spirit coins. Instantly, the underground cave hall fell silent. This price for a magic artifact was truly not cheap. After a long silence, someone shouted again, 9,000 spirit coins. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately followed suit, shouting, 9,900 spirit coins. This imposing manner put immense pressure on the bidder. After a while, someone else shouted, 10,000 spirit coins. 10,800 spirit coins. Zhou Chun followed closely, without the slightest hesitation. The person who had been bidding then fell silent completely, no longer placing their bid. 10,800 spirit coins once, 10,800 spirit coins twice, 10,800 spirit coins 3 times, sold. Only when the auctioneer shouted sold, did everything settle down. Zhou Chun went on stage to pay the spirit coins and pocketed the magic weapon, feeling quite emotional. He hadn't even had time to enjoy those 10,800 spirit coins before spending them. Making money was easy, but spending it was easy too. After spending most of his fortune, Zhou Chun had initially planned to remain a spectator until the underground auction ended. However, not long after, another item appeared, prompting him to join the bidding again. 1,800-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma, starting price 2,000 spirit coins, minimum increment 100 spirit coins. As the auctioneer brought out a new item, Zhou Chun's eyes immediately locked onto it. He had obtained a Crimson Essence Ganoderma before, but that one was only 200 years old. This 800-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma was naturally worth several times more than the other one. Although he couldn't use this kind of spiritual herb, he knew very well how much the Li family craved it. If he used this 800-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma as the main ingredient to refine the Li family's secret spiritual pill, the Crimson Essence Treasure Pill, its effect on breaking through bottlenecks would definitely be much stronger than the pill refined with the 200- or 300-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma. Therefore, after this 800-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma appeared, Zhou Chun was determined to obtain it. However, many cultivators were also very interested in this precious herb. After all, Crimson Essence Ganoderma was also a material for refining many other pills that improved one's magical power. As a result, the price quickly soared, attracting more than a dozen cultivators to compete for it. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chun could only adopt a wait-and-see strategy for the time being. 5,200 spirit coins. Suddenly, a somewhat aged voice rang out, and the underground cave hall fell silent. This price was almost equivalent to the market price of a foundation establishment pill, although that was something with a high price but no market. Many people would carefully consider whether an 800-year-old spiritual herb was worth it. However, Zhou Chun's gaze suddenly sharpened upon hearing this voice. That voice, his eyes flashed as he quietly glanced at the bidder. The person wore a black robe, their face obscured by a hazy blue light, making their true features unclear. However, judging from their figure and the familiar voice, Zhou Chun couldn't help but think of someone. Master Zhang, is it really you? He murmured to himself, then quickly made a decision. 6,000 spirit coins. Zhou Chun opened his mouth and immediately shouted out a new high price. It's him again. Who exactly is this fellow Taoist? His cultivation isn't high, but his wealth is quite substantial. Such ostentatious displays of wealth. Does he really think no one dares to touch him? Faint whispers, whether intentional or unintentional, quietly echoed in the underground cave. Clearly, Zhou Chun's previous bids had left a deep impression on the cultivators present. The cultivator who resembled Master Zhang also fixed his gaze on Zhou Chun, who was wearing a bamboo hat. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had deliberately altered his voice out of caution, so the cultivator shouldn't have recognized him by his voice. 6,200 spirit coins. The cultivator who resembled Master Zhang quickly spoke again, surpassing Zhou Chun's price. 6,500 spirit coins. Zhou Chun didn't budge an inch. 6,800 spirit coins. The cultivator who resembled Master Jiang's tone became slightly annoyed. But Zhou Chun continued nonchalantly. 7,100 spirit coins. This time, the cultivator who resembled Master Zhang stared at him for a long time, but ultimately didn't raise the price. Previously, a 1,000-year-old Solomon seal had only sold for a little over 8,000 spirit coins. The price of this 800-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma couldn't possibly be raised. Therefore, in the end, Zhou Chun won the item for 7,100 spirit coins. After Zhou Chun finished paying the spirit coins and took the spirit medicine from the auction stage, he clearly felt many gazes on him. Clearly, his previous lavish spending had already aroused certain suspicions about him. I'm more than 10 minutes late, and I estimate I might not be able to finish tomorrow morning's chapter in the remaining time. If there's no update tomorrow morning, it will be noon. Don't worry, it will be there. Chapter 174 Master Zhang, you've finally arrived. Are we being watched? Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly beneath his bamboo hat, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He had been mentally prepared for this outcome when he bid on the sun-radiant golden wheel. For a Foundation establishment cultivator to flaunt his wealth like this, even in an underground auction where identity was supposed to be kept secret, would be hard to ignore. However, with the fire god Jackal by his side, Zhou Chun wasn't particularly concerned about those watching him. He couldn't help but glance at the cultivator who resembled Master Zhang, hoping instead that the latter would actually come after him. The auction continued with a lively atmosphere, each treasure attracting numerous bids from cultivators. The final, most coveted item was a low-grade third-tier magic weapon, which fetched a high price of 35,000 spirit coins. After the underground auction ended, Zhou Chun and the other cultivators who had won items were escorted out of the underground hall separately. Then, just like at his previous underground auctions, they were taken down one by one at regular intervals. I wonder how many fools will actually come looking for their deaths. In a mountain forest, Zhou Chun looked up at the sky, his eyes gleaming coldly. He moved swiftly, immediately using the wind control technique to speed across the ground. This wasn't because he was afraid of revealing himself by flying, but because he feared that openly flying would arouse suspicion about his backing, making people even more hesitant to approach. After traveling 20 or 30 miles, Zhou Chun's divine sense detected a Foundation establishment cultivator flying towards him. Just a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, he shook his head repeatedly as he looked at the approaching cultivator. Then, he simply said loudly, "Fellow Taoist, are you here to find me?" Hearing this, the Foundation establishment cultivator froze in midair. Immediately afterward, the man said in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. I'm merely passing through." "Do you know where this is?" Zhou Chun nodded upon hearing this. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also looking for someone to gather information. How about we travel together?" No, fellow Taoist, you can find it yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Farewell," the Foundation establishment cultivator said, and without waiting for Zhou Chun's reply, he quickly turned and left. As the saying goes, something unusual is bound to happen. A Foundation establishment cultivator daring to greet him so readily must have some kind of backing. Therefore, having only approached this with a let's see what happens attitude, he immediately decided it was best to leave. Of course, he had made two preparations. While fleeing, he secretly observed Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun seemed completely unconcerned by his actions, only managing a slight shake of his head before turning and disappearing into the forest. This behavior made him even more uneasy, so he simply flew away from this dangerous place at full speed. "Although I was greedy, I still have some sense. I'll spare your life." In the mountains, Zhou Chun muttered to himself as he watched the departing mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, then turned and left. Although using the fire god Jackal to entrap the enemy was satisfying, the consequences of killing had to be considered. Killing the second elder of the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain had already created an enemy for the Zhou family. If you were to rely on the protection of a third-tier demon beast and indiscriminately kill, the Zhou family alone might not be able to withstand the retaliation from so many forces. This was the reason he had spoken up to scare the other party away. Fortunately, the other party was sensible and didn't really put him in a difficult position. After traveling dozens of miles in the mountains, just as Zhou Chun was about to leave the mountains, he was approached by two people. Two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he looked up at the sky with surprise and suspicion. Two figures quickly appeared in his sight behind him. They were two cultivators dressed in black robes. One was the cultivator who resembled Master Zhang, and the other wore a wolf-head mask. Both of them exuded the aura of late-stage Foundation establishment. Master Zhang, you've finally arrived. Zhou Chun's expression shifted before he spoke loudly and assertively. Hearing this, the two who were about to attack him froze. Then, the blue light on the face of the cultivator who resembled Master Zhang suddenly dissipated, revealing a youthful face with white hair. It was indeed Master Zhang. He looked at Zhou Chun with surprise and suspicion, and said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Why did you deliberately lure me here?" He wasn't stupid. He instantly understood Zhou Chun's intention in competing with him for the 800-year-old Crimson Essence Mushroom. The cultivator beside him, wearing a wolf head mask, was also staring intently at Zhou Chun, his eyes filled with the same look of surprise and suspicion. He had been summoned by Master Zhang for help, and the two had agreed that after the deed was done, Master Zhang would receive the elixir, he would receive the Sun-Radiant Golden Wheel, magic artifact, and they would then split the other treasures on Zhou Chun's person. But now, listening to the conversation between Zhou Chun and Master Zhang, he had a very bad feeling. Who am I? Well, Master Zhang, you'd better watch out, Zhou Chun said, raising his hand to remove the bamboo hat from his head. It's you. Upon seeing Zhou Chun's young and handsome face, Master Zhang's expression changed drastically, instantly recognizing him. Didn't expect that, did you? You've also fallen into my hands one day. Zhou Chun smiled coldly, then untied the spirit beast pouch containing the fire god Jackwa from his waist and released the third-tier demon beast. A third-tier demonic beast, the cultivator wearing the wolf-faced mask exclaimed in shock upon seeing the fire god Jackwa released by Zhou Chun, his eyes filled with fear. Zhou Chun, however, turned his gaze slightly and said to him, "Fellow Taoist, this is a private matter between me and Master Zhang. I have no intention of involving others. You can still leave now." Hearing this, the cultivator wearing the wolf-faced mask hurriedly replied, "Since it's a private matter between you and Master Zhang, I naturally won't interfere. I'll leave now." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Master Zhang said in a deep voice, "Do you really think he'll let you leave safely and spread the news that I was killed by him?" The wolf-faced masked cultivator's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of suspicion. If you were in someone else's shoes, being hunted down with malicious intent, and possessing the ability to retaliate, would you easily let them leave? Master Zhang's voice rang out again, intensifying the wolf-masked cultivator's suspicion and fear. He anxiously stared at the fire god Jackwa before Zhou Chun, increasingly convinced of Master Zhang's reasoning. Taking advantage of his hesitation, Master Zhang acted immediately. With a flick of his sleeve, a cyan pearl flew out, radiating a rich cyan light that protected him. He then patted his storage bag, revealing a jade box, which he shattered to retrieve its contents. It was a talisman. Quickly, Master Zhang formed hand seals, rapidly infusing the talisman with magical power, quickly activating it. The talisman shone brightly in midair, quickly transforming into a cyan red teapot. Then, Master Zhang channeled his magic power, and a stream of bluish-red flames erupted from the spout of the teapot, transforming into a bluish-red firebird that swooped down towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, the fire god Jackwall on the ground, without waiting for Zhou Chun's command, roared and unleashed a beam of fire at the bluish-red firebird. However, the power of the talisman was incredibly high. Even though Master Zhang's cultivation was limited and he couldn't unleash the full power of the talisman, it was still not something the fire god Jackwall could easily withstand. The beam of fire it spewed seemed incredibly powerful, but the bluish-red firebird, due to the difference in mass, easily roamed within the beam of fire, even absorbing its power. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated a distance. Seeing this, Master Zhang immediately shouted at the wolf-masked cultivator, "I'll hold off this third-tier demonic beast, you go kill him, that way we can both live, otherwise, if he kills me, do you think you can outrun a third-tier demonic beast's pursuit?" Hearing this, the wolf-masked cultivator glanced at the talisman and his eyes immediately sharpened. He shouted, "Alright, let's take a gamble." Before his words even finished, he had already summoned a curved sword, wreathed in a dark blue light, and slashed towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun hadn't yet refined the sun-radiant golden wheel magic weapon, and seeing this, he could only hurriedly summon Flying Dragon Snatch to grab the curved sword. Even though the Flying Dragon Snatch was of comparable quality to the curved sword, the difference in cultivation level between the two minor realms was undeniable. The moment the two magic weapons clashed, Zhou Chun was clearly at a disadvantage, and his magic weapon was sent flying by the slash. This made his heart sink, and he couldn't help but shout angrily, "You asked for this." Then he patted his storage bag at his waist and released the silver lightning python. Another low-grade second-tier demonic beast. The wolf-faced masked cultivator's pupils shrank, not expecting Zhou Chun to have other trump cards. However, his eyes quickly hardened, and he immediately reached into his storage bag and summoned another magic artifact. It was a blue treasure bottle magic artifact, with a black snake tattooed on its surface, and the aura it emitted was also high-grade second tier. The wolf-faced masked cultivator activated his magic power, and a black mist surged out of the blue treasure bottle, instantly transforming into a black snake that pounced on Zhou Chun. How could Zhou Chun dare to underestimate an attack from a high-grade second-tier magic artifact? Although he didn't know what supernatural powers the black mist snake possessed, he still had the silver lightning python directly bombard it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and one after another, silver-white lightning bolts struck down from the sky, all landing on the black mist snake. Even this triple strike of heavenly lightning, capable of obliterating ordinary early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, failed to completely annihilate the water mist black serpent. Its body, initially distorted and nearly disintegrated by the heavenly lightning, suddenly solidified again as the blue treasure bottle in the sky spun rapidly, its form becoming much more solid and allowing it to continue its attack on Zhou Chun. This change caused Zhou Chun's expression to shift, and he hurriedly activated Golden Cauldron Profound Light, transforming it into a golden sword that slashed at the water mist black serpent. However, the water mist black serpent, like flowing water, could quickly reform itself no matter how many pieces the golden sword cleaved it into, only losing a small portion of its power. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, seemed to be expending more energy. While his attention was focused on the water mist black serpent, the wolf-faced masked cultivator had already used his curved blade magic weapon to break through Flying Dragon's roar and slash towards him. Zhou Chun could only focus on defense, letting the silver lightning python continue its electric attacks on the black water mist snake, determined not to let this strange creature get close. Bang! With a loud explosion, the earthen yellow spiritual light shield Zhou Chun had erected using his magic weapon was instantly shattered by the curved blade. The earth element token magic weapon that Zhou Ming had given him might be able to handle attacks from mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, but it was completely inadequate against a late Foundation establishment cultivator like the wolf-faced masked cultivator. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had the even more powerful Golden Cauldron Profound Light. Golden light surrounded him, like a golden shield protecting him. The dark blue curved blade struck the shield, only managing to penetrate a few inches before being knocked away. Such a powerful protective spell startled the wolf-faced masked cultivator. Is it still a combat technique he's cultivating? He muttered to himself, immediately channeling more magic power into the exhausted curved sword and continuing to slash at Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun had already reactivated his Flying Dragon's roar, which had been knocked down, to meet the curved sword. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage quickly, the wolf-masked cultivator grew anxious. While continuing to attack Zhou Chun with his two magical weapons, he raised his hands, formed hand seals, and spat out a ball of black water. Then, he pointed at Zhou Chun, and the black water transformed into a water arrow that shot towards him. Zhou Chun noticed the wolf-masked cultivator's actions, but he was too distracted to do anything else. He could only weakly wave his hands, unleashing two long unused sheen metal sword key towards the black water arrow. The result was obvious. This secret technique, which even a key refining cultivator could cultivate, was far less powerful than a secret technique used by a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Two white gold sword energies were easily shattered by the black water arrows, then landed irresistibly on Zhou Chun's protective light shield. Boom! The black water arrows struck the shield formed by the golden cauldron profound light, instantly exploding into a black liquid that adhered tightly to the shield. The brightness of the golden light shield rapidly dimmed and dissipated, as if it had suffered a severe blow. In Zhou Chun's perception, the black liquid was like concentrated sulfuric acid, rapidly corroding his light shield. Faced with this corrosion, he had no other good options for the moment, only able to desperately circulate his magic power to activate the golden cauldron profound light to resist, hoping to exhaust its power. But the wolf-faced masked cultivator's moves were far from over. Seeing that Zhou Chun's power was completely restrained by his magic weapon and secret technique, he immediately raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out 2 second-tier mid-grade magic talismans and activating them without hesitation. Pain. I don't know if it's because I haven't exercised for several days, but I felt listless when I woke up today. My back and shoulders hurt, and I couldn't concentrate on writing. After my afternoon nap, I must go for a half-hour run to get some exercise and break a sweat. Chapter 175 Joy turns to sorrow, poisoned. Ling's Hao, a nameless wilderness. The fierce battle was something neither side had anticipated. Both sides initially thought it would be an easy victory. However, once they clashed and revealed their trump cards, what they expected to be a one-sided fight turned into a grueling struggle. Relying on the power of his talismanic treasures, Master Zheng, with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, fought against a third-tier demonic beast, the fire god Jackal, holding his own. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's combat prowess shocked and troubled the wolf-masked cultivator. He activated 2 mid-grade second-tier talismans, transforming them into a fire dragon and a golden spear, charging towards Zhou Chun, expecting a decisive blow. But the silver lightning python, bye-bye, crackled with lightning, instantly appearing before the fire dragon and spitting out lightning as it collided with it. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the silver lightning python, bye-bye, charred black, was blasted away. In reality, it was just a superficial wound, and the damage wasn't particularly significant. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, raised his hand and struck, deflecting the long-nailed magic weapon at the golden spear, weakening its power by more than half, but ultimately failing to break through his own protective barrier. Seeing that even this couldn't kill Zhou Chun, the wolf-faced masked cultivator's expression darkened, and he felt ashamed and annoyed. He was, after all, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and to have failed to defeat Zhou Chun, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, after using so many methods, made him lose face. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he raised his hand and punched his chest, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, he made a hand seal, and the mouthful of blood essence quickly entered the blue treasure bottle magic weapon. Instantly, the blue treasure bottle spun rapidly in the air, and once again spewed out an extremely thick black mist, transforming back into an even larger black mist snake that lunged at Zhou Chun. Unexpectedly, while he was sacrificing his life essence to enhance the power of his magic weapon through a secret technique, Zhou Chun also chose to use the ancestral revival secret technique. Zhou Chun's original plan was to stall until the fire god Jackal exhausted the power of Master Jiang's talisman treasures, then he wouldn't need to use the ancestral revival technique. After all, while this technique was certainly powerful, the 6-month period of weakness was a significant cost, and it was best to avoid it if possible. However, he clearly underestimated the strength of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he had now switched to cultivating the powerful top-tier technique Golden Cauldron Profound Art, and had the equally powerful Silver Lightning Python by assisting him, he was still no match for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like the wolf-faced masked cultivator, who possessed both powerful cultivation and excellent magic weapons. He couldn't even stall for time. At this moment, with the activation of the ancestral revival secret technique, lightning surged across the Silver Lightning Python Bai's body, and dragon claws and horns quickly sprouted from its head and belly. This scene shocked the wolf-masked cultivator to his core, who couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? What kind of secret technique is this?" He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand how a python could transform into a dragon in an instant. He even suspected that he was under Zhou Chun's illusion, and that everything he saw was a mirage. But when he saw lightning gather above the dragon's head, and a lightning dragon flew out to clash with a black water mist snake in midair, he knew it was all real. The lightning dragon collided with a black water mist snake in midair, and the snake's body was instantly shattered and scattered into blue smoke, giving the wolf-masked cultivator no chance to reform it. Meanwhile, the lightning dragon, bye-bye, swung its claws, bombarding the wolf-masked cultivator with silver lightning orbs one after another. Seeing this, the wolf-masked cultivator hurriedly made hand seals and cast a spell, and a ball of blue water light spread from his body, forming an egg-shaped blue shield that protected him. This was a defensive divine ability attached to his cultivation technique. With the enhancement of his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, its defensive power was not much inferior to a typical second-tier high-grade spell. However, silver lightning orbs bombarded him one after another. He could defend against 1 or 2, but not 4 or 5. After only taking 3 hits from the silver lightning orbs, he realized that he absolutely could not remain passive like this. He made a hand seal, and the curved sword weapon, wreathed in a dark blue light, suddenly changed its target, slashing towards Lei Jiao bye-bye. At the same time, a black shield weapon flew out from his storage bag at his waist, circling around him to block Zhou Chun's flying dragon steel attack. Watching the curved sword weapon slashing towards him, Lei Jiao bye-bye did not confront it head-on. While using the lightning flash spell to dodge the curved sword weapon's attack, he bombarded the curved sword weapon with lightning to wear down its power. At this moment, Zhou Chun, no longer under pressure from the wolf-masked cultivator, launched his counterattack. He patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a white longbow and a long arrow appeared in his hand. He then drew the bow and aimed at the wolf-masked cultivator. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, the long arrow in Zhou Chun's hand flew from the bowstring, instantly covering hundreds of feet and appearing in front of the wolf-masked cultivator. The wolf-masked cultivator had already noticed his movement and quickly used his black shield magic weapon to block the long arrow. As a result, with a loud bang, both the black shield magic weapon and the lightning arrow shattered. This result surprised and saddened both sides, but it was obviously more disadvantageous for the wolf-masked cultivator. Because without the black shield magic weapon to block, he had no corresponding means to defend against Zhou Chun's flying dragon snatch magic weapon, and could only retract the curved sword magic weapon that had been chasing and slashing at the lightning dragon in vain. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had Lei Jiao bye-bye slow down his attacks slightly and instead began to condense lightning orbs to build up reserves. Initially, the wolf-masked cultivator, seeing that Zhou Chun and his servants' attacks had slowed down, breathed a sigh of relief and restarted his treasure bottle magic artifact, preparing to use it to restrain Zhou Chun and his servants' attacks. However, when he noticed that the silver lightning orbs hovered and rotated around Lei Jiao bye-bye without being launched, he instantly realized something, and his face turned extremely ugly. His eyes flashed, and suddenly he put away the treasure bottle magic artifact, then turned and fled on his curved blade magic artifact. He actually chose to run away. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Chun roared angrily, immediately giving chase with Lei Jiao bye-bye. He hadn't originally intended to kill him to silence him, because he knew that this matter could be investigated and the truth would come out. But this wolf-masked cultivator was ungrateful and actually chose to help Master Zhang, forcing him to even use the ancestral revival secret technique. Then we absolutely cannot let him escape so easily. Boom! Thunderous explosions resounded through the sky as the lightning orbs accumulated by the thunder flood dragon bye-bye poured forth towards the fleeing wolf-masked cultivator. The wolf-masked cultivator quickly realized that he was not only no match for Zhou Chun and his servant, but also had nowhere to escape. He was faster than Zhou Chun, but not as fast as lightning, nor as fast as the thunder flood dragon bye-bye. After struggling to hold on for a while, he shouted at Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist, please stop. This is all a misunderstanding. If you spare me, I will not only keep my mouth shut and never reveal a word of what happened today, but I am also willing to offer 3,000 spirit coins as an apology." However, Zhou Chun ignored his words of surrender and appeasement, too lazy to respond. Now he knows to beg for mercy? Where was he before? Seeing that he was being ignored, the wolf-masked cultivator felt both regret and anxiety. Had he known Zhou Chun possessed such strength, he would never have heeded Master Jiang's words and attacked Zhou Chun. Now, without even waiting for the fire god Jiaqual to arrive, he was already struggling to withstand the combined assault of Zhou Chun and his servant. "Fellow Taoist, don't push your luck," he suddenly roared, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, repeatedly activating various acupoints around his body, causing his magical power to surge dramatically. He was forced to use a secret technique to unleash his potential. As his magical power surged, the power of his protective divine abilities also increased significantly, giving him more room for error. His eyes hardened, and he suddenly ignored the attacking flying dragon steel magical weapon, fiercely slashing at Zhou Chun with his curved blade, using the same secret technique that consumed his essence blood to amplify the weapon's power. This action seemed to indicate a desperate gamble. This caused Zhou Chun's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly ordered Lei Jiao Bai to intercept, while simultaneously drawing his bow and unleashing a spiritual energy arrow. However, neither the lightning released by Lei Jiao Bai nor the spiritual energy arrow could successfully stop the curved sword magic weapon, whose power had been amplified by the wolf-faced mask cultivator's blood essence. It resembled a blue crescent moon, scattering the lightning, shattering the spiritual energy arrow, and striking Zhou Chun's fully activated Zhuan light shield. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Zhuan light shield that had been firmly protecting Zhou Chun was finally broken for the first time. The curved sword magic weapon, having shattered the shield, still had its remaining power, and struck his golden spiritual armor on the chest, sending him flying more than 10 feet away. Roar! An angry dragon's roar echoed in the sky, as Lei Jiao Bai became enraged by its master's injury. Lightning crackled on its body as it pounced on the wolf-faced mask cultivator like an angry thunder dragon. Streaks of silver lightning shot out from its horns, mouth, and claws, striking the wolf-masked cultivator at close range. This fierce attack left the wolf-masked cultivator trembling, unable to even assess the damage of his previous strike, desperately activating his protective abilities to fend off the lightning dragon's white fury. Meanwhile, hundreds of feet away in midair, Zhou Chun, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, also attacked the wolf-masked cultivator with a face full of shock and rage. His previous strike had indeed been powerful, breaking through both his golden cauldron profound light and the 5-element spirit armor technique defenses. Fortunately, he was still wearing the golden scale soft armor magic weapon, forged from the scales of the golden armored mountain beast, which blocked the last bit of power from the curved blade, preventing him from being seriously injured by its edge. Even so, the close-range slash from the curved blade caused Zhou Chun's internal organs to tremble, as if struck by a hammer, resulting in significant internal injuries. This was the first time Zhou Chun had been injured since establishing his foundation, the first time he had come so close to death. So, he was truly enraged. Both the man and his pet were now insane, their minds focused on only one thing: attack, and attack again. The ferocious onslaught caused even the wolf-masked cultivator to feel a sense of despair, realizing he might not even survive until the third-tier demonic beast, the fire god Jackal, arrived. He might die at the hands of this monstrous pair. But just as he was about to utterly despair, the aura of the thunder flood dragon Bai suddenly plummeted, quickly reverting to the silver lightning python Bai. It turned out that the effects of the ancestral revival secret technique had prematurely ended due to overuse of power. Ho-ha, truly heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping me. To describe the wolf-masked cultivator as weeping with joy would not be an exaggeration. He looked at the retreating silver lightning python Bai with immense relief and happiness at his miraculous escape. It was truly heaven helping him. Boy, your life is mine. His gaze shifted to Zhou Chun, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, ready to seize this divinely granted opportunity to kill him. But just as he drew his blade, he suddenly saw a streak of crimson fire shooting towards Zhou Chun from behind. No, he knew exactly what that crimson fire was, and his joy turned to despair as he let out a desperate cry. Then, his face contorted with rage, he swung his curved blade at Zhou Chun, intending to kill him before the crimson fire arrived. But this was undoubtedly an unrealistic fantasy. While the silver lightning python Bai was weakened, Zhou Chun was no weakling who couldn't withstand even a single blow. Soon, the azure curved blade and the crimson gold grappling hook collided in midair, followed by a golden longsword slashing down on the curved blade that had just deflected the crimson gold grappling hook. After this attack, before the wolf-masked cultivator could unleash a second strike with his curved sword magic weapon, a crimson pillar of fire pierced through 1,000 feet and struck his protective shield. Boom! With a deafening roar, the wolf-masked cultivator was blasted away. Before he could even react, Zhou Chun's long nail magic weapon pierced his forehead, instantly creating a gaping hole in his skull. You've been poisoned. In mid-air, Zhou Chun, who had just finished off the wolf-masked cultivator, was startled by the approaching fire god Jackal. While the fire god jackal showed no visible external injuries, its once bright red nose and tongue were now a dark blue-green, typical signs of poisoning. But what kind of toxin could a third-tier demon beast be so potent that even it couldn't escape its effects? "I'll detoxify you right away." Zhou Chun hurriedly retrieved several antidote pills from his storage bag and fed them all to the fire god jackal. However, to his dismay, after the fire god jackal consumed the antidote pills, its complexion only improved slightly, but the poison remained largely intact. He instantly realized that the poison inflicted on the fire god jackal was likely a potent toxin capable of killing even a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage. He hurriedly said, "I cannot cure your poison. Do not use your magic power anymore. Focus all your energy on protecting your heart meridian. I will return to the family as quickly as possible and ask the Supreme Elder to treat you." The fire god jackal, naturally understanding human speech, nodded repeatedly upon hearing this and obediently allowed Zhou Chun to put it into his spirit beast pouch. After putting away the fire god jackal, Zhou Chun merely cleaned up the corpses of the wolf-faced masked cultivator and Master Zhang, who had been killed by the fire god jackal's claw. Without bothering to erase any other traces, he immediately summoned the azure flying boat magic artifact he had obtained from the rogue cultivator Wei Tong of Lingzhou and rushed back to the family at full speed. However, due to the intense battle with the wolf-masked cultivator, which depleted a significant amount of his magical power, Zhou Chun had to find a place to meditate and recover halfway through his journey. It was 14 hours later when he finally returned to his family's mountain gate. Second update. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.